Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? And good morning to anybody who's out there in Etherland watching on the live stream. I happen to see that Margaret Kartomi put something in the chat already, so all of you speakers should be very nervous because Margaret is watching us. Good morning, welcome to our second Luce conference. This is a conference of where the Henry Luce Foundation gave us a grant to explore Indonesian music history in general, but specifically the contributions that the research that missionaries in Indonesia may be able to contribute to our understanding of Indonesian history, and we're thinking of rewriting Indonesian music history to take into account all of the people who have been involved in making that history. This second conference will feature papers that really do focus on missionaries or on other Christian activities in Indonesia, so I hope it will be very interesting for everybody. We do have a mistake in the program for the afternoon session. I'd like to point out that the panel after lunch will start at 2 o'clock, but will last until 3:20, not 2:50, as was said. Otherwise, Ben Arps will only have about 5 minutes to talk. No, Ben. And so then the break will come at 3:20, and then the final panel will start at 3:30 after a 10-minute break. So I'll announce that again later, but just in case you had planned your Uber to pick you up at a particular time, you might want to keep that in mind. There are a lot of people that thank for this, including not only the Henry Luce Foundation, but the Department of Music here at UC Davis, which has let us use the beautiful Pitzer Center, which is not, it's a little big for this particular event, but I hope that it's intimate enough that everybody can enjoy what's going on. And especially we'd like to thank the staff of the Pitzer Center, Phil Daly, Caitlin Sapuner-Davis, Josh Patterson, and Stephen Bingen, who have been doing an amazing job helping us put this conference together, getting food, doing everything. So thanks a lot, guys. And I'd like to let Anna Marie have a chance to say a word too.
Thank you all for coming. I would like to ask you, if at all possible, if you don't want to move a little closer up. It would be more intimate and more fun to do it up here. I mean, it's just a suggestion. And I also wanted to say that Henry and I have had a very good time planning all of this. And part of this will be next week at the SEM conference, but there it won't be live streamed. And Dustin was nice enough to put that together for the SEM. Okay, then let's start. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Juan Diego Diaz, who will moderate the first panel, and I'll stall for a little bit while he gets up here. Take your time, Juan Diego. Don't hurt yourself. Nobody on the live, oh, maybe they do see that on the live stream, so that may have been memorialized forever. So a point to all the speakers, you should be using the lavalier microphone, and the people introducing will use the handheld mic, but be aware that if we don't use the microphone, then there will be no sound on the live stream. You'll just be an empty talking head for those watching remotely. Anyway, take it away, Juan Diego. Thanks.
Thank you, Henry. Good morning, everyone. My name is Juan Diego Diaz. I'm a faculty member here at the music department, and I'm not a specialist in Indonesian music, but I've been invited here to help out. And I'm very excited to be chairing this first panel featuring two presenters who have come from far away to share with us their work. And the first presenter is going to be Sandeep Ray. So I printed some of his impressive biography so I don't forget any parts of it. So Sandeep Ray is a writer and visual artist with a doctorate in history from the National University of Singapore. He's an associate professor in the Department of Media, Languages and Cultures at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia. As a filmmaker, he has directed ethnographic documentary films and worked as editor, producer, and researcher in various collaborative projects. He has written 2 books, a novel called A Fluter in the Colony, published by Penguin in 2022, which is about the rubber plantations of the 1950s in Malaya, and pre-partition Bengal. And the second book is a celluloid colony, locating history and ethnography in early Dutch colonial films of Indonesia, published in 2021 but in US Press, proposing a way to read colonial propagandistic films as a complement to conventional written sources, and more directly related to his presentation today, which is entitled Choral Singing and the Japanese Occupation of Java. So please welcome Sandeep.
Okay, that's clear, right? Okay, how I hit this. So, 2 minutes before 9 o'clock, I changed the title of my paper. I was having a chat, and then I suddenly got very insecure, and I changed it to Liturgical Music and the Japanese Occupation of Java. Okay, so the first clip I'll show you is silent, is short, it's a silent clip. It's part of a much longer film that was made by the Soverdi missionaries when they went to Flores in, this was in 1925. And it's really a long film, and it tracks their journey and the life in Flores and the proselytizing that they did, etc. But there was this one clip that caught my eye because it seemed like they were having fun with it. It's silent, unfortunately, but it looks like he's trying to direct this band, but I don't think they know how to play or what to play. I mean, I think they set this up just for it to look funny, expressly for the purpose of humor. So the priests themselves, made this film, and I suppose they wanted to show that they were bringing, among other things, music. But as we know, this is not the kind of music that dominated in eastern Indonesia. And here's a clip, not from Flores, but from NTT. But this is the sort of music we're more accustomed, or this is what we expect to come out of all the small churches that dot eastern Indonesia and Java as well, right? I'm just playing a 1-minute clip. It's something that I filmed about 10 years ago. So I played these two clips just to sort of set up kind of band marching military style music and choral singing, because they'll both feature, but in different ways when the Japanese occupation happens. So, loosely speaking, the origins of Western music in Indonesia. So there is a lingering influence of when Francis Xavier came in the 16th century, and Leonard Andaya, but could be Barbara Andaya, writes, "In the open square in Ternate and in the homes, the women, children, at all times of the day sang the creed, Our Father, Hail Mary, Ave Maria, the confession and other prayers, the commandments and works of mercy." This program was so successful that in the fields and at sea, the people sang these songs instead of their own secular songs. Now, I was just talking to Ben about this. Is it possible that they were singing without already having had a conversion, or was this sort of a soft conversion method? But at any case, it seems like it was something that was prevalent. But So the Portuguese in eastern Indonesia, it stayed on till 1854, and then things would change. But there was sort of that, long history of music and performance there. Now, other ways of music coming in, entering a broader cultural milieu in the 19th century, Javanese royal courts. So the palace in Yogyakarta actually had a symphonic orchestra and a chapel inside. I couldn't find a picture of it. I'm sorry, the words have sort of split up. Judith Becker says there was ample opportunity for the members of the court, including musicians, to become familiar with the European modes of thought, European biases about music, and European musical notation systems. So this is, again, it was a silent film, so I didn't want to play it. This is, again, that kind of marching band music that was at the wedding, at a royal wedding. And so it's in those situations that you find this kind of type of band playing. But you didn't probably see that so much in the general normal life, I think. It wouldn't have been that common. And the third influence is, of course, the Christian missionaries who came, and perhaps those working with the Christian Joe as opposed to the Christian Londo, because there was the translation of words of lyrics, and there was newer works coming out, and they began to include the local vernacular in the mid-1800s. But this kind of inculturation, I'm very much looking forward to for my next presenter to talk about, because her paper deals with that, and I don't know so much about that. So that would be another way. Now, let's go to Japan for a minute. Japan, too, has the story of Francis Xavier landing around the same time. And as you can see, the numbers grow quite quickly. By 1582, the Jesuit missionaries numbered 18, 20 stations and several educational centers with 200 churches and over 100,000 converts. But then, as we know, during the Edo period, this sort of tapers off, and then it kind of dies out. But then, when Commodore Perry arrives with that letter from President Fillmore, he comes, people know the story of how the black ships came and, kind of made a spectacle and came with guns and that sort of thing, military equipment. But they really came with also a full musical orchestra, which is kind of interesting. I mean, imagine coming all that way, but having, an entire musical orchestra. So it should thus come as no surprise that when the Japan expedition finally arrived in Asia, the Commodore had well-formed plans of negotiations that included, along with displays of military and technological prowess, his chief cultural weapon, American music. Since Perry valued music to entertain the Japanese and to maintain the morale of his sailors, the ships had bands. An Italian bandmaster accompanied the expedition to train and conduct the musicians. And I find it really interesting that this was all planned ahead, that they would make a spectacle with musicians when they arrived. And there are unknown artists, some of them, who have, kind of drawn about that encounter. And as you can see, they write about costumes, the weapons, but they also draw the musical instruments. And then there was a blackface minstrel group that performed and very much entertained the Japanese at the time. And in another painting, you can see that there's the sort of military-style formation marching, but then also there's a band playing along. So, this was a big part of the arrival strategy. But, so it was this marching band style, the gunka or marching band style with the 4/4 rhythm, that became popular because of the influence from that epic incursion. It would lay down the foundational approach for most of the inspirational, upbeat, chauvinistic music in Indonesia during the Japanese occupation. Most of the music that you hear in the films that the Japanese were making or trying to broadcast on radio, the songs had this kind of music. But some people say that these were, not hard labels. They're product descriptions. They're not really. So here's the type of music that was played in the Japanese occupation that was probably most popular. But with the heavy, even though it's military marching music, it's a heavy emphasis on this kind of choral singing. And then they would bring in quite well-known people for duets, I just wanted to bring the gentleman in. Okay. So, but he also brought quite a strong influence of religious music. I mean, soon that was what started happening. During Perry's first visit to Japan, Western music was performed on several occasions. On Sunday, July 10th, there was a Sabbath service on board the Susquehanna with Bible reading and prayers. 300 sailors sang Isaac Walt's Old Hundredth, accompanied by a full band again, that full band. In the 1860s, American missionaries and their wives were sent to Japan by the Episcopal, Reformed, and Presbyterian mission boards, and women played an active role in the Christian community. Mission schools for girls taught English using Bible hymns. Jesus Loves Me, This Is a Happy Land were translated to Japanese, and words written on art scrolls. So there were some famous women around this time who, kind of moved this project along. There was Mary Kidder, and there was the wife of one of the main sort of missionaries, Mrs. James Curtis Hepburn. But there's also a Japanese woman, Wakamatsu Shizuko, who worked with them and was one of the first persons who did a lot of the translating into Japanese. So already this idea of having Western music and having choral hymns then translated into local languages was becoming quite prevalent in Japan by the late 1800s. So, in both nations, the practice of translating hymns and songs to the local vernacular became prevalent by the early 20th century. I think probably earlier too. While we cannot ascertain how much of the church influenced this, the religious enculturation through translations was certainly common. I suggest that this is why the Japanese propaganda songs were easy to perform in Indonesia by Indonesians, because they had this system of translations in both countries. Some were written, composed in Indonesia, in Jakarta, rather than translated. Luce Rook, in his MA thesis, I quote, writes, "Among the Japanese occupiers were people who would be called ethiki, or missionaries. They literally would be called missionaries, who were trying to bring the old Asian values and the Japanese spirit to Indonesia. This group of missionaries consisted of writers, media specialists, and intelligence operatives." So, you could imagine some kind of an analogy between these two types of groups, missionaries trying to convert people and the Japanese propagandists trying to sell people the idea of the greater Asia, kind of led by Japan through propaganda, song, and many, many other avenues, but we'll stick to song and music today. So imported Japanese songs and locally composed songs were both discussed in print and in recordings for radio and some film. Aiko Kurosawa wrote this very famous long paper. I mean, it's sort of the touchstone for anyone who studied propaganda in that era. Extensive study on propaganda tells us the following. As early as in April 1942, a month after the Japanese invasion, an Indonesian song, Hidup Indonesia, was composed by Japanese specialists in Sendenbu. After establishment of Kemin Bunko Shidosho, in April 1943, its music section, headed by Utoyo, encouraged Indonesian poets and musicians to compose propaganda songs. Some of those new songs were printed in Jawa Baru. So Jawa Baru was a magazine that came out fairly regularly. And it had, images of a new nation, It's sort of the Japanese version of their manifest destiny, what they would look like, the technology, the fields, the education systems, etc. And sometimes they would have these song lyrics. And then they sort of started a film version of these magazines. And it appears that from this time there was positive encouragement of new songs. So, they had a building, the Pusat Kebudayaan, and they had these very well-known Indonesians who were participating in this project because, it was, they probably really believed in that cause, at least for a while. It's hard to separate those things out. I mean, Sukarno really went for it, but then he sort of changed his mind and, placated the Japanese while planning other things. So fortunately, at the end of the war, not fortunately at the end of the war, but at the end of the war, the Japanese had to destroy a lot of these propaganda films. But the Allies, they secured some of these films, and they were stored in the Netherlands. And when I went to do my research, they were on the intranet. I mean, you had to go there, but they were very easily accessible, and they gladly gave me MPEG files for my talks and stuff like that. But now, as of last year, they've put everything online. I think there are 67 of these propaganda films. Everything is online. You just go to, click on your smartphone and you can watch these films. Keywords Bilden Cloud or Japanese propaganda films, Indonesia, Netherlands, and you'll get that. Now, Kurosawa writes, all these songs had vivid and vigorous rhythms like a military march, and they were often sung when Senenden members and school children were marching and carrying on Kerja Bakti. As we know, we just heard one of those. So here's another example. Very upbeat, nation building. I just wanted to find this. We go to Hanchuri, in America, build our own nation and all that. So this is what we expect from that type of music. However, I was listening to this, and I thought, same film. This is very different.
Memperkuat susunan tenaga di tanah Jawa untuk menghadapi peperangan yang makin hari makin menghebaskan.
So this is Brahms' fourth symphony.
Untuk lebih memperkuat susunan tenaga di tanah Jawa untuk menghadapi peperangan yang makin hari makin menghebaskan ini. Maka pada tanggal 30 bulan 1 tahun ini telah dibuka sedang sumur angin yang kedua.
So you wonder, so they've hired someone to compose the music, and they do that military marching style of music, and then they slip in this sort of, stuff, and you're wondering why. And you would imagine if someone ever said anything, they'd say, well, but he's German, so we thought you would, that you would be okay with that. So obviously the person who did this had, orchestral aspirations, and just didn't want to do it in the military marching style. Okay, so that magazine I just mentioned that had the video version of it, it seems that some of these songs are in part were not all set to that Gunka style of military beat. Consider this song about encouraging Indonesians to save their money in banks rather than at home. That money would, probably become banana money eventually, but it's just a very simple a film about save your money in the bank. And the Japanese had taken over the Dutch studios and had sort of turned them into their propaganda centers. And so, but they kind of, frontlined Indonesians making these films sometimes.
uang kita. Itu harus menjadi pedoman untuk penghidupan baru di masa ini.
The origins of this kind of singing and this kind of music comes from liturgical tasks. Right? So the interesting thing is both of these pieces were performed by the same person, Cornel Simanjuntak. He was born in Sumatra, he's raised Protestant, studied in Dutch language school, and then went and sort of learned music under the tutelage of Father Schouten. And so his background is very, very religious, and he went to religious school, and we'll actually see a clip of that school today. And so he ended up composing propaganda songs for the Japanese during the war. But even in his sort of military gunka-style music, he was arguably influenced by his choral, liturgical, orchestral backgrounds. Two of the songs that he composed for the Japanese, Maju Tak Gentar and Tanah Tumpah Daraku, were modified after the occupation and became part of the longer soundtrack for independence. So he'd done this for the Japanese, and he said, look, I just wanted access to all the orchestra, and I wanted to work, and this was his first big job, but then he changed the lyrics a little bit. And after the end of World War II, he sort of turned it into the Indonesian movement now against the Dutch. And these became, some of the most well-known, well-sung songs even today. But this is where they come out of. So last year, yes, we have some time. Last year, Riri Riza and Mira Lesmana, these are the duo that make all these beautiful films in Indonesia. They did a small bio about Cornel Simanjuntak with Nicholas Saputra as the host. He's the Indonesian actor who was in Sohoki and all that. So we can watch a little bit of this because it's people talking about his music. It also shows us a little bit about the background that he would have come from to sort of maybe entertain the idea that his music would have had a strong sort of choral/religious past to it. And then it comes to modern day Indonesia, where it's being performed, by an orchestra and sung by a large chorus.
Jadi anak-anak sampai orang tua, anak-anak yang belum sekolah pun menyanyikan itu gitu. Jadi seluruh aura tahun 40-an itu memang aura kemerdekaan. Jadi semua lagunya hanya berdasarkan satu inspirasi saja, naluri, bukan berdasarkan suatu latihan atau pendidikan intelektual.
Cornel mendalami bakat musiknya di bawah ajaran Pater J. Schouten. Ia bergabung dengan Orkes Simfoni Sekolah yang beranggotakan 60 orang dan terpilih sebagai concertmaster. Lalu ia giat berlatih di orkes yang kerap memainkan lagu-lagu klasik ini.
Ini adalah Orkes Simfoni Severus College di Muntilan tahun 1939. Selamat siang, Sister.
Pada tahun 1943, Cornel ke Jakarta dan bekerja di Keimin Bunka Shidosho. Semasa kerjanya di Pusat Kebudayaan Jepang, Cornel bertugas menciptakan sejumlah lagu propaganda, antara lain menanam kapas, bekerja, dan menabung. Saya hendak membawakan perasaan musik modern ke dalam hati rakyat. Lihatlah hasilnya, telah sampai ke lapisan masyarakat kita yang paling bawah. Begitu kata Cornel kepada Asrul Sani saat ia berada di Keimin. Berbeda dengan musisi lain, Cornel sungguh bercita-cita untuk mendidik rakyat melalui Keimin. Jadi Cornel sama sekali tidak membela Jepang. Ia hanya perlu menyiarkan karyanya pada masyarakat.
Saya kira tidak mudah untuk membuat lagu perjuangan yang nggak remeh-temeh gitu ya, serius tapi mudah dinyanyikan. Itu sangat tidak mudah. Kalau orang suruh bikin lagu yang serius sekali, mungkin ya oke lah, atau sekalian lagu hiburan, gampang sekali gitu ya. Tapi membuat sesuatu yang gampang, mudah, tapi ini serius nih, ini penataan melodinya, harmoni segala macam dengan lirik yang pas gitu ya, itu tidak mudah. Tidak membayangkan kita kalau nggak punya Majuta Gentar, nggak punya Tumpah Darahku dan sebagainya. Ada semangat muda di situ, tetapi pada saat yang bersamaan kontemplatif juga.
Dia dapat pada saat perjuangan sebuah situasi yang sangat sulit, dia masih bisa melahirkan karya-karya seperti Oang, Kemuning. Kreativitas itu tidak terbatas dari suatu lingkungan.
So some final considerations. The parallel influence of Western, and then I'm conflating sort of Western religious music and orchestral music a bit, in the mid to late 18th century are well documented in both countries, right? Adaptation of Western music was practiced in both Japan and Indonesia. The choice of propaganda music style during the Japanese occupation and the decision to compose lyrics in Indonesian indicate this. This was a form of inculturation with different purposes. Gunka, although relatively underdeveloped in Indonesia, would be the predominant but not exclusive style. Liturgical choir performances influenced the music production of propaganda films during the Japanese occupation. But to what extent cannot be clearly extrapolated? I mean, it's a reach, but if you sort of think about the styles of music and the backgrounds of the composers and how it would get to that point, you could imagine it all sort of institutionally originating in schools or in churches and kind of coming down that way. A case can be made for institutional influence. Some of the music was modified and continued before and being performed after World War II, and this would of course outlast, and this is sort of the lingering legacy of that beautiful music that first sort of expressed itself, oddly enough, under the Japanese occupation as sort of, forced sort of contracts, a forced contract to create music. So he insisted that he never was for the Japanese, that he just wanted to do the work, but he was sometimes criticized for being too Western in the ways in which he would set, his music. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep, for a wonderful presentation. So we have about 10 minutes for questions. So I imagine that we want to hand the microphone to the person who...
Oh, sorry. I thought we'd do the next speaker.
No. We
sorry,
have questions for you.
Sure.
Yeah, so any
I'm
questions?
still wearing the mic.
Just raise your hand if you have a... I'll bring the microphone to you.
I have.
No, but
yes.
for the...
Sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Good morning, and thank you for the enlightening talk. I am from Malaysia. My name is Sally. Malaysia, or Malaya, is next door to Singapore, and we too experienced the Japanese occupation. My mother and father used to talk a lot about the Japanese, their experience during that time, and same with my other relatives as well. But nobody actually mentioned about all this music and Japanese influence and so on. They only had bad stories about the Japanese, where they had to run into the jungles to hide. They did not have enough food to eat, and so on. And nobody talked about school and music. So I was wondering whether did Malaya experience a similar talk or a similar musical experience that the Indonesians, our neighbors, experienced?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe someone else knows this better than I do, but I don't think it was, it was performed to that extent. And even in Indonesia, I mean, because I've showed some clips, it looks like it was a big deal. But overall, I think the sense is that the propaganda effort mostly failed because a very, very small percentage of people had radios. And then people would not follow Bahasa Indonesia, they would follow Javanese or Sundanese. So they tried some translations at some point. And then they would put speakers on the trees, pohon nyanyi, that kind of thing, and try to reach people. But I don't think, I think the overall assessment was that these efforts didn't really work out very well. Also, a lot of the language, students in schools were asked to sing the Japanese songs without even knowing Japanese, just sort of kind of lip service kind of a thing. And it didn't really, it was a short period of time anyway, so it wasn't that effective in Japan. And I don't know enough to, say much about what happened in Malaya at the time. I should, though. Yes. Thank you for your question. Yeah.
Any other question?
This is Henry Spiller, for those of you watching at home. That was really interesting, and I'm struck especially by the idea that the Japanese, that this style of music is really good for proselytizing, whether it be proselytizing for Christianity or proselytizing for the Japanese. But I'm wondering if the Japanese made any efforts to use local musics, Javanese music, Sundanese music, that you're aware of in any of their propaganda films.
Oh yeah, I mean, okay, so if you're asking if they use local music, maybe not so much. They had other avenues. For example, they did, wayang shows where they started using actual human heads as cutouts, and then Sukarno continued that afterwards. They didn't think much of the Javanese local theater, but then they started adapting the theater and had, sort of new stories and script based on the theater. Performance-wise, there was, people have written about this. There were local performances that was adapted to some of these plays. But when it came to soundtracks and broadcasting sort of higher art and music to inspire with that kind of one nation, one Asia kind of thing. I think they used this kind of Western music. Yes, that's my sense of it. But others probably know more than I do. Uh-oh.
Thank you. This is Ben Arps from Leiden University. I have a question that follows up on this one, and you may not know the answer, but you talked about the roots of this kind of music in Japan and going back to the Americans coming and so forth. But of course, in the kind of things that we see in those movies also have their roots in Indonesian nationalism before the Japanese. Right, Sukarno had been around for 20 years or 15 years and so forth, and there was a big Indonesian nationalist movement, anti-colonial. Do you know whether any music was involved in that movement, and if so, what kinds of music were involved in the Indonesian nationalist movement before the Japanese period?
While I was reading for this paper, my sense was it really was the music that was composed at this time, and then those modifications made after the Japanese left for the pushback against the Dutch that really took off as being, anthemic, right? And there were so many influences, there's Kronjong music, there's so much music going on, but I don't know that much of it had a because the sort of nationalistic focus, starts fairly late in Indonesia and pushes in the late 20s and takes us into the 30s, right, when it starts coming up. And I think this was the oddly combined golden moment for that. I could be wrong, but that was my sense of it.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Hi, this is Jillian Irwin from Gamelan Sekarjaya. You spoke a little bit about these ethiki propaganda songs that had the old Asian values from Japan that were brought to Indonesia. Do I have that right?
Asian values in general, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious for you to speak a little bit more about what that meant for the movement in Indonesia and how those were, how those intersected with the music influenced by the liturgical music and the gonka music.
Sorry, you'll have to ask me that again.
Oh, I was just curious to hear more about what these old Asian values were and what influence that had on the music.
So mostly, you mean the lyrics of the songs, right? Like what were they singing about?
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't, that part of it wasn't so much about the old Asian values. It was more about the new Asia. It was more about how does the new Asia work in a non-colonial sphere.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I mean, some of it is pretty brutal. We're going to hancur the English, and we're going to like destroy the British and the Americans, and we're going to build our land. And then they would cut all of these shots of people working, and then Sukarno would ask laborers to go and work for the Japanese, and make those very bold sort of political overtures. And then sometimes it would be as simple as save your money in the banks, and they would be in the bank, and then there would be a nice music played too. So it was actually very modern, very of the moment, very political, very new era based, and it probably wasn't so much about shared values at that night. Probably not. That's my sense of it.
Well, that's really interesting. Thank you.
We have time for one short question. Okay, well then we can give the space to the next presenter. Thank you very much, Sandeep. Let's thank you. Take this. So while Dr. Emilie Rook gets ready, I'm going to introduce her. So Dr. Emilie Rook is an ethnomusicologist based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She completed her doctorate in music at the University of Pittsburgh in 2020 and currently works as an independent researcher, occasional adjunct professor, and full-time parent to her 2 young children. Emilie's scholarship deals with issues of power, identity politics, and religion, and her dissertation called Complex Centers and Powerful Peripheries, Catholicism, Music, and Identity Politics in Indonesia was carried out in 2018 on a Fulbright student research grant. Her presentation is entitled A Missionary Legacy. I'm not sure I'm going to pronounce this correctly. Musik Inculturasi.
Perfect.
Oof. Sorry about that. And the production of localized Catholic hymnals in Indonesia. So let's welcome Emilie.
Testing, can you hear the lapel mic? Is it working? Wonderful. And, okay. So we will have a little bit of a different take on enculturation, maybe a more focused take, but thank you so much, Sandeep, for that really interesting exploration into the role of liturgical music in the Japanese occupation. That was really fun to encounter. There we go. Shortly after Easter in April 2018, I walked through a dusty cathedral parking lot in the city of Ende on the island of Flores. Everywhere throughout this complex and the adjacent religious living quarters, the historic presence of the SVD, or Society of the Divine Word Missionaries, met my eye. I walked through the veranda where in the 1930s, missionary priests had discussed philosophy with Sukarno, the then exiled leader of the nationalist movement against Dutch colonialism, and as we all know, future president of the Republic. In the entry hallway, I passed a photo wall where largely European-framed faces looked out on a now majority Indonesian-born religious community. Heading down the hill, I spotted a bumper sticker of the Order's German. It doesn't want to catch up. There we go. It caught up too much. We're going to try to find that Vespa. There we go. The SVD founded Percetakan Arnoldes, which once printed the paraphernalia of a burgeoning independent Indonesian nation, still prints the material of church and state. This includes a handful of locally produced hymnals which musically support parishes on this majority Catholic island. My walking companion, an Indonesian-born SVD brother, regaled me with stories of the order's history there. Stories of the missionaries who built the buildings now slightly crumbling around us, and the musicians who penned much of the music now frequently sung throughout the island. This was now his story too, a story of missionary legacies reverberating through the religious lives and music of more than 8 million Catholics throughout the Indonesian archipelago. Indonesian Catholics exist in a power-filled web of identity politics, being simultaneously members of the Roman Catholic Church, the Indonesian nation-state, and local ethnic groups. This reality, coupled with a long and complicated missionary history, sounds through the music and hymnals produced by various centers throughout the country. Accordingly, this paper examines the music of Indonesian Catholics, in particular the genre of musik inkulturasi and the production of localized Catholic hymnals as musical reverberations of decades of missionary activity in what is now the Republic of Indonesia. By ethnographically examining the thought and processes behind this music material, this paper will highlight how local faith communities are using musik inkulturasi and localized hymnals in agentive and power-claiming ways. Ultimately, I ask, how can emic understandings of these musical products help us to remap the agency and power of local communities beyond a history of missionary influence? After a brief introduction to enculturation and musik inkulturasi, I will engage 3 ethnographic vignettes of liturgical musical specialists in the work of re-understanding their definitions of musik inkulturasi, simultaneously implicating a re-understanding of the role of missionary activity therein. Following the work of Michael Hertzfeldt, I will then advocate for a post-colonial social poetic, which sees in musical choices the agency of individual players and communities as themselves defining and musically enacting their identity as Indonesian Catholics. I then shift from theory to materiality, looking at the role of missionary-founded printing press Percetakan Arnoldes in creating the tangible products of this missional legacy. Ultimately, I argue that ignoring these enculturated products because of associations with the missionary past would not only result in the failure to see and hear the contemporary musical practices of Indonesian Catholics, but could effectively rob them of a music history and legacy now often considered, in the words attributed to famous Archbishop Monsignor Alberto Sudarnoto, to be 100% Indonesian and 100% Catholic. Inkulturasi is an Indonesian translation of the term enculturation, a particular kind of contextualization often associated with the Roman Catholic Church and the ramifications of the Second Vatican Council. And in this way, I'm talking about it more specifically as a Catholic phenomenon than a broader Catholic Christian phenomenon, which I know other ethnomusicologists do as well. A highly theorized theological term, enculturation is also a localized and localizing practice, with history, sites, and sounds both culturally contextualized and often site or country specific. And again, this is the Catholic instantiation of enculturation. Such is the case in Indonesia, where musik inkulturasi or enculturated music has become its own genre, most associated with the people and practices of the Pusat Musik Liturgi, the Center for Liturgical Music in Yogyakarta, which was founded in 1971 by German-born Jesuit priest Father Karl M. Prier and the late Javanese choral conductor Pak Wadiawan. At the same time, it is important to point out that while the implementation of enculturation did important work at not just localizing but also translating Catholic practice, the idea of enculturation was largely promulgated in the West for non-Western communities. Inherent in enculturation was a prescriptive othering of mission areas. Enculturation was not for the West except in cases of indigenous populations in the US and Europe. As Nestor Medina points out in his work on Christianity, Empire, and the Spirit, since the beginning of the 20th century, and in particular during the Second Vatican Council, the Roman Catholic Church, quote, was confronted with its own past and complicity with Western European colonial projects and the colonizing nature of missionary enterprise, while at the same time realizing that the majority of Catholic Christians lived in the Southern Hemisphere, outside the centers of power in Western Europe and Euro-North America, end quote. Within this understanding, enculturation became an avenue through which a post-colonial church could reimagine or replant itself, despite what Medina articulates as the colonial past and accompanying Eurocentrism of the term itself. In turn, I argue that a post-colonial reckoning with enculturation and its products is best comprehended amicably through the understanding of local practitioners. It is there that we begin, with an ethnographic exploration of how Indonesian Catholic musicians themselves define musik inkulturasi. In order to examine the implications of enculturation among my interlocutors, I will present 3 ethnographic vignettes from key liturgical musical specialists. These conversations occurred in 2018 during my 10 months of fieldwork with Indonesian Catholic communities on the islands of Flores, Java, and North Sumatra. Each interlocutor's experience of enculturation will be shown to be informed by the music they produce, while also resonating with issues of history, politics, and economics within their respective geographic locales. Larantuka is a small coastal town on the eastern tip of Flores, known for an enduring legacy of Portuguese Dominican missionization. I arrived there shortly before Easter in 2018 to participate in the renowned Larantukan Holy Week processions and to hear what Catholic liturgical music sounded like on their part of the island. Through contacts at the local cathedral, I was connected to Pat Yosef, a famed local liturgical music connoisseur, organist, choir director, and high school music teacher. He proudly identifies as a self-trained musician, conducts local church music workshops, and serves on the diocesan liturgical committee. When it came to enculturation, Pat Yosef's understanding was historical. After outlining the role of liturgical music before Vatican II, he explained the following, and this is the full text of his interview. I'm going to read a condensed version for the sake of time, but you're welcome to follow along with the text on the slide. And I quote, "Then, at the time of the Second Vatican Council, the chance was given for enculturated music, music that is born, is planted, or grows, and develops in certain ethnic areas. And the church actually gives space for that to develop. We can include instruments for enculturated music, and here I usually use them when there are large mass celebrations. For that, I always involve the drum. There is guitar, ukulele, there's flute, there's violin or viola, and that is what I always include," end quote. Pat Yosef went on to explain that certain traditional musical instruments, like locally produced bamboo flutes, often with local non-temper tuning, are now becoming a rarity. While this kind of flute or traditional instrument is occasionally used for extra special ecclesial celebrations, much more common renderings of musik inkulturasi travel to Flores through the PML's Mada Bhakti hymnal and its accompanying 4-part choir books. One such example is the PML-produced hymn Pasca Tuhan, created at a Lokakarya hymn writing workshop in Mataloco, Central Flores in 1990, in the style of the Nagda ethnic group. And here it is arranged for choir by Paul Widiawan and sung by a Larantukan Lincoln choir at a rehearsal in preparation for the Easter Vigil Mass in 2018. On the right-hand side is the cipher notation, and then we'll see if we can get audio. To the chorus, but you get the idea. Despite a decline in the production and teaching of traditional music in Larantuka, Pak Yosef is confidently sharing and producing local enculturated music on behalf of himself and his community. He insists that even though he and his musical colleagues are self-trained, they, as Larantukans, are best fit to create, quote, music that is born, is planted, grows, and develops in their ethnic areas, end quote. At the same time, such self-sufficiency has its limits. Pak Yosef and others have inferred that most music enculturasi in Indonesia is sponsored and disseminated by Java-based groups like the PML. Despite a desire to have a PML training and workshops, the Diocese of Larantuka does not have the funds for such endeavors. Enculturated music in Flores, according to Pak Yosef's definition, is thus both agentive and constricted. And here I understand agentive and relatedly agency as a quest for power. And I'm using it to point to a person or community's initiative through which they claim to shape how things are, or at least should be. Caught between economic limitations and independent agency, the idea of enculturation has encouraged an important, albeit imperfect, process for the Catholic community in Larantuka. From Flores, we shift to the central Java city of Yogyakarta. Considered by some the Rome of Indonesia, Yogyakarta boasts a high concentration of the island's Catholics. Within this milieu, the Pusat Musik Liturgi has become a locus for the training of church musicians and the production of enculturated music. Since the late 1970s, the PML has run music enculturasi workshops known as Lokakarya throughout the country and yearly hosts a training session for choral conductors and organists from Sumatra to Papua, as one participant put it. The PML's reach also extends through publishing of media, much of which is dedicated to their particular understanding of music enculturasi, which aims to, quote, propagate, renew, and compose liturgical songs, especially according to the scales and rhythms of local music traditions, end quote. Since 2017, I have gotten to know the PML's methods, staff, and products firsthand, including Pak Johannes Wahyudi. Catholic liturgical theologian by training and accomplished amateur traditional musician, Pak Wahyudi has a highly contextualized understanding of enculturated music. Ever since joining the PML team in the late 1990s, he has developed a renowned ability to learn and then teach traditional instruments from throughout Indonesia. He and other PML staff members frequently learn to play instruments representative of different Indonesian ethnic groups to accompany performances for PML concerts and training sessions, such as the one here in 2017, where we'll hear an excerpt of Bapak Kami, the Lord's Prayer, Our Father. So we'll hear the preface and then the choral arrangement of that in a Javanese style. Pak Wahyudi is in the red shirt here, and then the video, which is from the PML, from Team PML, will pan to the different instrumentalists, all of whom are PML staffers, and then to the participants in the choir.
Atas petunjuk penyelamat kita dan menurut ajaran ilahi, maka beranilah kita berdoa.
Because I know there might be an interest in this. So of the instrumentalists pictured, two of them are gamelan musicians. One is Pak Wahyudi, who is not trained as a gamelan musician, but is Javanese. And then the Ibu playing the triangle is actually Flornese, so different backgrounds represented there. To Pak Wahyudi, enculturation is, quote, all about identity. As a Javanese person, I pray in a Javanese way, to believe in Christ and understand with a Javanese mindset, then to give expression to faith with prayer and singing, which I feel fit my culture. So according to me, Javanese enculturated music, as an example within this one ethnicity, it helps me get closer. With God, yes, an expression of faith. Yes, the process for me is that people must know their own culture. That's a process. If people don't know the culture, they cannot enculturate, end quote. This idea of enculturation requiring an understanding of one's own cultural identity is at the core of the PML's mission and process, in which the study of traditional musics in situ and from local experts is paramount. Pak Wahyudi went on to explain that enculturation is thus a process to help the faithful pray and meet God in such a way that cultural values harmonize with the values of the gospel. Here, even cultural and Christian or Catholic values are referenced in an Indonesianized way, with the national rhetoric of harmony connecting cultural and Catholic. While Pak Wahyudi speaks from his own experience as a Javanese theologian and amateur musician, it is important to point out that, that both his academic training and his over 2 decades of experience at the PML have been greatly informed by Father Carl Edmund Prier, who was Pak Wahyudi's undergraduate or Scripsi thesis advisor and current boss and mentor. Father Romo Prier and the PML have had a great, I would argue even formative role in establishing the sound and process of musik enkulturasi in Indonesia. However, not everyone in the world of Catholic liturgical music in Indonesia agrees with enculturation as they do it. We don't need that again. There we go. One such person is the late Father Antonio Sutanto, who at the time of my research worked as a parish priest, organ teacher, choir conductor, and composer in the economic and political capital of Jakarta. Romo Tanto, as he is locally called, was known for his role in creating the hymn book Puji Syukur, produced under the auspices of the KWI, the Konferensi Wali Gereja Indonesia, or Indonesian Bishops' Council. For Romo Tanto, enculturation could not be explained without reference to Rome and mission history. And I quote, "Enculturation, if it's according to original understandings, from Rome itself it was said that the purpose of enculturation was so that local people could understand the same theology with a more appropriate way. So enculturation is that which is of here, even though it often does not fit with the liturgical spirit," end quote. Romo Tanto went on to explain that many enculturated songs in Indonesia are predicated upon what he referred to as a touristic understanding of traditional music and are more like cultural exhibitions than he thinks is liturgically or theologically appropriate. Naming Romo Prier and the PML as some of those creating these unsound enculturated songs, Romo Tanto went so far as to cite colonialism and missionization as what these songs represent. Conversely, he considered the KWI's official liturgical book, Puji Syukur, Indonesian in process and product. because of who created or produced it and the way the texts and tunes are theologically rendered, Te Ramo Tanto Puji Syukur has in some ways become an alternative to European missionary power in Indonesia. Interpersonal and institutional tensions aside, these somewhat conflicting views of enculturation provide valuable insight into how musik enculturasi is or is not living up to the post-colonial hopes of each interlocutor. An understanding of enculturation thus goes beyond the idea of simply localizing, and instead it implicates the agency of those who create it. The ultimate irony here, I argue, is that musically, there is not so much difference between the national level hymn books of Madha Bhakti and Puji Syukur as each camp may suggest. Both have songs rendered in Indonesian with diatonic tuning, with the inclusion of at least some localized songs, albeit done in different methods. Both were overseen by musicians and priests who received training in sacred music abroad. And both implicate a relationship with either missionaries or missionary influence in the musical and theological knowledge which served as the backbone for each hymnal. Instead, the potential of Indonesian Catholics to feel represented and as owners over musik enculturasi and related hymnals is relationally played out. As a result, despite somewhat similar musical roots, these feelings of representation seem more connected to who created the hymnal or music, how they did so, and what it has been understood to represent as a result. Accordingly, I argue that process, more than product, is key to understanding what is considered post-colonial enculturated music. According to Romo Tanto, Puji Syukur, often criticized as Javanized and Western hymn-centric, is a post-colonial Indonesian hymn book. In its capacity as a theologically sound official liturgical book, he understands it as standing from now until the end of time as a resource in line with the appropriate liturgical practice encouraged by Rome and the KWI. At the same time, Romo Tanto considers Puji Syukur localized through national language and cipher notation, but notes that it does not fall into the same traps as the Madha Bhakti hymnal in being more touristic in its approach. Romo Tanto's use of terms like touristic provides a playful example of Michael Hertzfeld's social poetics, where the veneer of hegemony hides the strategic essentialism of social actors. Conversely, Pat Wahyudi, as a representative of the PML, has a definition of enculturation which centers around personal identity and knowing one's own cultural background. This context-oriented approach is reflected through the PML's Madha Bhakti, which in its 2000 edition is purported to include roughly 3,000 songs created in the style of local ethnic groups. The PML describes this product in their hymnal as trying to represent the unity and diversity of Indonesian Catholicism, a process which, again borrowing from national rhetoric, can also be seen to reify certain ethnic stereotypes. Finally, in Flores, enculturation has opened the door for greater independence and localization of liturgical music. At the same time, Pat Yosef acknowledged that money is what is preventing his diocese from having the training which would allow them to produce and disseminate musik enculturasi on the level of national centers like the PML. The agency, which allows local Catholic musicians throughout Flores to create and produce localized liturgical music, is still understood against more moneyed national products like Madha Bhakti and Puji Syukur. Ultimately, I argue that the work which enculturation is being used to do is best determined through the words and works of the practitioners themselves. By ethnographically recentering how we know about musik enculturasi, we can come to a fuller understanding of the range of meanings and practices it represents. Returning to Michael Hertzfeld's idea of cultural intimacy and social poetics, how one defines musik enculturasi can provide insight into the often conflicting narratives and embarrassing essentialisms that can accompany this kind of contextualizing work, especially when a mission history is at play. As a result, musik enculturasi can provide a glimpse into formative social issues like power, politics, and economics, which are inextricably entwined with a person's positionality and affect both their conceptual understanding and musical liturgical experiences. The tension of mission influence and post-colonial agency is further articulated in the last missional legacy we will examine today, namely the machines which have printed much of this enculturated material. As a ready way to disseminate ideas, printing presses have been employed since the mid-15th century for the sake of church and eventually state. In the case of the history of the printing press in Indonesia, the church served the state in a tangle of politics surrounding Indonesian independence, and no press did so more than the printing press we will focus on here, Percetakan Arnaldus on the island of Flores. The first and oldest printing press in Indonesia, the Arnaldus printing press was founded by Pater Petrus Noyen, a Divine Word missionary, in 1926 in Ende, South Central Flores. With the machine imported from Germany, the press was first used to print a prayer book in Malay titled Sende Aus, or in Indonesian, Utuslah, sent out. Founded and supported by the SVD order, and thus aptly named after their founder, St. Arnold Denson, whose face we saw in the Vespa, the printing press and the Nusa Indah Publishing Company, which sprung from it, quote, initially printed translated foreign books about spirituality to meet the needs of Catholic clergy and seminaries, end quote. At the same time, the press has been used for more patriotic purposes, from printing the paraphernalia of a burgeoning nation, including Indonesia's first stamp, to turning out the highly regulated nationwide high school graduation exams. And when I went to the press, that's what it was doing. We were not allowed to go inside the press because it was printing those exams. As a result, Nusa Indah and Percetakan Arnaldus stand as important sites for the production of local printed material for audiences throughout East Nusa Tenggara and beyond. In this way, Pater Noyen's initiative continues to support the changing needs of this local community nearly a century later. At the same time, the presence and production of Percetakan Arnaldus is complicated by its missional history. The press exists because of foreign missionary resources at the behest of a foreign priest. Yet it persists in the tension of adoption and neglect, still in use for the service of church and state, and yet as a crumbling reminder that the missionary funds which created and supported it are seemingly not sustaining the press and community as in years past. As I walked around the press and adjacent cathedral grounds in 2018, this contradiction was visible. From the peeling paint to the nostalgia surrounding the stories of how nice the compound was in decades ago, the disparity between what the missionaries created and the legacy that a now largely Indonesian-born community has inherited is evident and necessary to acknowledge. There are less foreign-born Catholic missionaries in Flores. There are implicitly less foreign funds supporting contemporary needs. However, in my experience with Catholic parishes on the islands Flores, Medan, and Java, there persists a degree of pride and ownership as regards the mission history and legacies in this Catholic community. This repossession of faith and knowledge production took concrete form through the idea that these are our printing presses, these are our buildings, our books, our music. Whatever hand the missionaries have or had in creating the scaffolding upon which the music of Indonesian Catholics built, these books and songs now belong to a people who consider themselves 100% Indonesian and 100% Catholic. In conclusion, this examination of Musik Enculturasi and the people and presses which promulgate it shows how formerly missional practices can become agentively understood and locally owned. Moving beyond complicated missionary histories, moving beyond interpersonal and interinstitutional conflicts and economic inequalities, Indonesian Catholics have become agents of their own religious identity, defining for themselves how that should look and sound. Ultimately, this ethnographic examination of Musik Enculturasi and localized Catholic hymnals highlights the power of local communities in post-missional and supposedly peripheral places, making these places the centers that they are in terms of the creation, production, and consumption of enculturated musical products, despite and often because of the musical legacies they claim. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emilie, for that presentation. Now we have 10 minutes for questions. Ana Maria.
I'm Anna Maria Busse Berger. Thank you so much, Emilie, for a fascinating paper. So I'm very curious about the following. I have worked with Catholic missionaries, mission societies in Tanzania, and they introduced with huge success Gregorian chant. That must have also been the case in Indonesia because the tonal systems are sort of similar to Gregorian chant. They're sort of pentatonic, right? Now, one can still hear in what you played some allusion to Gregorian chant. They didn't give it up entirely. This is very clear to me. My question is now, do you have any evidence about the transition from, how did they do it after Vatican II, from Gregorian chant to the local, to this local thing? And was there any attempt earlier, before Vatican II, to introduce local music? And third, are there, in Tanzania, when I was in Berlin, actually I met some diplomats from Tanzania who happened to be Catholic, like the first president of Tanzania, Nyerere, was too, who regretted terribly the loss of Gregorian chant. They thought it was a tragedy that Vatican II happened, and to this day in Tanzania they have lots of monasteries and convents who still do Gregorian chant. So I'm very curious, is that the case in Indonesia too? Thank you.
So the quick answer to at least the last two questions are yes and yes, but is complicated. So if we had another half hour, I would have gone into some of the earlier, we'll call them localized hymnals and efforts to contextualize Catholic liturgical practice before this genre, we're calling it musik enkulturasi, right, which didn't really take a root until the 70s. There were efforts at translating Gregorian into Indonesian. There were efforts using the chant in different communities in Flores, particularly with different, I believe the Divine Word missionaries did a lot of that, the Jesuits as well. But it didn't really take off. And I think that's where enculturation kind of stepped in as, honestly, a missionary attempt at making something so local that it connected more than translation, more than kind of adaptation. And that was the goal, theologically and musically, of the PML and what has been created since then, that it is so grown out of the music and the heart, they would argue, of the community itself, that it is owned in a different way, that just translation of Gregorian Mass parts couldn't allow for. That being said, there is still Gregorian chant. If you go to the cathedrals, sometimes you can hear that. I know different cathedrals throughout Southeast Asia often consider Gregorian chant as the more, of course, traditional, but maybe, don't quote me on this, but like a higher form of liturgy, and often will include that in a more official and higher liturgical celebrations. This gets into murky waters with things like liturgy wars that we have in the US and in Southeast Asia and Indonesia. But I did experience in Jogja the inclusion of certain chanted mass parts, like the Sanctus and some of the simpler ones, within just a regular Indonesian Sunday Mass. So that happens as well at certain parishes, but in my understanding, it's more kind of the certain specific ordinaries that are easier to learn, certain ordinary chants, inserted in vernacular services, and then either church by church or sometimes diocese by diocese. For example, in Jakarta, you actually are forbidden to say the Latin Mass in Jakarta, and certain allusions to chant and to Gregorian are dissuaded. Not that still doesn't happen in certain places, especially in religious communities, but that shift definitely is on the side of enculturated music in Indonesia, in my experience. Not that Gregorian doesn't exist, but that the focus since the 70s has been mostly what the PML created. So that's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. I'm Kathy Foley from UC Santa Cruz. I was curious, if you think about enculturation, I assume that the words are considered by the priests more important than the content. And if I think within a lot of traditions of Indonesia, certainly for Sindan or whatever, there are books and pantun, and you can make it up yourself or things like that. The clip that you showed us was choral singing, so you have to have everyone together or, you know, the soloist. But I'm wondering if in the process of enculturation, the idea of a Sindan as a primary singer that could choose the text within the context of a religious thing that fit the performance of the Mass or whatever, if that is a part of the thing, and whether this idea of here I have my book, you know, there are some preset songs, but I could also flip it and bring something new and, you know, that I think appropriate out of my stock of appropriate lyrics. So, I mean, are they doing that kind of writing, or is it the, you know, here's the text, we all sing along or whatever? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I have never heard of that outside of Waimahi. I would love to see that. But one of the challenges, speaking liturgically, so inside the confines of the Mass, is that especially with the ordinary, the Kyrie, the Sanctus, the different Mass parts, we call them, there has been a lot of challenge with some traditional musicians at times changing the text of that, and ecclesiastically that's a big no-no. That if you do that, it changes the efficacy of the ritual in a way that most priests and hierarchy are very adverse to. And part of why that is such a challenge is because the symbols that have been used to do that, the different ideas that can be evoked sometimes have tended more towards the local traditions side of things, the animistic belief side of things, than the Catholic side of things. And to shore up the Catholicity of especially the ordinary, changing or even having the freedom to ad-lib the text is murky or dangerous territory, I think, ecclesiastically. There have been people who have written their own, and then there are priests who write rebuttals to them. There was an entire dissertation from one priest about why that is not okay. But there's still this tension because the way that enculturation is happening is always a process, but still relatively new. If it only really took root in Indonesia in the 70s, this is still something that is constantly being worked out, and these tensions are constantly being re-navigated, especially as priests get trained, particularly in Rome, in more conservative liturgical backgrounds. So I think Waimahi would be the place you'd have to go for kind of Sindans being more creative with the language itself. But the Catholic Church and liturgy being logocentric, I think it definitely is more focused on having a set text translated perhaps into Indonesian, and then for local languages sometimes into Javanese or whatever local language Mass is happening. But the translation of those, especially the ordinary Mass parts, is very tightly kept with the theologians and clergy. But that's a really interesting idea. Thank you.
So we have time for one more question. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Pierpaolo Polsonetti. I studied 18th century music, mostly also in San Antonio of Padua. I see the...
St. Anthony, yes, yeah.
And so in my experience, it has huge missionary network all around the world, of course. In the 18th century, it started already. And the way it did it was by promoting the largest and best paid orchestra in the world for instrumental music. And the idea was that about the logocentric nature of the church, they challenged that and thought that actually instrumental music could more easily break linguistic barriers. And Tartini, who was the concertmaster, was a proto or paleo-ethnomusicologist trying to transcribe music of oral tradition. So my short question, so to speak, is, have you seen anything like that, like the use of instrumental music?
Yes, and it's also complicated. So I have seen some orchestras in the Mass, and actually this is one thing that made me so excited, Sandeep, when I saw your presentation, because it was a Jesuit orchestra by Jesuit fratres at a Jesuit Mass. So that kind of knowledge production, passing on the knowledge of how to play musical, particularly orchestral musical instruments, is something that is still being taught in Jesuit seminaries, just like the one that that the national hymn writer studied at. And then those orchestras will travel around to perform and ask for support, i.e. money, at different churches, particularly different Jesuit churches, as a way to kind of fundraise. That, I think, is more tied to education and to the Jesuit missionary power process than necessarily imbuing the faithful with a spiritual sense. For that, I would say more the use of local traditional instruments, particularly in central Java. The use of gamelan has been used at different times to set mass parts, but also, I think, to kind of evoke a more, I guess you could say, meditative spirit that would relate to aspects of Javanese spirituality, and I think kind of try to harness them for the Catholic. So in a similar way, the instrumental is being used at the service of the spiritual, but maybe not a direct corollary.
Thank you, Emilie. So that's all the time we have for this session. Let's thank our presenter. And according to the program, we have a 15-minute break, coffee break, and before we return for our second session. Thank you very much.
everyone. Welcome back from a coffee break. I'll take this off so you can hear me properly. I am very happy to introduce our next panel session. And our first speaker is, of course, Anna-Maria Busse-Berger. She is a distinguished professor of music emeritus at UC Davis with specializations in medieval and Renaissance history and theory, historiography, and missionary musics. Busse-Berger has published articles and books on notation, mensuration and proportion signs, music and memory, mathematics and music, historiography, and music in African mission stations. It is indicative of the interdisciplinary nature of her work that she has won major awards from scholarly societies representing the three musicological disciplines: the American Musicological Society, Society for Music Theory, and the Society for Ethnomusicology. For example, her most recent book, The Search for Medieval Music in Africa and Germany, won the Bruno Nettel Award from the Society for Ethnomusicology in 2021. And she is also an esteemed professor emeritus here at UC Davis. In 2015, she gave the Faculty Research Lecture at UC Davis, which is the Academic Senate's highest honor. And in addition, she won the UC Davis Outstanding Teaching Award in 2019, so I'm sure you'll learn a lot from her presentation. And of course, she is the co-recipient of the research grant that funded this conference. Her paper is entitled Jaapkunst and the German Missionaries in Nias. Please enjoy.
Thank you so much, Jerry. So, Jaapkunst, you can all hear me, right? Yeah, okay. Jaapkunst's strong criticism of the behavior of German Protestant missionaries during his 1930 visit to Nias is legendary. Reprinted many times, most prominently in the Garland Library of Readings in Ethnomusicology. Quote, "The entire population has been converted to the Christian religion, and the missionaries of the Rheinische Mission had seen fit to make the exclusion of the Holy Communion the penalty for singing old songs and dancing the ancient dances. It furthermore appeared that walking and bicycling on Sunday were forbidden, and they were seriously considering the advantage of forbidding playing football on that day as well. In turning against the old native art, the Rhineland mission has strayed far indeed from the standpoint once adopted by missionary Fries and laid down in his treatise Niasische Gesänge," end quote. There are a number of reasons why it makes sense to investigate if his account of missionary activities is correct. First, Kunst seems to believe that they only started to introduce these rules after one of their missionaries, Eduard Fries, whom he obviously admired, left the island in 1920. Second, he never raised similar concerns about Rheinische missionaries in numerous other Indonesian islands, for example, Mentawai and Sumatra. After all, these other missionaries came from the same background, had the same education, and were guided by the same mission directors. And third, there is a fascinating correspondence with one of the Nias missionaries, Friedrich Dörmann, whom Kunst met in 1930, which shows clearly that they collaborated in ethnomusicological research and became close friends. In short, it seems to me that there is ample reason to look into the activities of the Nias missionaries. We want to know first what kind of music they introduced into the service, and second, if they were interested in music that was not associated with the service, and if they did indeed forbid the performance of secular music. Missionary activities began in Nias in 1865, and the first generation of missionaries were all under the influence of Gustav Warneck, who founded the field of missiology as well as the first missionary journal, Allgemeine Missionszeitung. He served from 1871 to 74 as a theology teacher at the Rheinische Mission. Under his guidance, the thought of Johann Gottfried Herder became the most important guide for missionary activities. Missionaries were taught to preserve as much as possible of the local traditions when converting the indigenous population. But we should not for a moment assume that they would have preserved and transferred whatever they found when introducing Christianity. On the one hand, there is no doubt that missionaries did remarkable work with local languages and ethnography. The linguist Wilhelm von Humboldt, for example, was in close contact with missionaries from all over the world who made grammars for him. He would not have been able to do his linguistic studies without their help. Generally, missionaries would first make a grammar, then translate the Bible and try to find local metaphors. Then they would record local myths and epics, describe rituals in fascinating detail. Some would even try to transform them into Christian rituals. They would collect local art and make drawings. But on the other hand, when it came to music, it didn't even occur to them until the 1920s to adapt local music for the Christian service. Even the most progressive missionaries, the Christian service was invariably connected with Western hymns until the 1930s at least. But we have to remember that this does not necessarily mean that they would not try to describe local music, even with admiration. When the first missionary, Ernst Ludwig Denninger, arrived in Nias in 1865, he had already worked several years earlier on the translation of the New Testament into the Nias language, while living in Padang among the 3,000 people from Nias. Similarly, Heinrich Lagemann is responsible for the 1920 hymn book and an important 1909 article entitled A Heroic Song of the Nyasa, Song of the Guests at the Feast for a Chief, when he attached the title Balugu to himself, end quote. The article gives the original text with a German translation and explains in detail how it was recited. It is written with great respect for the local ritual. They were followed by the much admired Eduard Fries, who was without a doubt a special case. His upbringing might provide a clue as to why he was so receptive to art and ethnography in Nias. He grew up in the August Hermann Franke Foundation in Halle, which houses to this day the oldest ethnographic showcase in Germany, a place which Fries constantly visited during his youth. He did important linguistic studies, explored the entire island, and documented what he found with aquarels and drawings. And here's one of his really excellent drawings. In particular, Fries provided fascinating accounts of headhunting rituals. Last but not least, he assembled a small ethnographic collection which he brought with him to Germany. The collection was the focus of an important exhibition in 2006 in the Dresden and Herrnhut Museum of Anthropology in Germany. Many of the items he brought back from Nias are extremely rare. More about this in a moment. As I mentioned earlier, it did not occur to any missionary to use local music in the service. They translated and adapted German, Dutch, and English hymns and folk songs into the local languages, trying very hard to find images that the local population would understand. The first Nias hymn book is from 1898, then followed by others from 1905, 1920, 1923, and 1931. The translation of European hymns was to be expected in the early years, but things changed in the 1920s. And in my opinion, here lies one possible reason for criticism of the Nias missionaries. In 1926, the African comparative musicologist Nicolas Balanta gave a talk at the International Missionary Conference in Les Houdes, Belgium. And this was a big deal. Everyone attended it. A meeting certainly attended by the Rhenish mission directors, and he was strongly advising missionaries to introduce local music into the service. 2 years later, Hornbostel published his important article on African music, again encouraging missionaries to use local music in the service. I mean, if they had to use any music at all. Both events cannot have passed unnoticed, and Kunst was certainly aware of Hornbostel's article and argued similarly in later publications. From the late 1920s on, several German mission societies tried to introduce local music into the service. Not so the leaders of Rheinische Mission. And I think we have to distinguish them from the missionaries in Nias themselves. So they're really quite different. Quite the contrary. The leaders became increasingly defensive about introducing German chorales rather than the local music. Let me just give you a few quotes. In 1939, Mission Inspector Eberhard Delius, who was in charge of mission stations, but he was never a missionary himself, wrote the following about church music in Sumatra to the Heidelberg theology professor Gerhard Rosenkranz. Quote, "In our hymnal, there's not a single hymn composed by a Batak. Our Batak Christians are not yet ready to compose useful songs. I have read many songs by natives. They are still too crude. As a rule, they contain only phrases with the thought process, God is great, may he bless us." End quote. I suspect that any of us can cite numerous English hymns that are no more complex than those cited by Delius. Similarly, in a 1944 article, he writes, again Delius, quote, "Batak music is not useful for the native church. Artistically, it has no or only moderate value. It is too monotonous. Our Batak also feel this, especially the educated ones," end quote. He goes so far as to say that the Rheinische missionaries taught the local population how to sing. It's my underlining. A service will easily include 400 to 600 singers. He asks why the Christian in these islands love to sing so much. Well, his answer is obvious. Because the Germans taught them so well. They have finally introduced them to proper music, and they turned out to be very musical. He concludes that he has never heard such pure singing as here. The next statement from his 1939 article from the flagship journal Berichte der Rheinischen Missionsgesellschaft shows clearly how defensive he is towards scholars and missionaries who try to introduce local music. End quote. From Nias and Sumatra, it is similarly written. Since there is no native church music in Nias yet, there is little sense and value in discussing the question of the usefulness of native music in the service of gospel preaching. This must be left to development. Our care belongs to the church music that is most popular among our people today, and that is European music. The people of Nias will never be grateful to us if we take away from them the treasures they have received through our German music. Therefore, there are no indigenous melodies in the hymnal at all, end quote. The hymns were obviously used as a missionary tool. Missionary Johannes Warneck, by the way, he is the son of the founder of missiology, writes in an article, The Gift of Christianity to All Nations, from 1936, alongside the oral invitation and instruction, everywhere in the mission comes the song. The sung word which exalts joy and thanksgiving for salvation, which sings the great deeds and gifts of God into the hearts and brings the preached word close to the hearts. Paganism and Islam do not know singing in their services. They may have recited formulas that are recited in a monotonous manner by the priests, but this is not singing that lifts up the hearts. The celebrating crowd does not sing. The mission has a strong ally in the song. The song and its melody take hold of the listeners and imprint the heard word on the hearts. Of the power of song, mission history has much to say, end quote. The local population in Nias, Sumatra, and Mentawai took to German hymns with a vengeance. When a church in Dahana in Nias was consecrated in 1921, a missionary wrote, all the nearby congregations were well represented. There was almost a small singing competition, since all the individual criers had rehearsed several songs and now also tried to perform them as well as they could. The celebration itself lasted 4 hours, and if I had not shortened it by force, it would have been at least 5. The people would have liked it if it had lasted through the evening. One is always amazed at the perseverance of the people, both in rehearsing and in performing the songs. They do not get tired. It is no longer true what used to be said, that the Niasans could not sing and did not want to sing. Today, at least, I would say the opposite. People like to sing, and many choirs can be heard. When the festival is coming up, their perseverance in rehearsing knows no bounds. Often they start right after church at noon and finish in the evening without a break. Most of these statements were published in journals that Kunst could have easily accessed before he wrote his book. It is no wonder that he might not have approved of them. But the singing of hymns is not enough to explain Kunst's criticism. Hymns were sung all over Indonesia, and he does not criticize missionary activities elsewhere. This brings me to the second point, his claim that local music was prohibited by the missionaries. It is clear that 19th and early 20th century missionaries were highly critical of wooden and stone figures because they were associated with ancestor worship. A missionary writes in 1901, and I don't know, he wasn't named, quote, "We started with chants, recitation of the 10 Commandments and prayers. With hatchets and knives, bigger and smaller idols were chopped off. Then I threw the first idol down the steep slope in front of the house with the words, 'The Lord is God and not the idols.' Then the others followed, numberless, more than 1,000 pieces followed," end quote. Missionary Heinrich Sudermann would perform baptisms in front of wooden sculptures that would then be burned. Similarly, missionary Johannes Berger personally cut down a sacred tree in central Nias associated with the origins of the Nias people in the early years of the 20th century. He was convinced that this action would get rid of superstitions and fear of spirits. Eduard Fries, so much admired by Kunst, was on the one hand full of admiration for local art and music, but on the other hand, he was also a deeply religious person who believed that destruction or removal of wooden figures was necessary for Christianity to really take over. But because he also understood their value and had a passionate interest in ethnography, he tried to take as many wooden figures as possible with him to Germany. He left in 1920 to become director of Rheinische Mission, only to die shortly thereafter from blood poisoning. He was much admired in Germany and also in Nias throughout the 1920s and 30s. And as far as I can see, the missionaries who followed him shared his views. The question is now, what did these missionaries whom Kunst encountered in 1930 think of local music? First, one missionary, Friedrich Dörmann, and a close friend and collaborator of Kunst, certainly did not object to local music. And I would like to thank Dustin, who sent me a copy of the correspondence Dörmann had with Kunst, which is in Amsterdam in the Jaap Kunst archive. It is clear from their correspondence, which starts on February 14th, 1930, that Kunst could not have done his research without Dörmann. Dörmann translated all the texts, which Kunst then sent to Hornbostel. He gave him information on the photographs, and Kunst constantly mentions the good times they had together. In fact, Dörmann tried to convince the mission directors in Wuppertal to buy a phonograph so that he could also make recordings. Kunst told him which one to buy and how much it would cost. Then Kunst asked Dörmann, and this is very interesting, to find an adzu for Kunst, which Dörmann did. More about these adzus later. They are little carved figures representing ancestors. Then I found a letter by missionary Friedrich Möller, written in the 1930s, describing in enthusiastic words the music and a wedding ceremony in Nias. He loves the big orchestra with the large drums and gongs that play throughout the night. According to Möller, some Westerners might think this is exhausting, but Möller writes that, quote, "These people have fortunately not been touched by civilization," end quote, even though they're Christian. Not a word of criticism. Then, some missionaries were cautiously trying to adapt earlier customs to Christian ones and admired local music. However, whenever this topic comes up, the missionaries refer to the panditas. Panditas are local evangelists who would never allow any use of local music. Listen, for example, to missionary Johannes Warneck, who explains in 1936 why it is impossible to transfer local music into the service. Quote, "The natives of Africa, Sumatra, and Nias do not want to hear even these old melodies in their worship. They say that their songs are far too immersed in the mood and nature of the old pagan cults to recommend them for the new world of thought. Missionaries would like to see them used in building up the life of the congregation. The young Christians, however, warn against it, because it's connected with moods and mental processes that unintentionally put the young Christians back into the pagan bondage, thus achieving the opposite of what is intended. Again and again, missionaries have tried to have native Christians compose songs in their own way and to find a folkloric garment for them. They have rarely succeeded," end quote. We can observe here what is common in all recently converted congregations, whether in Africa or in Indonesia. The church elders are completely opposed to any performance of tribal music, whether in the service or in general. It reminds them too much of their previous beliefs. But in Nias, the situation was more extreme because of mass conversions. The missionaries refer to these events as die große Reue, in English, the great penitence. The conversions began in Helefanika village near Gunung Situli and then quickly spread throughout the island. 2 points are noteworthy about what happened in Nias. Normally, mass conversions are led by missionaries. But in Nias, these mass conversions did not originate with the missionaries, but with the local evangelists or panditas. They began in 1916, when Fries was still in Nias, and continued through the 1930s. And second, these conversions overtook the entire island. To give you an idea of the dimensions of these mass events, in 1916, there were only 18,000 Christians in Nias. And by 1924, there were already 580,000. It's an incredible number. And only about 25,000 heathens left. Now, 90% of the island is Christian. So how are these mass conversions described? Usually the panditas would address the masses in a church built close to an ancestral worship place and threaten with hell and damnation. Then hundreds would come forward and confess, and I'm quoting, to murders, whoring, thefts, in addition to idolatry, end quote, before they were baptized. So there were mass baptisms. Then the panditas would demand that the megaliths should no longer be raised and all wooden statues be destroyed. The missionary faced a dilemma. On the one hand, they wanted the local population to become Christians, and they participated in the destruction of these objects, especially in the earlier years, also because they wanted to prove to the Nias people that no harm is coming to them when they are burned. On the other, they had often learned to appreciate the art that was now being destroyed. The missionaries fully realized the artistic and cultural value of these artifacts, so they encouraged collecting them and bringing them to Europe. In other words, even though the missionaries participated in the destruction of these artifacts, they are also the ones who conserved them. Hence, Fries's ethnographic collection. And also this explains why Kunst asked Störmann in a letter for an Anzu. And here you have a picture of an Anzu. This is from Fries's collection. And here are more, lots of little Azus, which were all shown in the exhibition in Dresden and Herrnhut. And this story also shows that the issue of looted art is quite complex. You know, there are so many facets to it. Without the missionaries, there would be little left. It is noteworthy that when the missionaries described these conversions in their letters, the majority voiced strong misgivings. And they are also very much aware of the fact that these converts did not remain converted for long. So let me sum up. Kunst was certainly right in criticizing the Rhenish mission for the prohibition of local music. But, as usual, the picture is more complicated. In the first years, missionaries tried to document local ritual and culture, though there was no one with music training. But after the appointment of Eberhard Delius, things changed. He surely must go down in music history as one of the most Eurocentric mission administrators in existence. And this at a time when a lot of serious research was undertaken by missionaries of other societies. The local missionaries present a more complex picture, with many showing cautious admiration and respect for local music and dance. And finally, let us not forget the converted local population, the Panditas, who rejected anything that reminded them of their religious past. As a result of the mass conversions, the Panditas introduced many rigid rules and a strong hostility towards local music and art. While the missionaries certainly played along, they were not solely responsible for this attitude. It seems likely that they did not dare to contradict the Panditas, who wanted to get rid of anything that reminded them of their old beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna Maria, for that paper. Are we okay?
I'm okay.
I'm sure we have some questions. We have about 14 minutes for questions.
Kathy Foley. I wonder if there is any movement toward repatriation of these things and the issues of enculturation, if within the contemporary period, incorporation of some of this past heritage is part of the thing. Thank you for the historical thing update.
Yeah. So let me tell you, the repatriation issue. It's very interesting. Wuppertal, where the Rheinische Mission headquarters is, has an outstanding museum of anthropology, and they have lots of stuff from Indonesia and from South Africa. That is the other big area where they were missionaries. And by the way, the Stelios was just as negative about African music. He also thought it's just worth nothing. It's very interesting. So I visited this museum, and it is very interesting. It could be a model for other European museums too. It's jointly owned by the church in it's a Lutheran church in Indonesia, in Sumatra, in Nias, and Mentawai, and Wuppertal. So they constantly exchange these things back and forth. So I think this is a very civil way to deal with this issue of looted art. So I was very impressed with that. Concerning attempts at introducing local music in the church, I am not an Indonesia specialist. We have, you are one, and Henry and Dustin are, and we have enough people there. But it's very interesting because when I was in Wuppertal, I spent there several weeks. I taught the Rheinische Mission, of course, is now, the main administrators are now Indonesian. So the director is Indonesian, and they have several people who are specialists in music. So I asked them quite innocently, are you interested in any local music in the church? And they said, no, absolutely not. We want the Lutheran church music. And they have very good choirs. They have local music elsewhere, but not in church. That was my impression. But I should be careful because I haven't been there. I haven't done a study. But she was even shocked by the question which I asked her. So that was really surprising because in Tanzania, which is the area which I know much better, it's certainly not this way. Yeah. But that's all I can say. Yeah.
Thank you. Ben Arps from Leiden University in the Netherlands. In the beginning you mentioned in passing the panditas, and in the end you went back to them. And I'm really fascinated by this particular category of people, partly also because of the term pandita. I know from two languages, from Javanese, where a pandito is a Hindu ascetic.
Oh, really?
And this is quite a living sort of concept, especially in shadow theatre and so forth, where you see them depicted. And then there's, in Malay, Indonesian, there's the term pendeta, which is the same, which actually means a Protestant missionary.
Oh, there we go.
And I was going to ask you, who are these people? I mean, they're clearly Nias people, and they've been converted, but by whom? What is the background between of this particular category?
Right. You know, there's lots of information on these people in the Wuppertal archive. I think they usually come from families which have been converted by the first missionaries already in the 19th century, and then there are whole families which continue to be. They're essentially local clergymen, local priests, or pastors, where you would want to call them in Lutheran Church. So, but I think most of them, there are some very moving stories of how the first ones became Christians, and then the kid of all the 5 children became Christian. And I think you have a privileged, more admired position if you come from an older Christian family than from a more recent Christian family. This is my impression of how it is. Yeah. But that doesn't preclude, and many of them were also sent for education to Europe. That happened very quickly, I think in the 20s, 30s already. They started to do it, and now these descendants are directors of the Rheinische Mission. So it continues very quickly. Yeah. Yeah.
Chris Reynolds. I'm wondering, many of your quotes are from the 1930s, and the article Eine Gabe der deutschen Christenheit an die Völker, a gift of German Christianity to the people. To what extent was Nazi ideology an influence on titles like that and views that you were expressing?
This is such an interesting question. Because I have worked now with so many German mission societies, and in every case do I investigate this question. So this is very interesting. For example, one of the German mission societies I worked on in Tanzania was completely anti-Nazi. Now, this mission society was very mixed. They had lots of Nazis in 1933, and but they had also people who were part of the confessing church in Germany. So it was a mission society where people disagreed very strongly about their attitude to Hitler. You see, the confessing church was the declaration was signed in 1936, I think, in Wuppertal, of all places. So there were lots of people from this Rheinische Mission who signed it. But then there were members of the SS or SA who worked for the Rheinische Mission too, so it was very mixed. The interesting thing is that the Stelius, who I was prepared to think he was a major Nazi, was a very honest, good person and a member of the confessing church. He was a member of the youth movement Singbewegung, and this is why he wrote a dissertation on psalm settings, I think, by Schütz, and he really loved Lutheran music. I think he couldn't imagine that African or Indonesian music was anything like the music in Germany, and he was convinced that Indonesian would like it as much too. And you know, maybe he was right, because they really took to it with a vengeance. And he died in 1944. He wrote some inflammatory anti-Nazi article. He was sent in 1944 to the front, and he was immediately killed in action. So it's very interesting. You know, things are always complicated, because exactly as you, I thought he must be a Nazi. No, he wasn't. Yeah. So it's interesting. Yeah.
Other questions? We have time for a couple more. Yes?
Hi, I'm Jen Sherrill. I have a question that may be a little bit broader to also your work in the African missions. But I wonder as to the rise of evangelicism now in maybe in Indonesia and Africa, and if you're seeing the same sort of shifting and changing of music and a pushing aside of perhaps the Catholic hymns that happened at this time period.
I really cannot answer that question, because for me to be able to answer that, I would have to go there and see what is going on. But from my impression with the people, Indonesian people in Wuppertal, I have the impression that the Lutheran Church is pretty much solid and stays to the Lutheran chorales. But again, it is a very cautious answer. I really cannot answer enough. But Henry, you had it. Yeah.
Thank you, Gillian. Henry Spiller, and following on Chris's question, I'm wondering, did Jaap Kunst himself talk about Nazis or Nazism or Hitler at all in any of the stuff you've come across?
Not in any of the letters, I think, but maybe Dustin, you might have found something, but no, there was nothing. And also, interestingly enough, he didn't discuss it with Dörmann. You know, it should have, it's surprising that it should have come up. But I can add one more thing. Which shows again how complex it is. The Rheinische Mission was located in Wuppertal, but they also had a boarding school in Gütersloh, where the biggest German publishing house, Bertelsmann, is located, which was a major Nazi press. And this boarding school, by the way, my younger sister taught there for 10 or 15 years, was a Nazi school, if there ever was one. And they have only started to explore this issue in the last 20 or 30 years. And most of the missionaries come from that school. So that you can see that it is really, in a way, a problematic background. And this Dörmann eventually, I don't know if he was a Nazi or not, but he moved back to Gütersloh. And I asked my sister, do you know him? No, she never heard of him. Yeah. So, but and Bertelsmann, by the way, published with enormous subventions all of the hymn books for the Rheinische Mission. Bertelsmann was a very religious publisher. I mean, the family, they were very religious and very involved in it. So there's a detailed correspondence on the publication of these hymnals, and Bertelsmann puts a lot of money into it. Yeah.
We've got time for one more quick question, if anyone has one. Oh, yes, sorry.
I wonder if you can speak a little bit about the politics of what was going on. If I think about a lot of the places in the Pacific, the first converts were in power struggles with the leadership or things like that. What was going on the ground that led some of this first generation over to, I assume, counter and gain power or peace or other things that were provided by the outsiders?
Absolutely fascinating question. You will find a lot on that in the mission archives. At first, they usually didn't make any converts, and usually they started with poor people whom they would support financially and things like that. Of course, their major goal was to convert the chiefs. And once they had converted chiefs and shown through the destruction of the Azus and of these artwork that nothing horrible is happening to them, sometimes the other people in the tribe would come around too. But I think usually it starts with single women or people who have been abandoned or things like that, and then and they often go back and forth, and they lose their religion again, and then they come back again. And there's also a fascinating description of a whole group of people who had been baptized in their childhood, and then they converted to Islam, and then they hear the Protestant hymns, and they're so moved that they convert back to Christianity. So this music was really used as a missionary tool, and it seems to have worked in many cases. So that's quite interesting. Yeah. It's got lots of back and forth, and of course these mass conversions. Yeah, every missionary had misgivings about them, but what could you do? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anna Maria.
Yeah.
Okay, and while he gets set up, I will introduce our next speaker. Dustin Wiebe is an ethnomusicologist with research interests in contemporary and historical church music traditions throughout Indonesia. His current book project examines the missiological and musical intervention of the Catholic missions, especially the Society of the Divine Word, in the Dutch East Indies and later the new Republic of Indonesia. Wiebe received his PhD from Wesleyan University in 2017 and has since held postdoc positions at the University of Manitoba and the University of Georgia. He is currently the Luce Postdoctoral Fellow at UC Davis, of course, and his scholarship appears in edited volumes and academic journals such as Asian Music, Religions, and the Yale Journal of Music and Religion. He is previously the founding director of Gamelan Chandranata at University of Georgia. And his paper will take us with Japkunst into Flores, Divine Ethnomusicology, Japkunst in Florence. Thank you, Dustin.
Thank you, Julian. Can you hear me? No. Turn your microphone on. Yeah, I'll do that. It's on the little box. Okay. The switch on top.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Well, thank you very much for coming out this morning. I don't think I could have asked for 3 better papers to help introduce what I'm here to speak with you about today. We had Professor Ray's discussion of foreign colonial era influences in Java, followed by then Emilie's discussion of, amongst other things, the printing press and the SVD, the Society of the Divine Word, in Flores, and then, of course, Anna Maria's discussion of Kunst's work in Nias. And I want to talk today about Kunst's work in Flores just prior to his visit to Nias in 1930. So while many accounts of the history of music scholarship point toward missionary writings as precursors to the discipline of comparative musicology, the observations of these traveling evangelists are often dismissed as amateur, unreliable, and haphazard. But following the 1885 publication of Guido Adler's landmark article, The Scope, Method, and Aim of Musicology, scholarly attention shifts to the methodological innovation of the phonograph and the activities of wandering folklorists and armchair ethnomusicologists. From this period onward, missionaries all but disappear from the historical discourse, save for their tangential contributions as mere data collectors for those doing the heavy scholarly lifting of the ethnomusicological enterprise back in the sound laboratories of Europe, and also to a lesser extent the United States. By the mid-20th century, the field-working ethnographer had largely replaced armchair scholars, and the intermediary missionary was no longer a necessity. The career of the famous ethnomusicologist Jaap Kunst overlaps considerably with this period of disciplinary transformation, and amongst his contributions to the field is a reliance on his own fieldwork experience as a primary source for many of his publications. This includes seminal works on regional musics of the Dutch East Indies, including the regions of Bali, Java, as we've heard previously, Nias, and also Flores. It is the latter of these contributions, and specifically the well-known book Music in Flores, that is a primary interest to my presentation here, in large part because of Kunst's reliance on Dutch and German Catholic missionaries living in Flores to help facilitate and directly assist in his field research. So these priests belonged largely to the Order of the Society of the Divine Word, abbreviated SVD, as you can see here. The text Music in Flores is of further interest because of its lesser-known companion volume, Lieder der Florinesen, Songs of the Florinese, published in 1953, and penned by the Catholic missionary Petrus Hirkens, who was a friend and colleague of Kunst. The two-volume set is an excellent example of the often close ethnographic collaboration between missionaries in the field and ethnomusicologists in the lab, a division of ethnographic labor that has almost entirely disappeared in contemporary ethnomusicology. To provide context of their shared professional interests, I draw from Music in Flores, where Kunst speaks of the tremendous aid provided by the Catholic mission. This result, for a sojourn of only 7 weeks, surely quite copious, could not have been achieved without the powerful aid received in the first place from the Roman Catholic mission. The complete absence of any competitive feelings toward the newcomer covering the same ground facilitated my task considerably. More especially, it was Father P. Hirkens who gave me the benefit of his great knowledge of Flores and its music during my sojourn in the island and afterward, when back in Holland, I was writing this book. In this presentation, I will argue that to varying degrees, Hirkens and other Catholic missionaries made contributions, contentious as they may be, to the early discipline of ethnomusicology, including contributions to research methodology and the use of new media, and in these cases especially documentary and historical fiction film, to convey this knowledge to broad audiences within and beyond the academy. In addition to Hirkens, I will also briefly consider the popular and profitable ethnographic contributions of Father Simon Busse. And the time period I want to look at here is approximately 1916 to 1945, or this late colonial era period when the SVD were working in Flores. So just a very quick blurb on my own methodology. So I did some work at a couple of archives in Holland, at the Erfgoedcentrum Nederlands Kloosterleven and the Missiehuis St. Francis Xavier in Tetteringen. And also, I looked at the Jaap Kunst collection at the University of Amsterdam. So, as we've already been introduced, so we already know a little bit about the SVD from some of our other presentations. We know that it was founded by Saint Arnold Janssen in 1875, founded as the Society of the Divine Word in the Dutch village of Stale. And inspired by mission opportunities brought on by European colonization, the new religious order soon established mission fields abroad, beginning in China in 1879. In 1913, so a few decades later, the Society of Jesus handed control of the mission of the entire Lesser Sunda Island region, which included Flores and also the island of Bali. They handed this region over to the SVD missionaries, a region that the Jesuit missionaries had controlled for over 50 years. In 1914, the SVD established their first missionary station in Flores in the village of Ende, also the regional seat of the Dutch colonial government. So just a little bit about Hirkens, circling back to Hirkens and also a little bit to Kunst. It was in 1919 that Father Hirkens arrives in Flores, and he remained here until a serious stomach malady, perhaps cancer, forced him to return to the Netherlands in 1936. Though Hirkens appears to be the only SVD priest to publish principally on musical topics, other Catholic missionary ethnographers, and most notably Paul Arndt and Yili Verheyen, worked in Flores and published on their findings throughout the 1920s, 30s, and beyond. So Hirkens is a part of a tradition this SVD tradition of ethnographer missionaries working in the East Indies. During his 17-year residency in Flores, he conducted ethnographic work that resulted in several academic publications beyond the ones I'm talking about here. Additionally, Heerkens published in more popular formats, including his 2 novels, as well as several books of Dutch song and poetry, mostly from the region of Brant. So here you can see his 2 novels, Ria Rago and Ola Wolo, pardon me. Both have very interesting references to music. Ola Wolo, in fact, actually has several Leonese songs, so Leo being a region in Flores, several of these songs, transcriptions plus texts published in Dutch. But like Heerkens, Jaap Kunst also arrived in the Dutch East Indies in 1919, so the same year. Kunst spent the next decade and a half, like Heerkens, conducting research throughout the territories of present-day Indonesia. And from 1931 to 1933, Kunst traveled prolifically, including his well-documented research trip to Flores. Kunst returned to Holland in 1936, coincidentally the same year that Heerkens returned. So they both spent almost the exact same amount of time in Indonesia, though Heerkens exclusively in Flores. So yeah, just to orient us here, Flores being just north, essentially of Australia. I went through the Kunst text, and you can see he introduces the music strictly geographically, and if you go through it by chapter, you can see all of the various locations cited by Kunst. So you can see he toured the island prolifically for a trip, like I said, of only 7 weeks. Very different from how Heerkens approached his work. You can see that he more or less traveled a similar distance, although his work was almost exclusively focused in Leo, so in the central region of Flores here, just east of the mission center here in south central toward Ende. So what I find to be one of the more interesting aspects of the Kunst-Heerkens volumes are their distinct methodologies that they employed by the 2 writers. Kunst benefited from his immense capacity to network, to collect, and to organize, often in relatively short stints of field research. And Heerkens, on the other hand, was less systematic in this approach, collecting songs when and where he could, as his priestly duties would allow. Unlike Kunst, Heerkens lived in Flores for many years, and as such better understood the musical variability and social context, including the language of the songs documented. Heerkens describes his own long-ranging approach. For many years, these melodies and texts collected earlier in Flores have yellowed under my papers. I had no intention of publishing them, but wrote them down mainly out of inclination. These melodies captivated ears and hearts, and since I was a pastor amongst the Florinese, I could not resist the temptation to learn more about the psyche of the local population. Heerkens also comments on his decision to rely on his own experience and observation and his reticence to use a phonograph to record songs on wax cylinder. Of course, a safer and more convenient way of notating songs is to record them phonographically. The musicologists prefer to make use of this. But there is undoubtedly a disadvantage. They are snapshots and recordings of something very moving and alive, because the natives don't always sing their songs as they've been laid down. Everyone sings the song more or less perfectly in their own way, and the good singers take liberties. Heerkens says nothing of Kunst in this particular quote, but the remarks remain a critique of Kunst's rapid approach to collecting songs. Elsewhere, Heerkens explains how a prolonged presence in a locale might improve ethnographic results. Here he specifically mentions Kunst. The following little song was also written down by Mr. Kunst, but incompletely, number 93. Probably the singers were tired. with my notes during the holidays, I always had the advantage of being able to devote a little time each day to my task. I was able to repeat a lot and give the singers time to prepare. The prospect of a reward of some kind of clothing after singing a few numbers inspired them to prepare thoroughly. So now moving on to Kunst, who outlines several aspects of his own methodology in his text, Music in Flores. But rather than spend more time on this well-known source, I wanted to briefly explore Kunst's methods in his written communications with some of his Catholic collaborators, as they are telling of his overall approach to his field research. And I don't have time to go through all of these, but some of his letters that he wrote give us pretty good insight into some of the relationships he maintained with the missionaries in Flores. So here, just a couple of excerpts here. He writes from Bandung on the 3rd of October, 1930. So following his trip, which was in July, August of 1930, he writes, "Dear Pastor, I take the pleasure of sending you here with a few snapshots which I took on Flores. And then hoping to meet you again next May, and with kind regards. Also to Fathers Busse and Van Stockholm, who particularly Father Busse will be again mentioned momentarily here. Just trying to point out that he knew Father Busse. And then the response that he gets from the fathers: Sir Dr. Kunst, we sincerely thank you for the good receipt of your registered letter dated 3rd of October with the beautiful photos of Flores. With joyful anticipation, we will see your illustrated treatise on the flutes and the polyphonic singing of nada and nage. Father Busse is now working on a new film in the Bajawa area of Langa. It seems he is having great success. He thanks you as well as Father Van Stockholm for your kind regards, and let me reciprocate to you their best regards." So here just giving us some idea of the relationships that he's maintaining, but also his familiarity with another important missionary ethnographer, Father Simon Busse. So Father Simon Busse was born in 1892 and died in 1960. He was born in the Dutch village of Medemblik and began his studies in 1911 at the newly opened missionary seminary in Uden, where he completed his courses in 1916. 3 years later, after completing teacher's training, he was appointed supervisor of the mission school in Flores. Busse held his school supervisor position until 1922, when he resumed theological studies, this time back in the United States at St. Mary's Seminary in Techny, Illinois. He was ordained into the priesthood at the Holy Names Cathedral in Chicago in March 1925 and returned to the Netherlands shortly thereafter. At this time, he became acquainted with the unedited film footage produced by German filmmaker Emilie Rook in the Dutch East Indies on behalf of the Society of the Divine Word Missionaries. Busse directed additional footage of this previously captured by Rook. He even cast himself in a notable role as an adventuring SVD missionary. Busse combined this footage with that collected by Rook to create the visual narrative of Dutch priests traveling to the far East Indies, and these images then became the basis of two films, both receiving considerable popular acclaim, you could say. Flores film, 1925, and Bali Flati, 1926. So Flores film, I will get to an image of it shortly, but I just want to describe a little bit first. So both films were quite well received, as I mentioned, but it was Flores film that found particularly popular success in the Netherlands, as well as parts of Belgium and the US. Busse spent the years from 1925 to 29 promoting and showing the film, often to overcrowded theaters of paying attendees. Busse estimates that during the same time, approximately 20,000 school children throughout the Netherlands also viewed Flores film. The addition of Busse's footage to the film added a narrative element largely absent from the more documentary nature of Rock's images. And in combining these complementary styles, Flores film depicts first the life and education of SVD missionaries in the Netherlands, their arduous journey of several of the priests to the Dutch East Indies, and then finally documents life amongst the Catholic mission in Flores, including several extended images of music and dance traditions in Flores. I should just say outright that the images are of significant historical importance given how early they were. Filmed in 1923, so actually 7 years before Kunst's similar project of filming practices in Flores. So amongst the very earliest historical recordings of many of these dances. One thing I thought interesting, Professor Ray's presentation already has showed us a little bit about the humorous band rehearsal in Flores. Earlier in the same film, he actually shows an image of a similar sort of a band rehearsal happening in the Netherlands at the Mission House in Stale. Or in free time, this is what the choir boys of the Mission House at Stale do. And then when you juxtapose that sort of with the colonial enterprise in Flores, the images of the priests struggling a little bit to clarify or to pretend to clarify some of these lessons, I think you get a bit of an idea of what kind of an idea the missionaries were trying to implant in these propaganda films. The idea that the mission is succeeding, and music being one of those significant signifiers of the success of the mission abroad. And then also just, there is actually extensive footage of various native dances in several regions. There really isn't time to show a lot of it, but just to give you some idea, there's some very beautiful dances that weren't collected by Kunst, and this in fact provides something of a supplement, a further supplement, and really there's a lot of further work that can be done, I think, with these films in terms of perhaps identifying some of the performers and whatnot, but that of course would require a trip to Flores. And there's these bamboo pole dances, tek-tek dances described by Kunst. But here was shown with some regional variation. If you go back through the text, you can tell these aren't quite the exact same dances described by Kunst. So I'll just stop it there. But to get back to Busse, he actually continued in his filmmaking career throughout the early and mid-1930s. And with the approval of SVD leaders and the funding from the proceeds of his cinematic successes, his earlier cinematic successes, Busse traveled to the United States in early 1929, where he took cinematic courses in New York and then later visited Hollywood Film Studio before he returned to Flores in 1929 to film 3 new feature-length films, Ria Rago, Amor Ira, and Anak Woda. Unlike the earlier Busse Rock collaborations like Flores Film that featured prominent documentary components, these later works are more historical fiction and feature dramatized historical narratives of, amongst other things, kidnapped brides, Dutch colonial warfare, and also more historical images of Florinese music and dance. So here, Amor Ira is of particular interest. His second of these 3 films. This one depicting intertribal conflict and the role of 2 distinct colonial powers in addressing this violence. First the military, and then the mission. The depiction of heavy-handed techniques by the military helped portray Father Jacobs, the film's main protagonist, in an ever-favorable light. Amor Ira concludes with the seemingly successful conversion of a large group of Florinese villagers. More than other Busse films, the propaganda message to foreign audiences is clear. The work of missionaries in the East Indies is resulting in the rapid expansion of the church. At the Heritage Center in Santa Gata, where I did some of the archival research for this project, I located a typed original copy of the screenplay of Amor Ira. The scenes from the text describe those in the final film quite accurately, and this indicates, to me at least, that the typed copy was a final or near final draft. Scholar Eddie Appels notes several interesting points about the music related to this film, and most notably that Busse and some of his assistants brought the Kunst Flores recordings back to Berlin, to the Berlin phonograph, where they may have subsequently become a source of inspiration for the composer Fritz Pohl, who was working at the Roxy Theater in New York City. And while I wasn't able to find a great deal of information about Fritz Pohl, I think there's a good chance that this is the screenplay that was in possession of Fritz Pohl, or at least this is what I'm speculating, and that some of these early musical fragments were then sketched onto this screenplay. I've gone through most of them. It doesn't amount to much more than to some limited melodic content. There was definitely some marches, again, usually just a melody, no complicated harmony or anything like that, I would imagine. There was even some descriptions for performers, so I think this might even have been shared with performers at some point. Here you can see some of the basic musical instructions that I've highlighted and just translated here into English. This outlines, this is about halfway through the film, where Father Jacob is going through the jungle. He's starting to get to know some of the locals, and here we get a little bit of an idea of what that sound might have been like. We can see pretty clearly from this example, and then from what I've also seen, that the reels taken from Flores probably played a relatively limited role in the inspiration for the actual music. It's entirely Western style music. So aside from the composed musical scrawls on the screenplay, music plays an important diegetic function in the development of the plot. The action of Amor Era begins immediately with the, quote, suspicious sound of the flute, which leads to an altercation between members of a love triangle, a couple in love and another young man whose father has purchased the girl's hand in marriage. So just to switch over to that, here we can see, so here we had just had an introduction of all of the main players in the film, and now it essentially begins here with the first title, Waruwesa Hears a Suspicious Sound. Waruwesa is the gentleman whose hand has been, or whose father has purchased this woman's hand in marriage. He's expecting to marry her. He's working in the cornfields, and I'll just fast forward it a little bit here. He hears something. It takes him from his work. Goes down, and then here the Orpheus of Borado being a region in Flores, not far from Bajawa, as Kunst was describing to us. And here we hear the Flores Orpheus playing his flute, and it summons his beloved here. She hears it. It's the agreed upon signal, and she gets up from her work casually and goes to meet her friend in the woods. And you can see what's about to happen, of course. Everybody hears the music and is being summoned at the exact same time, and there's going to be this confrontation now between the members of this love triangle. But music is immediately thrust into the center of this film and becomes a major component, or a major reason anyway, catalyst for this conflict between the tribes. So a major, definitely implanting a very specific idea into the mind of the audience that Florinese music might be this very seductive entity. So there's been basically two sets of data that I wanted to draw on in this presentation. On the one hand, there's the Kunst and Hirken's two-volume set of texts that I think illuminate the often messy and not well or easily defined collaboration of missionaries with ethnomusicologists in the field. And then there's also this secondary body of literature from people like Busse and others that I haven't had time to address here. There was a composer named Dustin, who is also working in the East Indies, and also an ethnomusicologist, Petrus Rosing, who was working on behalf of the SVD, that also wrote extensively on Florinese music. All who sort of point toward this important secondary body of literature. One that I think had a powerful impact on the popular imagination of who Florinese people were and what Florinese music was in the mid-20th century. So I want to conclude then with two main points. First, to note that the role of missionaries in the early practice and development of ethnomusicology as a distinct academic discipline. Of particular note is the realization of highly immersive research methodologies built on a thorough understanding of linguistics and local customs and culture, as outlined by the work of Hirkens. And also the recognition of this involvement serves to further problematize the historical roots of the field of ethnomusicology in general. Second, the popular influence of a kind of what I might call popular ethnomusicology, as produced by SVD missionaries and priests from the Netherlands. For better or for worse, the images and writings they produced likely had a broader impact on the Dutch musical imagination during the first half of the 20th century than did the work of Kunst himself. Kunst's approach was certainly more scientific and systematic, but the use of media to better understand the musical psyche, as Hirkens puts it, of the Florinese people marks a meaningful, though again problematic, contribution to the history of Indonesian music in the Dutch East Indies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Dustin. We have a few minutes for questions before lunchtime.
Thank you so much, Dustin. I would like to just add something to your notes about these films. I think you're completely right that these films had a huge impact, much bigger than the writings on the general population. So the Rheinische Mission also commissioned lots of these films. And what is so interesting about it, first of all, I should add that the people, missionaries, were the most admired category of people in the first 20 or 30 years of the 20th century. This was a complete shock to me. So these films were then of the Rheinische Mission. I don't know if that's true of his films too. They had specialists who would travel all over Germany and show these films to local congregations. And they would start with the singing of a hymn, then they would show the first part of the film, then they would have a prayer, and then they would show the second part of the hymn, and at the end, they collected money. And they collected, there was especially one mission society, Bethel Mission. They were geniuses of fundraising. They collected enormous amount of money. So I think with these films, they reached a huge number of people, and they had a big impact. The Rheinische Mission films are usually a description of salvation. They will start out with the local population being wild, and by the end there's a hospital and a school, and they are converted to Christianity. But this does not seem to be the case with your films, right?
Well, actually, the second one, Amor Ira, is very much follows that narrative, where the missionary becomes an intermediary between the colonial government and then the warring tribes, and a church is eventually built in the village. And so that, and absolutely, these were very much seen as fundraising efforts. A lot of money was produced through the production of these films. Busse was able to, Father Busse was able to fund his education in the United States and learn how Hollywood films were being produced at the time, which is one of the reasons why these films are so historically significant. The inclusion of both documentary elements and more fictionalized narrative is one of their main contributions, a point that Professor Ray has made. That's not my original observation. But yeah, and showing these films to children was a big part of the mandate of the films as well, to try to inspire the next generation of missionaries. So they were very important propaganda tools for the mission.
Kathy Foley again. Magic lanterns prior to film, certainly throughout the Pacific, were used in this way, both for, back home to raise funds, but also as representations of the technology, modernization, all the other things that were being sold with Christianity. So I'm just curious if you came across that kind of history as well. And then the postlude is, in places like Papua New Hebrides or whatever, you see these wild collaborations of Hollywood directors and the local Museum of Anthropology dipping into the missionaries' things, and then that being later a part of the nationalist movement to recreate kinds of ceremonies that, or ways to get married in the 1970s as part of the, let's kick out Australia and all of those other kinds of things, nationalist movements. So I'm really asking, do you see any having the film and that technology available, using the technology as a tool of converting the people there rather than just doing the narrative, and then later uses about indigenization, local power, let's kick out the Javanese or other things like that, in that way?
Yeah, so absolutely, in terms of using the technology in situ, the missionaries certainly did. They had an interest in showing the films to the population that they had just worked with. And I think until, surprisingly recently, maybe a couple of decades ago, one of these film screenings was had been one of the largest ever film screenings in Indonesian cinematic history. I think some 4,000 people were assembled to watch the premiere. I think it was of Rio Rago, which was one of these second generation films of Father Busse. So definitely, I think the technology did go hand in hand with a conversion to Christianity being perceived as more modern, an avenue to perhaps a better life. I think also combined with education. So I think education was a component of a lot of these films as well. And then in terms of becoming a part of a nationalist movement, I don't think that, to my knowledge, didn't happen a great deal. The films were thought to be lost after World War II, and it was only in 1990 that they were rediscovered at one of the SVD archives. To my knowledge, they haven't become a part of a nationalist narrative, but I don't know if I can fully speak to that. I think further research in Flores would certainly be necessary to answer that more fully. And is that happening now? I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think it was happening because, at least in 40s, 50s, 60s, because the films were thought to be lost.
Time for one more question. Yes.
Thank you. Ben Arps from Leiden University. I have a question about the politics of language. In fact, the politics of scholarly language. I was really struck by the fact that Music in Flores was published in 1944 in English. And I presume it was originally written in Dutch. And another publication you showed was translated probably also from Dutch into German.
Yes, there was a lot of translating. So I should mention the Heerkens was originally written in Dutch, translated actually by Jaap Kunst's father.
It was his father, I saw it.
Yes,
so for whom were they writing? Were they writing for people in the budding discipline of ethnomusicology? I mean, because I'm asking this because in Indonesian studies, translating something into English in 1944, I mean, I think that's probably a first. the idea of writing scholarly texts in English only really took on in the Netherlands in the 1950s.
Yeah.
So it was really early. So I was wondering, do you know anything about the reasoning behind this?
Well, yeah, so Heerkens wrote his manuscript in Dutch, which was translated into German. Kunst wrote his in Dutch, I believe, and it was, like you were saying, translated into English. So obviously, I think he did have an academic audience in mind, and I think it was probably primarily, I think he was looking to the American intellectual community where, in those years, I guess he's right in the middle of the war, but I mean, very soon to come thereafter is a major explosion for the discipline of ethnomusicology in those post-World War II. This maybe is an early premonition of that, of the position of English in, not only in the New World Order, I suppose, but more specifically within ethnomusicology. Maybe others have thoughts on that too. I'd be interested. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dustin. Oh,
I looked up that Music in Java was translated in 1949, which is actually after 1944, obviously. I don't have any other comments, just that Kunst was getting his stuff translated into English in the 40s.
Yeah.
But that was after the war. This was 1944, during the German occupation.
Yes, well, yeah, and in some of the letters that Heerkens and Kunst share, Heerkens mentions that he feels funny with the idea that his book is going to be written in German with all of the tension between the nations at that time.
So maybe it's the Nazis.
Well, thank you so much, Dustin and Anna Maria, for your fascinating talk. And we'll all have plenty of time to discuss more over a generous lunch break. I think we're meant to be back here at 2 p.m. for the next session. So enjoy.
back, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. I have a housekeeping note. For those of you looking at the program, the timing for this panel is incorrect. It will actually end at, instead of it, I think it says 2:50, it'll end at 3:20. And Henry, that means there's a coffee break after that, and then the last session will start at 3:30, okay? If you want to make a note of that. And don't think that the talks are too long when they're actually as scheduled. Well, I'm Sarah Maxim. I'm from the Center for Southeast Asia Studies at UC Berkeley, and I'm very thankful for Henry for inviting me up here to help run this panel. I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Ben Arps, who's a professor of Indonesian and Javanese language and literature at Leiden University. I think most people in the audience know him and his work. I actually mentioned to Ben that I last met him at Berkeley in 2008, where he gave a great talk about ghosts in popular media in Indonesia. He's written widely about a variety of issues related to Indonesian, and particularly Javanese popular culture, music, and literature. His most recent book is Tall Tree, Nest of the Wind, the Javanese shadow play Dewa Ruchi, performed by Ki Anam Suroto, a study in performance philology. And his talk today is the issue of the Javanese church hymns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me for this lightning visit to Davis, California, which so far I've enjoyed tremendously. A central part of the Protestant religious service is, of course, congregational singing. Let me describe a service in a Javanese village church in the mid-1800s. The congregations wasn't sitting on benches, but sometimes on mats on the floor. And of course, the sexes were separated. The women wore kain and kebaya, and the men were wearing so-called jas tutup, how do you say, closed jacket. They often did not wear their head, headwear, and they certainly didn't wear their kris, their dagger, because that was not allowed in the church. But the religious, liturgical procedure that was followed hardly differed from the Dutch. Here's a description by a Dutch Reformed preacher by the name of Leon Cachet, who visited a village in Central Java in May 1891 and describes the service. Let me read this out. I'll have more quotations and I will not read them out, but this one merits some special attention. Dressed simply in a black coat, Brother Wilhelm, who was a Dutch missionary, takes his place behind a lectern, raised somewhat above the ground, and the religious service commences with Duh Romo Kawulo ingkang wonten ing swarga, Our Father who art in heaven. After the prayer, a psalm verse was sung, rendered into Javanese from our rhymed version, retaining the ordinary melody. That's the Dutch melody. Every line was prompted rather loudly by a native assistant, which was indeed necessary because apparently only a few adults were able to read, and both Bibles and Psalters were almost completely absent. After a reading of the law and the articles of faith, there was again prayer and song, after which followed a sermon to be concluded with thanksgiving and a final hymn and a benediction. All of this approximately as usual during the service in our churches in the Netherlands, although lasting not much longer than an hour. But the situation in Java at the time, where liturgy was concerned in Protestant contexts, was not simple. Church hymns developed into a controversial point of contention among the Protestant missionaries who felt responsible for the Christian Javanese liturgy. They knew, those involved knew very well that Javanese of whatever denomination sang and sometimes liked to sing. But how should they sing and what should they sing during church services? That the texts had to be Javanese there was no doubt about that. Only in that language the Javanese would be able to experience the song texts in the way they should be experienced, according to the missionaries. But where the musical side of things was concerned, opinions differed. Some of these missionaries could hardly imagine that in the house of God anything else but the Dutch psalm and hymn melodies could be heard. However, these melodies were very un-Javanese, and this was audible. The same Leon Cachet reports in the same book about another Sunday service which was led by a Javanese preacher, the following. Well, here you can read it. It's such singing as if all had a cold, and so forth. Now, Leon Cachet here worded or formulated an opinion, an impression that was widely shared among Dutch Reformed missionaries. Because of this, according to some, more Javanese flavored melodies were much to be preferred. But where could these come from? Could existing Javanese forms of verse, like tembang, which is traditional sung stanzaic verse forms, could they be allowed in a church? Another possibility would be new melodies in Javanese style, composed specially for the Christian service. However, this option brought with it practical problems, like especially who would compose these. In this period, the late 1800s until the very early 1900s, there was a lot of discussion about the issue of the Javanese church hymns. And probably the most detailed discussion can be found in a series of polemical articles that was published in 1901-1902 in two Dutch missionary journals, which were published in 1904 in book form under the title, let me translate, Something About Gending, which means gamelan compositions, and tembang, that's the verse forms I was referring to, and about Javanese church singing, by Een Leek, a layman, published by the Nederlands-Indische Zendingsbond, so that's the Netherlands Indies Protestant Missionary Association. I will use this discussion to give some attention to the question why missionaries and probably also Javanese Christians thought that Javanese church hymns were so problematic. A little bit about the background. It was a discussion between two people who, in this book, wrote under different pseudonyms. Let me just refer to them under what are probably their real names. There is no indication, no definite indication that it was these people, but it's almost certain. One of them was a person called Adriaanse, who was a Reformed missionary, who was in Java from 1895 to 1902, who was also the author of a controversial book at the time, published in 1899, called Sadrach's Circle. Sadrach was a Javanese Christian who had followed his own community in Java. And this person, Adriaanse, was stationed in Purworejo, which is near the south coast of central Java. And his opponent in the same collection of articles. Well, let me first go back to Adriaanse and his position. He thought that he severely criticized attempts to have a Christian Javanese text sung with the accompaniment of a Javanese gamelan orchestra. He was very critical of this, and one of the main reasons for this, he said, was that never has a Javanese sung anything to the accompaniment of gamelan. That's a very interesting observation, of course, for those among us who are familiar with gamelan, because it's totally widespread to have choral singing. But according to this missionary who knew music in the area where he lived, this was inconceivable. The response by a layperson who was probably the Mennonite missionary teacher P. Antonius Jans, who lived from 1853 to 1943, his response was devastating. The experiment which he conducted wasn't strange at all, because there was a lot of singing with gamelan, according to him, though possibly not in Adriaanse's, where he was stationed. And he sketches, that is, Jans sketches what he considers the best church singing, that is, melodies composed specially for the natives or adapted according to the nature of Javanese music. In his reply, Jans states that Adriaanse has been unable to convince him of the necessity of using existing Javanese verse forms for church singing. The main reason, he says, is that according to the Javanese themselves, let me quote, "The serious-minded part of the congregation is against existing tembang and gending, gamelan music, and gamelan in the church." In the second half of the 19th century, there were never more than 20 Protestant missionaries working in Java at the same time, at any one time. However, circumstances within Javanese Protestantism were complicated, not to say chaotic. Apart from the congregations that were led by the various, members of the various missionary corporations, there were also hundreds of Javanese Christians who were not under the supervision of missionaries. They were known as Kristen Jawa, it's Javanese Christians, it's a term that was used earlier today also, in contrast with the so-called Kristen Londo, the Dutch Christians, who were the Christians under the supervision of missionaries. Very little is known about the liturgical thoughts and ideas of the Kristen Jawa, but there are some descriptions of their church services. The person who founded the first Christian Jawa community wasn't in fact a Javanese, but he had a Russian father and a Javanese mother. His name was Konrad Laurens Kolen, and he settled in 1827 or 1829 in East Java, in a village in East Java, where he had his congregation plant rice. And his evangelical work was colored in a Javanese way. He used, for instance, wayang, that's shadow puppetry, for his Christianization. And we see him on the right. This is actually a drawing made by Kolen himself. You see him on the very right, preaching to his Javanese followers. He used wayang, and in his church he had Javanese songs sung, which he himself had translated from Dutch, and he had them sung with Javanese melodies. There is an example there from a book published in 1939, again in the cipher notation that we saw a few times earlier. Unfortunately, I'm not able to sing this, but the text is very interesting. It is, in fact, the creed, but in a very peculiar form. It means, I believe in the one God. La ilaha illallah, there is no God but God. You may know this phrase. It's Arabic from Islam. Jesus Christus ya Rahullah. So Jesus Christ, and it means and, or it means or, the Spirit of God. Kang lang kungi kuasanipun, whose power is, how do you say? Sorry? Yeah, who's omnipotent. La ilaha illallah, Jesus Christ, and the Spirit of God. The creed with which he opened his services, this one was sung in a Javanese melody. Other Christian Jawa were in fact converted by Kolen, and they also sang in their services elsewhere in Java, and they followed probably the liturgy that he had established. Now, the official missionaries who around the same or later started arriving in Java from around the middle of the 19th century, Kolen's services made an impression, but not a positive one in this case. Especially the fact that his hymns were sung in Javanese style was something that they disapproved of very much. In fact, objections against Javanese music and Javanese performance more generally were common. There were very few among the Dutch missionaries that were positive about church singing in Javanese style and used it actively. Not all the Javanese congregations sang Javanese melodies. There were also liturgies that used a mixture or a hybrid forms, and the community led by a person known as Tunggul Wulung, a very fascinating Javanese Christian about whom I cannot possibly say anything because I only have 10 minutes left. He sang a mixture. He had his people sing in a style that was probably a mixture. And this is a description. The first quotation here is a description by of the songs that they sang by Jans, one of the two competitors in the discussion that I was referring to. And as you can see, it's not a very positive one. So what we find here is a Dutch singing style where tempo and volume is concerned, but melodically and rhythmically it's interpreted in a Javanese fashion. Christianity was obviously associated with the colonial powers, so it made sense that Javanese Christians, when missionaries started appearing on the scene, also followed their new teachers where the form of the liturgy was concerned. But they didn't go all the way, necessarily. Certain aspects of Javanese musical aesthetics kept being important. So that we see we saw in the second quotation earlier. So the sound color that Leon Cachet was confronted with there was probably not due to a virus. You may recall that he was saying they seemed to have caught a cold, but it probably had to do with the phonation or the voice production the Javanese voice production, which to unaccustomed European ears may sound nasal. The description, in addition to the description, to this description in the same source, is as follows: their singing really sounded both to European and Javanese musical ears as hondengehuil, as the howling of dogs. Now, it's not very probable that the singers themselves would have called it that, but it's of great importance for the development of Javanese church singing in this period and the decades to come, that the Christian missionaries regarded this kind of church singing as an undesirable abomination of Dutch choral singing. Luckily, the missionary schools gave them the opportunity to teach Javanese in a European style. So, in the second half of the 19th century, or across the 19th century, there was quite a diversity on the musical level in Javanese Protestant liturgy. There were Kristen Jawa, Javanese Christians who in various ways gave a Javanese form to their singing, and there were communities under the tutelage of missionaries who sang in a Dutch style with more or less success. Now, this diversity became known to the Dutch missionaries by the end of the century. In the beginning, there had been relatively little communication among those 20-odd missionaries stationed in different parts of Java, but in 1881, the Netherlands Indies Protestant Missionary Association was founded. They published, there was a journal, and also there were conferences once every 2 or 3 years, and they exchanged thoughts. And in fact, church singing was the subject of these conferences at least twice, once in 1885 and once in 1900. They saw ultimately 3 possibilities for the musical side of things. First, existing Javanese kinds of song. Secondly, European psalm and hymn melodies. And thirdly, melodies in Javanese style to be composed especially for religious worship. I will briefly review the 6 different themes that featured in the arguments during these discussions. And the first is about formal aspects of the various types of singing. I won't say much about this. It had to do with singing in unison. The idea was that Javanese were not able to sing in unison because there was no fixed metrical arrangement in singing, and everyone sort of had their own interpretation, and this, of course, was regarded as wrong. Now, in the discussion that I just quoted, in fact, it was pointed out that there is a lot of Javanese choral singing. For instance, the singing during so-called Bedoyo and Srimpi dances at the Javanese courts. There's Slawatan, which is Islamic choral singing, especially in praise of the Prophet Muhammad. There were children's songs which were also sung rhythmically. And of course, Javanese singing was possible because there were Javanese congregations who sang together. But nevertheless, if you're going to teach Javanese people to sing, together, why not teach them the right kind of melodies, which are, of course, the Dutch kinds of melodies, or the Europeans. The second theme was musical aesthetics. Here's a quotation from another person called Albus. Basically, the idea was that in Java, all singing, and everything that resembled singing, or should resemble singing, sounded horrible. So it's where the tukang adhan, which is the person who pronounces the call to prayer, they shout. Dhikr, which is a kind of also group singing in Islamic context is like roaring and so forth. In that context, if possible, people should be taught to sing in parts. The influence of Christian melodious singing is simply beyond measure. It arouses the best possible sensations in the human being. This was a very widespread idea. The third argument is about musical and religious experience. The missionaries were concerned with what happened in the Javanese mind when they were singing. There have been, for instance, attempts to discredit Javanese verse forms because they were said to be about war, about love, about lust and pleasure. This was a reference to the so-called characters of the different verse forms, but a very biased representation of it, because there's certainly no characters that refer to things like lust and pleasure. But it was part, of course, of a discussion. So from the way in which Javanese congregations sang the Dutch melodies, the missionaries drew conclusions of a psychological nature. The idea was widespread that the Javanese didn't understand Dutch music and they were not able to immerse themselves into it. On the other hand, in the discussion, it was proposed that, as I quote here, the writer never noticed that the Javanese kids were able to sing their own melodies better. So in that case, again, why not teach them in European style? Of course, in all of this, they conveniently disregarded the fact that a con brio, a sort of lively way of singing, is totally unknown in Java. So it's rather difficult to derive facts about feeling from the style of delivery. The ideological connotations of the different kinds of singing were also a major topic of discussion. Both opponents in the text that I've been referring to present themselves as advocates of their Javanese Christian communities. One of them says they want to sing in tembang, in Javanese verse forms. The other says they certainly do not want to sing in tembang. And for the latter, the reason is ideological. The missionaries associated tembang with what they saw as heathen and sensual forms of performance, like wayang and tayuban, which is a dance, a form of dance in which a professional singer and dancer, female professional singer and dancer, known as a lete or a ronggeng, dances with men from the audience. And Jans, who is the father of one of the two discussants in the book, has some sort of hard things to say about this, some tough things to say about this. I should explain, by the way, that he is totally wrong, because the tembang form that they were discussing was rarely sung by these rongengs. They sang, but they sang totally different kinds of texts, often actually quite erotic ones, still today, but not the kind of verse forms that were proposed for use in church. The future of Javanese music was the fifth out of six main themes of the discussion, and we'll be very brief about this one. It's fascinating. Both discussants agreed that Christianity had the task to develop Javanese. I mean, we came across this earlier for a later period elsewhere in the Dutch East Indies, had the task of developing Javanese music from its primitive state. And Adriaanse puts it in this way. And the sixth and last argument I have 2 more minutes? Yes. Is that a tradition of Javanese church singing had already been established, the status quo. Because from the outset, the Dutch actually actively tried to dissuade the Javanese Christians from singing in the way that they had developed themselves without the involvement of European missionaries. But that was rejected, and therefore the general idea among the missionaries was that the Javanese Christians themselves could not be trusted to give shape to their liturgy, because this would lead to defective choral singing, uneven, out of tune, ununderstood, immoral, idolatrous, and primitive. In conclusion, very briefly, the missionaries considered it their task to give shape to a ritual genre, and in principle, they were in a position to be creative or to let Javanese Christians be creative about this. But in the time of this discussion in 1901, 1902, the space for creativity had already been highly reduced. The idea of creating Javanese style church hymns basically came too late, because the Javanese Christians had already been taught by the missionaries to sing in Dutch style. Now, so far, I've given attention only to the opinions in circles of the missionaries. And the reason for this is, of course, that the sources that survive are exclusively from those circles. But we must, of course, also take into account, to the extent that this is possible, considerations and feelings among the Javanese Christians themselves. Now, the Javanese, and this is speculation, but the Javanese that embraced Christianity took a radical step. By breaking with a familiar complex of concepts and practices, they incurred the disapproval and opposition and sometimes aggression of their family, their neighbors, and their leaders. They knowingly placed themselves outside the community that they had been part of. And this vacuum that resulted needed to be filled. So a ritual in which the mutual solidarity was expressed was necessary. The rite was, the liturgy was new, and where the missionaries were in charge, it was also un-Javanese. But this was not necessarily a deterrent. It also aroused curiosity. It drew people. If Christianity was different from Islam and other known religiosities, the ritual was also different. And if this religion was European, which it was in a Javanese perspective, it was obvious that the same would apply to the ritual. Thank you.
Questions? Oh, I knew I'd have to wear sneakers for this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ben. This was a most interesting paper. I have a very simple question. In Africa, in Tanzania, where I have studied the missionary sources, in the same generation, in the late 80s and up to 1905, they say exactly the same about the singing, choral singing of the Africans. Within one or two generations, they adapted to the Western tonal system and sang in tune. Is that possibly an explanation for the problematic, for what the missionaries consider the problematic singing, or do you think it is different in Java?
Thank you for that question. It's a very fascinating question, and it's of course speculation. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense that the analogy is not coincidental. There must be significant differences too. I mean, especially as regards to what was already there. In the Javanese case, of course, I haven't given much attention to this, but on the one hand, you had a Javanese musical tradition, but which on the whole at the time was probably, to the extent that that category existed, was considered secular, or at least it was non-Islamic, or extra-Islamic, but of course the Javanese were Muslims, and that involved all sorts of music and singing as well. So the missionaries operating in Java at the time, they were probably, especially, it's hardly referred to explicitly, but probably especially trying to counter or trying to push out musical genres and musical sort of styles that were considered Islamic. And that may have been the same in some parts of Africa. I don't know, in Tanzania, whether the population was Islamized or not. But that may have led to a significant difference. But as you say, I mean, the fact that this was, there are similarities in the same period suggests that this was something quite widespread. Yeah.
You had a question?
Hi. So, as I understand it, they were translating the Dutch lyrics to Javanese, and so it's a question of style where, when they were adapting it to local forms of music, the sound was grating to a lot of people, and they just didn't like it. So that's about the style of the singing. But I was thinking a little bit about the content. When they did these translations, for example, was there any time when they translated it a little differently, or even had local song lyrics that would set differently to this music? And did that ever make any difference, or was it always kind of almost a direct Dutch to Javanese translation that they were trying to set to local music?
Thank you for that question. I've been focusing largely on the musical side, but it's definitely the wordings, the words, the lyrics were also a topic of discussion. And the missionaries made sure to translate quite literally from the songbooks that were used in the Netherlands. So Jans, for instance, the father of one of the two people who featured in this book, he translated a series of, I believe it was psalms, into Javanese, and he actually gave them his own, he made up a Javanese verse form for them. It was really fascinating. And the texts that were sung among the Christian Jawa, so the Javanese Christians who developed their liturgy at quite a distance from Dutch Christianity. They looked at it from a distance and sort of gave it their own form. They resulted in texts like this, the one I paraphrased, which was severely rejected as syncretic and totally unacceptable. So initially among the Christian Jawa, there were Christian texts were composed by them, but not under the tutelage of missionaries. And these were later, when the missionaries observed them and became powerful, these were rejected and they disappeared. So after that, text translated by it was exclusively text translated by the Reformed missionaries that were sung.
Maybe one short question to make sure we stay on time.
Here we have Allah, or things like that, which is interesting to think about now. People would be going bananas if they saw La Ilalo in a Christian thing, but this is back then. But isn't Dikir a group performance? Isn't it really just like a hymn in many ways? Just the Islamic variation of a hymn where everyone's in a circle doing sort of the same thing, having a leader, helping them change, but it also involves movement or other things.
Which is a total big no-no, of course.
Yeah. But in some ways, isn't the idea of the hymn the same kind of musical imposition as the idea of dikir within an Islamic framework of group singing, or not? What do you see it as?
Thank you. First of all, about the Allah, of course, even today in Arabic, Allah is of course also used by Christian Arabs to refer to God. Nowadays in Southeast Asia, especially in Malaysia, of course, the idea of using Allah to refer to a Christian God is unacceptable, but that certainly wasn't the case here. The Dutch missionaries did, of course, more introduce terms like Pangeran, which is the Lord, and things like that. But that wasn't an issue. Although they commented critically on the fact that he was using phrases like La ilaha illallah and so forth in a Christian context. Where dhikr is concerned, it's not only dhikr, dhikr, but also salawat, salawat and so forth. There are lots of, these are not congregational, but certainly group devotional forms of singing. And at least one of the missionaries referred to that. But they regarded Islam as non-Javanese. So they wanted Javanese stuff, and therefore they went for the tembang as a possible model, but then rejected it because they thought tembang was, ungodly and so forth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to move on to our next speaker,
Yes.
who I think is hiding behind the door.
Thank you. Good luck. Break a leg.
I'd like to introduce
Sorry.
our next speaker, who I think doesn't need an introduction. Henry Spiller, who is our host today, professor of music here at UC Davis. I did prepare an introduction, but I think everybody knows who he is. And I'd like to just welcome him to present his talk. I will note that he has a book forthcoming, I believe this year or early next year, Archaic Instruments in Modern West Java, Bamboo Murmurs. And his talk today will be, I am in no way surprised that the Javanese can listen to it all night long, a 19th century Dutch missionary on Javanese music.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think you can hear me. So you'll hear a lot of similar things to the last talk in this, but I will just push forward. You'll hear new perspectives on many of the things you've already heard. In the early 1600s, the Dutch East India Company, or the Verenigde Oost-Indische Company, also called the VOC, began its economic exploitation of Java and the other islands in what's now modern Indonesia. The Dutch merchants who ran the VOC showed little concern for the lives of the indigenous population beyond their economic potential. Although they were happy to transfer European technologies, weaponry, as well as diseases to Java, they did not, unlike Spanish and Portuguese colonialists, think it desirable to try to convert the locals to Christianity. Most of the VOC's interests were taken over by the British during the Napoleonic Wars in the early 19th century, and then handed off to the new Dutch Republic in 1814. But like the VOC, those controlling the Dutch economic interests in the Indies remained reluctant to jeopardize their commerce with Javanese Muslims by promoting Christian missionary activity. Indeed, according to Aritonang and Steenbrink, there were virtually no native Christians in Java and no coordinated and continuing missionary efforts either. Early Christian conversions were local, bottom-up affairs, as we've heard a little bit from Ben about. Around 1820, for example, Kunrad Lorenz Kolin, who had a Russian father and an aristocratic Javanese mother, established a village, Ngoro, not far from Surabaya. There, he and his practitioners, his followers, practiced a syncretic version of Christianity that incorporated aspects of Javanese mysticism, including hymns in traditional style, as well as wayang and dance. Another early Christian missionizer was the German-born Johannes Emde, who originally came to Java as a watchmaker and was married to a Javanese woman. In contrast to Kolin, Emde's goal was to thoroughly westernize his Javanese converts. Emde even formulated a list of the 10 Commandments for his Javanese flock, which explicitly forbade gamelan, wayang, and timbang. Thou shalt not. It's clear that from these two examples, it's clear there's no dogmatic, one-size-fits-all answer for whether traditional arts are compatible with Christianity. These early approaches to Javanese Christianity could either embrace or forbid Javanese arts. Just as we will see, just as the competing Dutch missionary societies would do as the 19th century progressed. Once the semi-official hands-off religion policy ended in the early 19th century, a dizzying array of Protestant sects established as many as 21 missionary societies in Holland, with the aim to proselytize local populations in the Indies, to convert the heathen and Mohammedans, as one group stated their goals. But it was only by the 1830s that Dutch missionaries came to Java in any significant, yet still very small numbers, never more than about 20, as Ben Arps has already told us in the second half of the 19th century. The Dutch government continued to discourage interference with the practice of Islam, which limited the areas in which missionaries could work, but the government did see advantages in using missionaries for education and research, especially into local languages and traditions, which could help advance Dutch economic interests. Indeed, many of the most prolific documentarians of the languages and cultures of 19th century Java were first and foremost missionaries who, as the anthropologist Rita Smith-Kipp puts it, effectively wove anthropology and evangelism into one seamless life. Rita Kipp echoes James Clifford, who sees what he calls a common cultural heritage in the putative rivalry between the godless relativist anthropologist and the anti-science ethnocentric missionary. He writes that they are both, quote, an amalgam of Greek rationality and Christian universalism. Both participate in a restless Western desire for encountering and incorporating others, whether by conversion or comprehension. Conversion being the missionary approach, comprehension being the ethnographic approach. Clifford's view of the commonalities between anthropology and Christian missions runs a little bit counter to the received secular humanist wisdom that anthropological relativism is a neutral position, but it helps to make more sense of the missionaries' sometimes sympathetic engagement with Javanese culture. In this paper, I examine the work of one such missionary, Hendrik Smeeding, who was a missionary in Kediri, East Java, between 1858 and 1861. Most of Smeeding's peers were not favorably disposed to the Javanese arts. And we've already heard a few of these quotes, but Smeeding's successor in Kediri, Karel Punsen, for example, who was actually a noted linguist and documenter of Javanese culture in his own right, described Javanese music as noise. J.L. Zeher, a missionary in Indramayu in 1876, mentioned several reasons why a particular church property was undesirable and should be gotten rid of, including, quote, its proximity to the screams of the rongangs and the dancing girls, and the monotonous sound of the gamelan. Smeeding, in contrast, praise to the Javanese arts. He sums up his first encounter with gamelan music with a poetic compliment. The gamelan sounds are, especially when heard from a distance, a pleasant rain, a soft, feeling, caressing sound, and I'm by no means surprised that Javanese can listen to it all night long. Like most of his fellow Protestant evangelists, however, he did not think Javanese artistic practices, including singing, were suitable for Christian worship services. In terms of James Clifford's binary, it's clear that Smeating privileged conversion over comprehension. Nevertheless, his contributions toward comprehension are worthy of attention in that they represent the clear, careful descriptions of a fresh eye and ear in a time and place for which not much other evidence survives. Furthermore, examining Smeating's complicated engagements with Javanese music provides some insight into the related dilemmas of both the missionary and of the anthropologist. The Dutch mission societies regularly published the ethnographic and linguistic scholarship of the missionaries. In particular, the Nederlands Zendeling Genootschap, the NZG, included detailed accounts written by missionaries in their periodical called Mededelingen, which just means notices. The 1861 edition includes an account written by Smeating of a trip he took early in his time in Java with another missionary, S.E. Harthorn, to Kediri, Madiun, and Mojokerto. According to the account, after arriving in Kapanjen, which was near Malang, after a long day of travel, Smeating suddenly became aware of the sweet, melancholic sounds of a gamelan. His Javanese host noticed his interest and took him to the place where the gamelan was being played. Smeating ascertained by questioning those in the house that they were celebrating the Javanese New Year. And Smeating provides a detailed account of the information he gleaned through what we might call ethnographic method. Door vragen en opmerken deze gamelan leerde kennen. That is, I got to know about the gamelan by asking questions and observation. And I'm just going to go through some of Smeating's observations here. The gamelan in question he called a nenenge or panenge, that is, a middle kind of gamelan. In modern parlance, such a designation to a gamelan would refer to the size of the instruments, the tessitura of its tuning, or even the quality of its materials and craftsmanship. Smeating says the term refers to the sets omvang and grootte, both multivalent Dutch words which might refer to the number of instruments as well as their actual size. Curiously, that guy Punsen that I mentioned before later includes the gamelan panenge in his encyclopedic list of various kinds of gamelan, misciting Smeating's description as referring to a fully fledged genre of gamelan music rather than a simple descriptive qualifier. Smeating noted that the human voice plays a leading role in gamelan music while the instruments provide accompaniment. And I'll return to this point shortly. He then proceeds to describe the instruments in considerable detail. First, the rebab, kind of a spike fiddle. I display the full description in a minute to show Smeating's thoroughness, but I'll highlight only a few specific spots that demonstrate the acuity of his descriptions. Regarding construction, he said the body is made of nanka wood, a yellow, very hard wood, with a bladder stretched over the open side. Regarding tuning, he wrote, the lowest string in tone corresponds to the main tone of the Slendro tuning system. The second string differs from the first one by a pure fifth. About technique, the fingers touch the strings but do not press them against the neck of the instrument. In this way, even the vibrato, which occurs so frequently in Javanese singing, can be imitated by a slight movement of the fingers. And in terms of function, the rebab player is the orchestra's master, and he plays the melody, which is also sung. All the other parts are based on him and thus on the singing. It seems clear from this description that Smeating was not only a keen observer and a skilled, or at least relentless questioner, but he really good at processing the answers. Smeating's emphasis on a vocal basis for gamelan music is particularly noteworthy. He takes to task the day's main authorities, Raffles, who wrote a book in 1817, and Wilkins from a large article in 1850 for their insistence that gamelan music is metrical. Smeating instead characterizes the music as declamatory, by which he means that the vocal and rebab parts are in free rhythm. Then the orchestra therefore adheres to a measure, but only, and this is a quote, only the subjective feeling of the singer, whereby it is indicated and controlled, so that it can be said at the same time, Javanese music knows no meter. Such a view contradicts not only Raffles and Wilkins, but subsequent 20th century scholarship on gamelan music by Western specialists such as Jaap Kunst and Mantel Hood. But Smeating's emphasis on gamelan's music basis in vocal music foreshadows the groundbreaking scholarship of the Javanese ethnomusicologist Sumarsam, who makes the case that the metrical surface structures of gamelan music derive from an unperformed inner melody, as he wrote in 1975, and that vocal melodies provide the, quote, melodic precedent for gamelan pieces, as he wrote in 1996. Smeating's descriptions are at times whimsical. He compared the shape of the various kettle gongs to an old-fashioned gentleman's hat. And after describing the large gong as a bass instrument, he goes on to compare the katuk to the orchestral viola. Given that the katuk plays only a single note, I can't help but wonder if perhaps Smeating's comparison was the world's first viola joke. He may have consulted Raffles for information, but Smeating's Bonang illustration provides additional information to that of Raffles, including a description of the arrangement of pitches on the instrument, although I can't figure out the numbering system that he's using. And Smeating makes the canny observation that this layout actually facilitates playing octaves without having to cross one's arms, a very useful thing to know about playing the Bonang. Smeating, of course, did not get everything right, and some of his comments suggest that he misunderstood the difference between slendro and pelog tunings, and that gamelan music was not necessarily limited to the accompaniment of vocal music, which seems to be just the opposite of some of the other missionaries we've heard about. And his own apparent bias toward vocal music may have led him to mischaracterize gamelan music as completely ametrical, because he paid maybe too much attention to the singing. Nevertheless, in its accuracy, objectivity, and attention to descriptive detail, this encounter with the gamelan showcases the relativist anthropology side of Smeating. I guess we're not ready for that. Smeating devotes several pages of the same account to discussions with Javanese Christians about the propriety of gamelan music. At another stop on the journey, he's delighted to learn that one of the residents there, Matthew, had a reputation as a skilled gamelan player. Matthew, it turns out, was a former resident of Ngoro, the aforementioned Christian village led by the aforementioned Kunrad Kolin, who advocated the use of gamelan and wayang in Christian worship. So Smeating was disappointed to learn that Matthew no longer had a gamelan. Smeating quotes Matthew as responding, "It's not proper." Still not ready for that. "It's not proper for Christians to play gamelan." Smeating countered that Dutch Christians are allowed to play what he called the Dutch gamelan, that is a piano, and the Dutch rebab, a violin, and that Smeating himself, quote, loves to hear the beautiful sounds of the Javanese gamelan. And Smeating asked Matthew to identify a place in Scripture which forbids Dutch or Javanese music. And Matthew, of course, was unable to provide such a scriptural reference. However, Matthew then went on to mobilize an argument that Smeating found difficult to rebut. If one has a gamelan, it isn't, still not ready for that. If one has a gamelan, it isn't long before dancers are involved. Smeating suggests to his readers that he's not convinced dancing is inherently sinful either, but he acknowledged to Matthew that getting rid of his gamelan was probably the right thing to do, finally. There are many things in the world which are by no means evil in themselves and therefore are also not forbidden by God. But if anyone knows that by such a practice he comes to real sins, and if he does not abstain from it, he has already sinned against his conscience as a result. Smeating goes on in his account to cite a recent event reported by another missionary of a visit by a gamelan with taladek dancers, dancing girls, for which many of the local Christian men actually patronized. And Smeating ultimately concedes that, quote, gamelan is a trap for the Christian Javanese. So we saw earlier that Smeating is capable of being a relativist when considering gamelan music in the abstract. But here, the missionary in him seems to acknowledge that the gamelan's association with public dancing are a bridge too far, and any commitment to cultural relativity must take a back seat to promoting Christian moral values. Here we see the missionary taking precedence over the anthropologist. A third case makes a little bit more of a sense of this clash between the missionary and anthropologist sides. In a later article published in 1862, Smeating provides a retrospective view of his ethnographic and linguistic work with Javanese congregants in an effort to guide future missionaries. He also contributes to the ongoing discourse among Dutch missionaries about the potential for Javanese music in worship, which we just heard about from Ben Arps, and as foreshadowed by the two different approaches of Colin and Emde that I mentioned earlier. As I mentioned earlier, Smeating was convinced that Javanese music, including gamelan music, was in essence vocal-based. Smeating, like most other Dutch scholars and missionaries, uses the term timbang as a generic term for Javanese song. Smeating's colleague Harthorn, with the assistance of his Javanese choir master Johannes, experimented with creating Christian timbang and advocated their use on a broader scale. Smeating himself claims that he learned to sing some timbang from Johannes while he was teaching Harthorn's choir Dutch choral singing. And as he did with gamelan music, he made many pertinent and accurate observations about timbang performances. He realized that there are regional styles or local styles of singing timbang. He realized that timbang is a solo art and that the songs, quote, are by their nature unsuitable for being sung by more than one voice at a time, or they lose their peculiar character. Javanese listeners admired timbang's calm expression of deep emotions, he wrote, despite the ornamentation of the singing, and that he found that timbang are not wild or voluptuous, even though they had some melodic twists and turns. Their calm expression reflects the Javanese character. He noted that timbang melodies defy staff notation in their pitch vocabulary, their ornamentation, and in the variability of each individual performance. These are illustrations of another Javanese missionary's notations of timbang. And about these transcriptions, one of the 28 made by F.W. Vinter, Smeating remarks, quote, I must admit that I do not know how to reproduce the Javanese ways of singing, completely freely figured by the singer from this kind of notation. And finally, he noticed, or he observed, that timbang texts are very obscure. They're written in what Smeating calls kawi miring, the language of the poets. And indeed, timbang texts often are very obscure and poetic and need some kind of explanation, even for native speakers to understand. He notes that many Javanese do not understand the language without that kind of explanation. Now, according to Jaap Kunst, to the Javanese, singing and poetry are one and the same thing. And to him, the term timbang refers to purely vocal compositions, and that it includes songs or poems in various meters called mochopat. In contemporary practice, each mochopat meter is defined by a specific number of lines, each with a specific number of syllables, and each ending with a specific vowel sound. And each of these mochopat meters is associated with one or more basic melodic forms that then together expresses a particular mood. And the name of the meter then hints at the mood or the affect of that particular poem. So we'll listen to a little bit of a performance of a mochopat song in the Pochung meter. This is one of these mochopat meters. The video we'll see is excerpted from the excellent series of YouTube videos released by the Royal Palace Kraton Ngayogyakarta Hadiningrat in Yogyakarta that they recently released on mochopat singing. And this is one of their responses, the palace's responses, to the COVID-19 pandemic. So this particular poem demonstrates the flexibility of the themes in Tembang songs as well as the genre's stylistic flexibility, not to mention the formal rigidity of the form. The palace official in this video, before the excerpt that we see, describes the affect of pocong as careless, humorous, flexible, but giving important advice. And he tells us that the poetic form has 4 lines, the first with 12 syllables ending in an u sound, the second with 6 syllables ending in an a sound or o sound in Javanese. The third line ends with an I and has 8 syllables, and the fourth line has 12 syllables and ends with that spelled A but pronounced O sound. And so you'll see the translation of this particular poem in the video, but basically it uses as the O sound at the end of the second line the word corona, and is actually talking about how to beat the coronavirus by it's giving us advice to follow the government restrictions on distancing and masking, etc. So let's listen to this a little bit of Mochopat singing. Oh, there we go.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ing salajengipun badhe katuraken tulodo sekar pocong maos laras lendro padet menyura.
I'm going to see if it will resync if I start it again.
Kang tuwajo minta ake kek pituto
So the flexibility of the form is apparent in this poet's capacity to bring the pochung form to bear on this very immediate problem, namely the pandemic. And the tone of the poem definitely conforms to this affect of giving practical advice in a lightish, humorous sort of manner. Each line has the prescribed number of syllables and ending vowel sound. One thing that's even a little charming is using the corona to provide the A vowel at the end of the second line. At least I think it's a little bit funny. Now, from his own writings, it appears that Smeating was only dimly aware of these very specific formal and stylistic details. He wrote the so-called mocho mocho of the Javanese, the singing reading, that everything his literature offers him takes place according to some kind of terminology. By that he means the name of the meter, which is indicated at the top of the piece, and there seems to be more taste and suitability than content in this. And in fact, that terminology at the top, pochung, is really very quite specific and refers to some very specific melodies that most people would use to sing it with. Now, while he praises the practice of tembang singing, he ultimately advocates against Harthorn's push to incorporate tembang into Christian worship. not because it's sinful or pagan, as asserted by other missionaries, but because adopting it to the requirements of Christian worship would compromise tembang's aesthetic integrity. The characteristics he describes, Smeating argues, are inconsistent with the role of congregational singing in Christian worship. Referring to Hardhorn's attempts to promote tembang with Christian themes, he writes, I hope that I will not be misunderstood as if I would underestimate the value of Christian tembang. This is so far from what I mean that I intend if I have the opportunity to use tembang in schools. Here they can provide excellent services for training the converts. Perhaps there are other related examples that I will come to know with more knowledge and experience, but for now I consider tembang to be certainly unsuitable for singing of the congregation in religious gatherings. Determining whether Javanese music was suitable for Javanese Christians strained the relationships between Smeating's anthropologist and Christian sides. His anthropologist self found gamelan music to be delightful in the abstract, but his missionary self recognized for the Javanese congregants gamelan music's associations with dancing girls and prostitution made it difficult to redeem for Christian contexts. In the case of tembang, Smeating's anthropological, yes I do. Nope. In the case of the tembang, Smeating's anthropologists and missionary selves found common ground. His advocacy for Dutch rather than Javanese singing was based both on an anthropologist's understanding of the relationship between musical style and social function and a missionary's confidence in the worshipful nature of group choral singing. He even cites one of his Javanese consultants to validate his opinion. The above-mentioned Johannes, a great lover of tembang, said to me plainly, quote, "The tembang are beautiful, but if they're sung equally by more than one person, they're ugly. They're not intended for that. The Dutch songs are much, much more beautiful because they can be sung by many at once." So, by way of a conclusion, I note that Smeating wrote, "I'm convinced that a thorough knowledge of music and song of the Javanese would open us to a rich source of knowledge about the nature and character of this people." Smeating wrote to the board of the Nederlands Indisch Genootschap, which we heard about just recently, in response to their question about music education of missionaries. This statement echoes the sentiment of generations of ethnomusicologists, although ethnomusicologists would likely insist that their motives are much more objective than those of the missionary. As James Clifford points out, however, missionaries and anthropologists express the same restless Western desire for encountering and incorporating others, whether by conversion or comprehension. Clifford is stressing that the power differentials between missionaries and their others are essentially the same as the power differentials between foreign anthropologists and others, along with ethnomusicologists with those same others. And it's my hope that future generations will be able to deploy any rich source of knowledge about the nature and character of a people, as Smeating puts it, no matter the origin of that information, as a potent tool for neutralizing, eventually, these power differences. Thank you.
Questions? You stunned us, Henry.
No, Ben has okay. One. Of course.
Yes, Ben Arps from Leiden University. Thank you very much for opening up this description by Smeating of his first encounter with gamelan and the results of his sort of ethnomusicological research. You stressed, you gave attention especially to the rebab and the connection with vocal music there. And as you point out, I mean, the idea that gamelan is sort of vocal music led is one that was very insightful. Mm. But I wonder whether Smeating in his description actually gives attention to the singing that occurred by human voices.
Mm-hmm.
And if so, what kind of singing did he describe?
So in this particular description, he did not actually address the singing very much. And I have a feeling from his description that maybe there wasn't that much singing going on in this particular gamelan performance, but that he was aware of other performances that he saw in the meantime or that he read about that involved singing. So yeah, I would, if there had been descriptions of singing in there, I would have tried to make sense out of them. I did try to make, he also has a description of a gambang, very detailed in there, which I'm still grappling with. I almost put it in, but I didn't. But yeah, he didn't mention singing very much in the specific at all.
Yeah, going back to singing, I mean, there's tembang, and that is vocally led and other things like that, but there's all that pantun as well, which, you know, is more within the measure and all those things. And it seems he's only talking about tembang, which is kind of singing. Pantun, of course, is much more from the ground up and is associated with the ronggeng. So does he not make that distinction of different kinds of music, the aristocratic, developed, poetic, and then people pounding rice and singing, you know, in festivals and things like that?
He did not mention any of those things, Kathy. And he may have known about pantun, which is a different poetic form that's sung with regularly metered gamelan music quite a bit. But it does turn out that even pantun, as it is sung, is not really all that metrically regular, and you know that you decide where to start singing it based on where it's going to end.
Yeah.
So it's sort of irregularly meted out over a regular background structure. But I don't know, he didn't say anything about
But if
that.
it's the group singing, you
If it's a
sort of
group
have to keep
singing,
with
there's
the
a little
group.
bit more. But
Yeah.
even then, the whole setting of the melody is not absolutely metrical.
That's true.
Some parts, you know, it's always ends at the same place, but it could begin at a different place in each line of music, each measure of music.
Yeah.
Which I think is certainly what Sumarsan was getting at, and maybe what Smading was getting at too, even though if he had given us more detail about what other singing he'd heard, then that would have been really helpful.
Yeah, and I mean, that is true. That's where the individual voice can come in, and then the group and chorus, and you go back to the meter, things like that. So it is that kind of dialogue.
Right, and he didn't really talk about gerong singing either, the sort of male chorus that does sing with gamelan music quite a bit, although they do sometimes use mochopat meters for choral singing.
In the back.
Thank you very much. That was really fantastic. Were there female singers or performers, like musicians, around?
So he would have seen female singers, usually solo singers, and I'm sure that he saw taladek or ronggeng as well, who would have been female singer-dancers, although he probably would have pretended he wasn't watching them, because they were the ones that were leading all of his Christian men into temptation. So yes, female singing has been a part of this music for at least, I mean, certainly in the 19th century throughout, probably a lot longer ago than that.
Question?
And speaking of singer-dancers, are they usually exactly that, or are they singer, or sometimes are they just singers or just dancers?
It turns out this is what my dissertation was about. So in the old, I mean, to be a ronggeng, you were supposed to sing and dance. Not necessarily always at the same time, but those were both roles that you took on. And you were also generally thought to be a prostitute as well. And so in the 20th century, women stopped doing both of those things because they didn't want to be associated with prostitution. So if you sat down and sang, then you were less morally suspect than if you stood up and danced and sang. You're just less likely to arouse people's desires for you.
And pressing on to the modern, you mentioned very quickly that there were also male groups of singers, is that right?
That's right.
And were they also male singers, dancers, and prostitutes or not?
So, no. So men would dance to show off their masculine prowess, and they would sing in groups because everyone likes to sing in groups. Well, I'll let you talk about that, Kathy. So there were men who dressed up as ronggeng and sang in a high-pitched voice and acted like ronggeng, acted like prostitutes as well, although they probably attracted a slightly different... Well, actually, no, that's not true. They attracted whoever thought they were hot, right? But
I didn't catch that last sentence.
So Kathy is trying to make me admit that there were men who would dress up like female ronggeng and dance and sing and behave as female ronggeng, and they were thought to be desirable.
Throughout Southeast Asia.
Well, it wasn't until you got them back in the bushes that you found out what the distinction was.
No, I'm saying throughout Southeast Asia, the same phenomenon.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, go on, yes.
No, you're right, it's widespread in Southeast Asia.
But sorry, you actually did not complete the sentence there because I interrupted, my fault.
I think I may have lost my train of thought, so ask your question again.
Unfortunately, I've done the same thing.
I think one way of answering the question is that singers in 19th century Java, there were solo male singers, solo female singers, group male singers, and probably group female singers, although I can't think of any examples of that offhand, except Bedoyo. Bedoyo, is that what you're... Yeah, and Srimpi, yeah. So yeah, there were all different kinds of conglomerations of solo and group singing. Sometimes with gamelan, sometimes without.
Maybe time for one more question. We're slightly over time, but pressing question.
Sorry, this is not a pressing question, and it's also a huge question, so maybe I can just ask it. But I was interested, Henry, you really framed your talk in the context of colonialism and exploitation. And I was struck, Emilie, in your talk, how much choral singing was sort of directed towards the nation, and that kind of conflation of like a religious choral style getting transferred into, patriotism. And I was curious if this sort of the same thing was going on. I'm asking from a position of ignorance because this is pretty far from my area of study. But if during the colonial period some of this religious music was in some way also not just about religious conversion, but also about a kind of colonial loyalty or something like that. In other words, I guess what role music was playing in that, creating that kind of attachment or that sense of relationship. So that's a very big question, but...
Yeah, why don't you, actually at the very end of the thing, why don't you bring that up again, Scott? We will have time after the next two papers for a broader discussion. Thank you, Anna Maria, that's a great idea.
All right, I guess we'll stop here, and we're slightly over time. It's 3:25. When would you like people to come back?
Why don't we take a 10-minute break?
10-minute break?
Yeah,
okay.
3:35.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, let's begin our final session. I have the pleasure of introducing Sebastian Klotz, who is professor of transcultural musicology and historical anthropology of music at the Humboldt University in Berlin. Earlier in his career, he was a professor of systematic musicology at the University of Leipzig and a researcher at the Istituto Storico Germanico, the German Historical Institute in Rome, and a Bosch Fellow at the University of Chicago. His broad range of scholarly interests, and I use broad in the broadest sense of the word, engages with 15th century dance, cultures of musical knowledge, and the interplay of music and geography. His publications examine the impact of the Enlightenment on mid-18th century musical aesthetics and communication, and the changes that resulted in how people thought about music, musical notation, and performance. In another field altogether, he has proposed a hermeneutics of Berlin-style DJ and VJ culture. He has studied spectral agency in Madonna's album Music, and the reaches of his imagination are evident in a study he called Arcadia, Musicland, Variants of Eloquence in the Renaissance Madrigal and in Disco. He is currently planning to set up a brain-computer interface lab for audio evidence at Humboldt University. As co-editor of a remarkable volume, Sounding Cities, Auditory Transformations in Berlin, Chicago, and Calcutta, Professor Klotz wrote the afterword entitled The Study of Urban Music from Transcultural Perspective, in which he summarizes with a series of probing questions, including, how do musical practices and strategies of consumption affect the nexus between the local and the global? Are places in the situation of music making and music consumption still relevant criteria for the social actors and for academic analysis? As he observed, the production, distribution, and consumption of music in a city do not simply happen. They are embedded in a network of social, economic, and affective relations. This afternoon, Professor Klotz will speak to us on a different network of social, affective, and technological relations, missionaries as phonographic mediators. To this topic, he brings many things, including his role as founder of Humboldt University's Erich von Hornbostel's Audio Emergence Lab. Please welcome Professor Klotz.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Connected? I pushed the on. That's better now, is it? Yeah. I'd like to thank you, Christopher, for your most flattering introduction. I hope I can live up to it. I would like to thank and congratulate Anna Maria and Henry for landing the Luce grant. I'd like to thank you for the invitation and thank all the organizers for setting up the event. It's been an exciting day, presentations and discussions so far. And the benefit of talking late across the span of the day is to find so many connections. And I'll underline some of them, and others will intuitively be remarked by you as listeners. Now, I can't consider myself an expert on Indonesia, nor on missionaries, nor on New Guinea, which will be my geographical focus of the presentation. My interests are on the cultural situatedness of phonographic recordings and recording ideologies. So feel free to consider this as an outlier, given the coherence of presentations on Indonesian traditions that we've discussed up until today. But hopefully I can inject some perspectives or complement the knowledge in the hall and beyond on missionaries and musical traditions. So it is from the angle of the situatedness of phonographic recordings that I'd like to talk to you today. primarily relating to what was called German New Guinea. I hope to show that there was an astounding phonographic and anthropological activity, mainly by German and Austrian researchers in the early 20th century. And I'd like to share with you some initial thoughts on the relationship between missionaries and phonography, and from missionaries and ethnologists, an understudied topic. I would have thought up until I heard the presentation by Henry, who looked into that interaction in a very persuasive manner. Understudied, with the exception of Anna Maria Busse Berger's penetrating and inspiring monograph, The Search for Medieval Music in Africa and Germany. Now, my perspective on the role of missionaries will lead to a narrative of complex entanglements, of mobilities, and on of the circulation of actors and recordings. It is against this background that I hope to identify some contradicting motivations for phonographic campaigns. And here is my hypothesis. Missionaries play an ambivalent role poised between the observing and analytic stance of ethnologists and the expectation to become transformative agents vis-à-vis the ethnic group they plan to convert to Christianity. I argue that, unlike ethnologists and early comparative musicologists, missionaries lacked a protocol for phonographic practice, a coherent workflow as laid out by Karl Stumpf, Felix von Duchamp, and Erich von Hornbostel for early comparative musicology, but that individual missionaries actively used the phonograph or collaborated with ethnologists in phonographic campaigns in German New Guinea. Unlike the quiet anthropologists and ethnologists, the prime medium of missionaries was language. Through oral pedagogy, through teaching and speaking, they were performing their missionary project, and they conceived themselves as a medium of God. And in this configuration, the role of recording media was unclear, poised between the mimetic, pragmatic, and transcendent, between orality and the scripturality of the groove. So can the phonograph evoke the threefold meaning of sacred scripture? Can the phonograph pray? What looks like a systematic and impressive recording campaign, as you will see in the course of my presentation, has been informed by very specific motivations and orientations. And I invite you to consider these orientations from the perspective of situating science. Now, I'd like to start playing you, because that gives you an idea of the flavor of the research I'd like to present. Obviously a European instrument, a European violin, played by someone from the Malay Archipelago. Site of recording, Berlin during the First World War. And I think this recording already encapsulates questions of mobility, of political order, of political strife that reflect in the holdings of the phonographic collections that we have today. I'll come back to this during the presentation. Here's the order of my presentation. Who's recording in Southeast Asia? I'd like to widen the perspective towards commercial actors. German New Guinea was a hotspot of recording campaigns. I would like to consider multi-site experiences and mobilities, both on the side of ethnologists and anthropologists, but also for portions of the local population, I would like to briefly share some material on the recording activities and their documentation that perhaps will be unfamiliar to you, conclusions, and then a final reflection. Whose echoes are we listening to? Whose echoes, outlook, and open question? Now, who's been recording in Southeast Asia? And for that purpose, I will leave the German New Guinean focus opening up to Southeast Asia. Max Sampe and William Sinker Darby, here in a picture in Bombay, Mumbai, February 1905. And do this from the Recording Pioneers website. And if we continue, these are the Matrix series of Her Majesty's Voice. And I'd like to draw your attention to the early days of having series of commercial recordings. And please consider Calcutta, India, Tokyo, Japan, Singapore, Bangkok, Rangoon, Burma. So we have a fairly wide reflection of music that's been selected for global marketing already at the time. And my point is that this is a parallel endeavor to what missionaries did and what ethnologists did in the field of recordings. This image, Rudolf Pösch, an Austrian physician and anthropologist who did extensive research in Oceania, in German and British New Guinea, from his fieldwork 1905, embodies the second group of actors, commercial recording companies, ethnologists. I'll come back to this later on. Very interesting to have another ethnic actor apparently running the Wiener Archivphonographie. I imagine it's due to the fact that Pösch himself took the photo. He focused on the photo and asked someone to record the group, and they're not from the same ethnic background. That's all documented by Pösch himself. Cape Nelson, British territory at the time, and Pösch declares and documents that the group has been coming a long way to the recording site, that they were practicing and rehearsing, taking this pretty seriously, and there are interesting details. The archival phonograph, the listening tubes here for the display sessions, if you want to listen to the recording, kind of early predecessors of headphones, that can all be seen in this photo. And there was, of course, the third group, missionaries. And here we are back to the SVD and other orders who already have been figuring prominently in our talk with period photos from the time. I use current sources given here and given in the bibliography that you see in the handout. On the right-hand side, that's an important missionary, as he's been interacting closely with Rudolf Pösch. So physician anthropologist Rudolf Pösch was relying in establishing contacts and winning groups of persons. And this is Franz Formann, surrounded by the pupils during his activities in New Guinea. And we need a connecting link here. Without Norddeutsche Leute and the Reichspostdampfer, the material that they assembled wouldn't have ever reached Berlin, Vienna, or the Western recording and analytical institutions in that very interesting division of labor. Send out missionaries and anthropologists to collect, get the material back to Berlin or Vienna as soon as possible. And we've been hearing about an armchair perspective on ethnology. This is Erich Moritz von Hornbos, who rarely traveled. He was eagerly awaiting the next package of these wax cylinders to arrive en route from the other end of the world for them to process them, to develop copies to secure them, and to analyze them. And I would like to place, reflecting on the cultural position of the missionaries, I would like to reflect on this against this wider background of other recording initiatives and diverse motivations. So we have anthropologists and ethnologists with an established protocol. They had instructions how to use the phonograph, talking about the early shortly after 1900, that practice got established. There was a wider narrative. There were exploring, or the Berlin analysts of early vergleichende Musikforschung used all the information to compile their narrative towards the genetic foundations, the evolutionary foundations of Tonkunst. It's interesting that they don't talk about this in terms of exotic music. We'd like to capture, document exotic music. They legitimize their project along the line of explaining what is Tonkunst all about, and perhaps these are previous primitive stages, as they were called in the words of the time, leading to the Tonkunst. Very important in terms of funding and of justification. The disciplinary context, early comparative musicology, ideological frame, salvage ethnography, which was important at the time. Now, commercial companies, completely different orientation. They were creating a market. According to Michael Denning, samba, rebetiko, and all these genres were already created and constructed under the pressure of commercial actors who defined these genres for global marketing, for audiences abroad, or for local elites who thought, whom the companies thought they may be interesting by these recordings. And they, unlike the ethnologists who went for the untouched, rather rural musical practices, commercial companies went right into the hybrid port areas of social interconnection, mobilities. That was their prime concern. So they were very happy to capture the emerging hybrid genres, which would have been a no-go for ethnologists. But as we will see, missionaries couldn't avoid the fact of having highly dynamic situations in terms of multilinguistic record persons that they recorded. So the picture was pretty complex. Missionaries, this is from my impression from the material, had no clear agenda. There were occasional individual collaborations, as in the case of Forman and Persch, but there was no expectation to record seen from the perspective of the religious orders. So it appeared to be a novel technology, inviting novel techno-cultural situations, but there was no protocol, from what I've read, for the missionaries. This, of course, the impact zones, colonial zones, and the division distributions. So I'm actually, although I talk about German New Guinea, I'm within the realm, close to the Dutch West Indian realm that also comprised Western New Guinea at the time. Now, recalling Dustin Wiebe's presentation, you were giving us statistics about recordings of your protagonist. I'm showing here, relying on Don Niles' contribution to a 2002 book publication, not in a dynamic form, but as a static image. And Niles took the effort of documenting the sites and even the scale. That's the number, the quantity of wax cylinders taken and recorded. And that gives you an idea of the density and of the seemingly systematic urge to record in German New Guinea. Pretty impressive, probably the best researched area, or best recorded area, next to Africa, which of course has to do with German colonial interest and the protectorates and the colonies that the Germans had. Here you see that Persch, as an Austrian, was able to freely move also on British territory. That's, I think, an important visualization of the effects, and behind every name stands a collection and a collecting effort and a documentation, and much of it had been processed by the Berliner Phonogramm Archive. Now this is from the recordings, the wax cylinder. The medium here is wax cylinder in the Berlin Phonogramm Archive, a run-up, and I selected for the purpose of our symposium the Australia and Oceania wing of recordings. Now, many names will sound familiar. Perch, although he worked and paid for it, self-sponsored, he shared the recordings with the Berlin archives. They were able to copy them, send them to Vienna and to Berlin. And I imagine some of you will detect further names or collectors or anthropologists that have been relevant for your research. And yeah, that's part of the holdings of Berliner Phonogramm Archive. And I continued from the previous source, New Guinea, featuring very prominently here, Australia, and it involves the large government or company-sponsored research expeditions by German institutions, Kaiserin Augusta Flussexpedition, Frobenius, and Thornwald on the Kaiserin Augusta Fluss, Richard Thornwald, and you see the number of recordings being taken. Yeah, I think this is indicative of the wealth and density of the data that had then been sent to Berlin. Now I ask myself, and we've been touching this, to what extent had this become available to the public at the time? And they were thinking about this, and Berliner Phonogrammarchiv launched a Demonstrationssammlung, a demonstration collection of a set of wax cylinders, and the largest set size that they sold to schools. Apparently we have no documentation on that, but the project existed, was 120 cylinders. Again, I give you an insight into the Southeast Asia portion of the largest set of the 120 wax cylinders. And yeah, that's the English translation, Java, Udal, Zelenka, Schöder. I don't relate to all these names standing behind these collections here, Borneo, but you see again the scale and the density of collections. You can consult these sources as given there, and on my handout it's available, published books. And it continues, the list continues to New Guinea, to Melanesia, and to Polynesia, with Samoa being a German protectorate at the time, and reflecting, putting in a nutshell, so to speak, the musical cultures, in current wording, musical cultures of the world, giving such a fairly large share to recordings from the realm we're discussing on this symposium. Now, I selected some of the names that have been primarily highly relevant, and that will crop up in the remainder of my talk. And looking into their biographies, was this a sole journey that they did to Oceania, Australia, German New Guinea, or did they bring previous experiences? It shows they were active in Africa, again underlining that German commitment in Africa. Richard Thornwald, Italy, Egypt, New Guinea. Ethnologist Rudolf Persch had experience in India due to his malaria training as a physician. Africa, then New Guinea. Navy physician Augustin Kremer, someone who Hornbostel commented on. They selected the musical recordings, and the specialists like Hornbostel then published on this as a kind of supplement to their research. Another Navy physician, Emil Stephan, China and Oceania. That's also, in my attempt to get a wider picture of orientations and motivations I think, an important observation to make. But we are not talking about locally fixed populations that they were dealing with, but have to consider local commerce, long-distance commerce among ethnic groups in the area under review, conflicts in the regions. We have to confront new groups arising, sailors, guides, intermediaries, soldiers in foreign service that travel to Indonesia, Malaysia, Australia, and beyond, and that play a role in hiring workforce for the plantation in German New Guinea. And therefore, as recordings have been made, that turn out to be a factor and will show in the recordings. Yeah, this is the workforce from Malaysia and China working in New Guinea. They were forcing children to travel to Europe, initiated by missionaries. This is why we have recordings from New Guinean children recorded in Vienna by missionaries. We have forced travel of New Guinean actors serving in the German army, a kind of peace contingent, peace is the right word, to appease the situation in German East Africa at the time. And we have prisoners of war in Germany during World War I, serving in the enemy armies of France and Britain, who were arrested on German territory and exposed to recording sessions, either music or language. And these are facets that perhaps help us to understand and get a wider image of the role that missionaries played on the site in German New Guinea. Now, Franz Forman, you've seen a picture of his, and I give you the religious affiliation. Wilhelm Schmidt, the important propagandist of Kulturkreislehre, very important on the conceptual side in the 1920s. They were all recording. Schmidt himself was recording the young children in Vienna. And there is an MSc, Josef Windhaus, who did recordings in New Guinea. And yeah, that leads me to the formats of recording. Missionaries working at local school use the schools as a platform to do the recordings. In my impression for New Guinea, sporadic. The large German research expeditions that you've seen, private companies and government were financing these, fairly systematic. Traveling ethnologists and anthropologists, you've seen the scale and the number, the quantity of records being produced, pretty systematic. Then we have traveling actors from New Guinea who were recorded in Europe, as I already mentioned. And of course, the recording company and commercial recording companies and their offices did open not in New Guinea at the time, but in the urban centers towards Indonesia, Singapore, and in the away not close to New Guinea, but this is where the interaction in port cities unfolded their power. And here again, I was grateful to see some statistic, and I was surprised during the earlier presentation at the scale of conversion. You read this as such. If we focus here, that's the total number of school children. That's the Schulträger, the institutions who run the schools, and that applies to the German South Sea. That gives you Styler Mission mentioned today, the geographical site. That runs up in terms of elementary schools, so 700 elementary schools, 26,000 children in the time span given above. These are advanced secondary schools. I call the information from an important handbook, Die Deutsche Südsee, which is also on the reference, fairly recent publication. Yeah, that's also helpful to understand. Is there any representative status that the recordings have? Which sizes of the population are we talking about? So that's been quite a large effort, missionary efforts. Recording activities and their documentation. It is from a specific procedure and protocol that we learn about the names of the recorded actors from New Guinea. And perhaps as is useful to start with here. I'm using, that is the standard developed by Wiener Phonogram Archive, the documentation that came with each recording. Wiener Phonogram Archive, this is the name of the recorded person, Georg Bucher. Franz Formann, the missionary, was involved in the transcription, and the important missionary underlying the intermediary function, and Rudolf Pösch has made this recording, and I was drawn to it. As you can see, it's a grammatical exercise in the Manumbo language, a language that Formann studied. And apparently Pösch was interested, had a very wide sense of documentation, and interacted with Formann, and Formann interacted with the pupils in the school, and he must have selected someone who was able to deliver this conjugation, which is against normal language. It's not everyday language. It's like if you are reported to the front of the classroom and have to, thank you, and have to talk, and this is ich bin da, I am here, you am there, and that stretch is on that very recording, but also, skip this here, on the book that Formann wrote, emphasizing the role of missionaries in the active exploration of languages, and it is that section that he is asked, that is the same conjugations, slightly different transcription. First time I see such an overlap between recorded material, the grammatical exercise in such a rare language, and again, relying on Formann, the missionary, with Pösch, who took the initiatives. In the interest of time, let me skip this. If we have time, I could come back to this. That would have been an opportunity to listen to that choral, so important, with drums and so on, but I skipped this in order to win some time. That's the Pösch recording available and released on CD. Not all the material from the Berlin and Vienna archives are available and have been published, but this one has. This is a brief glimpse of Felix von Luschans Anleitung für Beobachtung und Sammlungen, establishing the protocol for anthropologists with an extensive section on the use of a phonograph and sociological sensibility towards the recording situation. This is, in fact, again, given the constraint of time, actually the documentation of the very first example, or the only example I played to you, a violin, and here you have, this time I'm using material from the Berlin Laut Archive, obviously during World War I, that's on the first, on a previous run-up of this person, and if we'd have time, you would recognize the mobility of that person, his schooling, his itinerary. He was obviously in the auxiliary civic forces with the British and was captured in Hamburg, was then brought to Odeon and the Lindström headquarters in Berlin-Mitte for a recording of a violin, and the second part of it is actually him singing the same melody. Yeah, that's material you would find in our Humboldt University collection. I've been hitting Indonesia, that's for your interest, and you see there are a couple of findings and items popping up. If you write to us with a justified academic interest, we'd be happy to give you the metadata and the recording. I come to my conclusion because that's my last regular slide. Tentative conclusions. I've been contextualizing recording situations in German New Guinea in the early 20th century, and I've been alerting you to holdings of Laut Archive next to Berlin Phonogram Archive and Viennese Phonogram Archive. I believe that missionaries lacked a clear recording agenda. They were transforming agents and found themselves in environments affected by mobilities and multilingualism. We have recordings of Pisi talk of English, Pidgin from New Guinea, and again, Pösch recorded these. Now, there are some open questions. What kind of echo speaks to us from these recordings? Is this a biological trace of ethnic actors, a rendering of a performance situation captured on wax? Is it a specific conception of doing science, of collecting, observing, and extracting? Or is it perhaps unknowingly, given the simplistic causality of the phonograph, a document of entanglements and mobilities? Now, how do we do justice to these recordings? I would suggest by beginning to acknowledge that these recordings are always in excess to any preconceived meanings or functions ascribed to them. And finally, I suggest that we listen to the powerful current voices from Oceania, and I'm grateful that all the conversation we had also discussed the topicality, as we are not doing museological research, but are talking about the relevance, about identities, and the cultural dynamics of today. So I would suggest to listen to Kathy Jadner-Kijana from the Marshall Islands' powerful statement. It's a video poem called Tell Them, available on this website, using orality and performance, this time not encouraged or overseen by any missionary or German professor or anthropologist, but speaking out and self-authorizing herself in a performance to alert us to climate change and to the islanders' vulnerable agency. So there are ramifications towards endangered languages and musical cultures and even beyond planet Earth. So in other words, my last statement, recordings and the interactions leading to them urge us to consider the shared history evoked with so much empathy by the concert of Purnamasari last night. I'd like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Questions? I'm sure there are several of you with questions. Maria.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. This was really a great summary of these archives and the origins. I have just a very brief question. You mentioned that missionaries brought children to Europe. Were these slaves? No, they didn't have slaves in Oceania. So why did they bring them? Because this is something I've never heard before.
Yeah, it's commented upon in the large CD booklet. I mean, the booklet that's featured here has a scientific commentary of up to 200 pages. Yeah, and Don Niles is looking into this, and apparently, just as children were adopted, taken away, isolated from their children, in order to from their parents, to attend missionary schools, they must have talked them over in joining the two missionaries, which to them were teachers, authorities, I don't know, to join them on the trip to Vienna. And in Vienna, the recordings were made. They appear in European gear, as young boys attending a boarding school, except that this boarding school, I don't know, was 5,000 miles away. And this requires, I haven't come to the point, and you did all the archival research, but if you find this reasonable to move into that direction, you could probably elaborate and find more background to this. My perspective was conceptual, the cultural position of missionaries and the phonograph, but I was struck by the fact that these young boys, there is information if they returned or wanted to return. I can't tell you right now. It's been two boys, yeah.
Could you go back to the Don Niles slide, the map of the recording sites?
Yeah.
I see no hands, so I'll jump in with a question. It struck me looking at it that the sites that you marked with a star, the 20-plus recordings, are clustered. They're not spread evenly out through the map. So is that a sign of a dense population, or is it a sign of areas with particularly musically interesting people?
I would suggest that missionaries who tended to be, if they had a consecration or a school, did not move, were immobile. Yeah. And I imagine that they ceased their function to attract anthropologists, provided the context, and they were sure to have a campaign on the site. I don't see any other reason, but again, we may look at it differently from the documentation, or from them if they were really fascinated by a specific. Could be by the panpipes and the theories surrounding the Kulturkreislehre, that they return to this area.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you for the contrast here in the room that brings out that.
I'm not sure, and I don't speak German, but I think, is it called the Deutsche Südsee? What is the official title?
Yeah, Deutsche Südsee is...
Okay. So it really surprised me that you put in some prominence Vienna as well as Berlin. I don't quite understand how the Austro-Hungarian Empire got in there at all.
Yeah, absolutely. There was overlap in terms of person, anthropologists, and a circulation between.
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
There was overlap and circulation between Viennese, Austrian-born researchers who won positions in Berlin, in the Royal Anthropological or Völkerkunde Museum, or in the Phonogram Archive. Hornbostel himself is Austrian, he is from Vienna, and then the Berlin Archive developed the technology to secure and to make copies of the vulnerable wax cylinders, and invited all other researchers to send a master copy to them, to have as many copies as they want, and that, so to speak, doubled their or tripled their holdings. And on top of that, Hornbostel was an authority in the field, so those who knew about it would send wax cylinders to Berlin. Berlin developed an analytical narrative and methodology. Vienna, in my reading, excelled in the documentation and to secure these recordings. The situation is perhaps still more complex, but that would be an initial answer. They were willing to share. We're talking about highly specialized academic archives. They shared the information. Yeah, thank you.
You mentioned that you don't think that you have noticed a systematic contact of missionaries, and I suspect that's correct. But I think maybe Hornbostel, definitely, he was in contact with the major academics in Germany. Correct, so he was in contact with Meinhof and with this this anthropologist in Leipzig. And I think they put him in contact with missionaries. So I think the African missionaries, they all came from Meinhof because he was the specialist in African language. And the Leipzig guy similarly put him in contact. So I think indirectly there might have been a contact with missionaries through these German academics, because Hornbostel was very well connected there, right?
Yeah, I think they began, although they were critical of missionaries, as they were active intruders into a culture that they wanted to capture untouched.
Exactly.
But then, given and appreciating their linguistic expertise and the interaction, they developed along these lines, and you find a paragraph in these instructions here. All missionaries are kindly invited to contribute to Völkerkunde, to ethnology, but they were not directly addressed, not in that early research. That went out to anthropologists and colonial servants and administrators, but missionaries gain more acceptance. Absolutely. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you very much, Professor Klotz.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
So if we could have house lights back up. I worry about darkness so late in the day that it might get dangerous in here. All right.
Thank you. Could you clear my files also?
It's now my pleasure to introduce David A. Hollinger, who is Preston Hotchkiss Professor Emeritus at the University of California, Berkeley. After receiving his PhD from Berkeley, he taught at SUNY Buffalo and then for 15 years at the University of Michigan. He returned to Berkeley in 1992. Among visiting positions he's held has been the Catholic University at Leiden, Belgium, and he was Harmsworth Professor of American History at Oxford University. Professor Hollinger has been elected to membership in the American Philosophical Society, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and the Society of American Historians, and he served a term as president of the Organization of American Historians. These honors and numerous fellowships and plenary lectures have come to him in recognition of his many significant books and articles. To name just 3 of his books: Post-Ethnic America, Beyond Multiculturalism. First issued in 1995, it went through 10 editions. The American Intellectual Tradition, a source book. That was published by Oxford University Press and is now in its 7th edition. And one book particularly relevant to his talk today, Protestants Abroad, How Missionaries Tried to Change the World but Changed America, from 2017. This book spans the period from the 1890s to the Vietnam War, and in it he studies thousands of American Protestant missionaries who worked around the world. It's a revelatory study, one that turns conventional notions on their head to show how missionaries intent on saving souls instead ended up transformed by the peoples that they lived among, returning home critical of racism, imperialism, and religious orthodoxy. These individuals included Pearl Buck, John Hersey, and most relevant for today, Henry Luce. And because I am descended from 6 missionaries in China, one of whom became the first Major League Baseball player born in China, my interest in today's final talk, is personal. The Heathen in His Blindness, Missionaries, Empire, and Anti-Colonialism. Please welcome Professor Hollinger.
Thanks for that wonderful introduction. It's going to become apparent very soon in my presentation that I know less about Indonesia than anybody else here, and it will also become apparent that I know less about music than anybody else here. I will touch a little bit on Indonesia, but I'll be referring mostly to the Philippines, Thailand, and Japan, 3 areas not too far from Indonesia that I've studied some. And with music, I'll refer to that even more briefly. I want to start by observing that one day in 1923, John R. Mott, who was by far recognized as the greatest leader of the American foreign missionary project, John R. Mott spent the morning with William Howard Taft, a former president of the United States, who was then Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Then Mott went to the White House for lunch with President Calvin Coolidge. In the afternoon, Mott called on his old friend, the ailing former President Woodrow Wilson. Now that's 3 presidents in one day, which is a useful index of the social standing of missionaries and of the Protestant missionary project in the United States 100 years ago. At that time, there were about 10,000 American missionaries abroad, mostly in China, Japan, Korea, and India, but also distributed throughout the rest of the world beyond the North Atlantic West. But the cultural role of missionaries in the United States at that time, very hard for us to grasp today, was much greater than their numbers would imply. To be a missionary was to have accepted a challenging and honored calling. The missionaries sent out by the denominations, by the leading denominations, the Presbyterians, the Methodists, and so forth, were anything but marginal. They were often the graduates of Princeton, Yale, Oberlin, Mount Holyoke, Amherst. Often they were socially in the leadership of whatever area of the country that they had come from. They were understood to be in the vanguard. They were taking risks to advance the best things about American life and spreading them out to the wider world. It was often said of them that they were the bullfighters of Protestantism. Now, the American excitement about foreign missions was part of a response to the relative novelty of sustained contact with indigenous peoples beyond North America. The old European colonial powers, especially the Spanish and Portuguese among the Catholics, the British and the Dutch, and to some extent the Germans among the Protestants, had a long history of intimate contact with peoples beyond the North Atlantic West. Around 1900, around 1890 down through the 1890s, early 1900s, Americans began to think of themselves as a major actor in world affairs and perhaps even as an empire based on the European model. It was this new sense of global importance that led to a remarkable increase in missionary activity abroad, in numbers, in intensity, in public notice. Now, there had been a handful of American missionaries abroad since the 1830s, especially in China and what was then called the Near East. But in the 1890s, the missionary project expanded greatly in size and scope, advancing into Japan, India, Africa, the Pacific Islands, and the Philippines. Now, the thing about the Philippines was that at the turn of the century, it became an American colonial possession, by far the largest the United States had acquired and ever would acquire. Unlike the rest of the globe, where the American missionaries were more or less guests of the imperial powers, as in India, or of local governments, as in China, Japan, the Ottoman lands, the American missionaries dealt with the Filipino population as colonial subjects. It was in their new role as imperial overlords. The American missionaries were in a position more like the British in India, the Dutch in the East Indies. To be sure, Americans often acted imperialistically when working in China or India or elsewhere, but in the Philippines, it was their own game. And it was in a missionary spirit, after all, that President McKinley had announced his prayer-inspired decision to take the Pacific Islands following the American Navy's victory in the Spanish-American War. And it was in an overwhelmingly missionary spirit that imperialism's greatest poet, Rudyard Kipling, wrote The White Man's Burden, which was specifically dedicated to Americans and which was written as a gesture of welcome to the Americans, welcoming them, that is, to the company of mature men and women who accepted the responsibility of world power to serve their captives' need. And they fully expected, according to Kipling's vision, to be unappreciated by the native peoples that it was their duty to serve. Take up the white man's burden and reap his old reward. The blame of those ye better, the hate of those ye guard. Now, this outlook was similar to a lot of the English hymns that were sung throughout the 19th century by American and British missionaries. Well into the 20th century, the hymns with that orientation were still sung. The most famous of these was From Greenland's Icy Mountains. From Greenland, don't worry, I'm not going to sing it. From Greenland's icy mountains, from India's coral strand, where Africa's sunny fountains roll down their golden sand, from many an ancient river, from many a palmy plain, they call us to deliver their land from error's chain. In vain, with lavish kindness, the gifts of God are strown. The heathen in his blindness bows down to wood and stone. Shall we, whose souls are lighted with wisdom from on high, shall we to men benighted the lamp of life deny? But a great many of the American missionaries to the Philippines and elsewhere ended up, after several years of experience in the field, as anti-imperialists, as critics of the colonial empires, and as vociferous opponents of white supremacy. Mark Twain's sense that travel is fatal to prejudice, bigotry, and narrow-mindedness does not always apply, but it did apply for thousands of missionaries. The experience of living with peoples really different from themselves, much to their own surprise, changed their understanding of themselves, of their country, and of humanity itself. Missionaries were expected to make the rest of the world more like us, more like American Protestants, but by the 1920s, a steady stream of missionary writings insisted that this old aspiration was a mistake. The gospel ended up working like a boomerang, thrown out across the sea, but not staying there. It returned, carrying unexpected baggage, carrying a new cosmopolitan sense of religious duty. The rest of humanity, it turned out, was more than a needy expanse awaiting the benevolence and supervision of American Protestants. Foreign cultures might even have something to teach American Protestants. So transformed, the returning missionaries, and I'm not referring to all of them, there were some of the American missionaries that held firm to the old prejudices, to the old narrowness that the people I'm talking about rejected. So transformed, the returning missionaries tried to get folks in the Methodist and Baptist and Presbyterian churches of Pennsylvania and Tennessee and Nebraska to stop singing from Greenland's icy mountains, and to sing instead a very different hymn, which appeared in 1908 and soon swept the American ecumenical churches. In Christ there is no east or west, in him no south or north, but one great fellowship of love throughout the whole wide earth. In Christ true hearts everywhere their high command find. His service is the golden cord closing, binding humankind. Join hands then, people of the faith, whatever your race may be, all children of the living God are surely kin to me. Now, there were very few American missionaries in the Dutch Indies. There were some in the German lands that we were talking about a few minutes ago, but very few in Indonesia. So to illustrate the American drift toward a more critical perspective on the missionary project and its relation to colonialism, I'm going to describe the career of the most famous American missionary to the Philippines, Frank Laubach, and I will compare Laubach briefly to his great contemporary, the Dutch missionary Hendrik Kramer, who worked in the Dutch Indies before World War II. And the thing about Kramer is that he was a major figure in the debates of the international Protestant community about the character of Christianity and its role in world history and the significance of the missionary project. So it makes sense to talk about Kramer at a meeting like this, focused on Indonesia, but he's actually relevant beyond that. I mean, the thing about Kramer is that whatever nationality he had, he was by far the most prominent contemporary opponent of the American liberals like Laubach. Okay, now Laubach, forgotten today, but for many decades he was a household name in the United States. He is the only missionary to be memorialized on a U.S. postage stamp. Now, he spent 15 years as a Congregationalist missionary in the Philippines, making very few converts when he went up to a mountaintop near his village on Mindanao to pray and meditate. There, he reports, God spoke to him, and bluntly. Laubach later reported that God was chastising him for secretly negative feelings about the Moros, the people with whom he lived. You have failed because you do not really love the people you're trying to serve, God scolded him. You feel superior to them because you are white. God told Laubach, if you can forget your American whiteness and think only of love for these people, they will respond. It's nice that every now and then God comes up with a good idea. The troubled missionary decided that loving the Moros meant stopping all proselytizing. God wanted him to study the Quran, to engage in sympathetic dialogue with the predominantly Muslim local inhabitants, and to find ways to actually help them live better lives on their own terms. Soon, Laubach hit on the idea of teaching the Moros how to read. Now, this was a practical tool, useful without reference to any religion. The inspiration was mystical. Laubach wrote as if he were Saul being struck down on the road to Damascus, but the outcome was decidedly down to earth. Laubach went on to become the 20th century's most illustrious promoter of literacy, rivaled only by the much younger Brazilian educational reformer, Paulo Freire, who surfaced shortly before Laubach died. Starting with the rendering of the Moro language into Roman characters and establishing many schools designed to teach people how to read in it, Laubach and the organizations he created eventually produced language primers in 312 languages, and by the time he died in 1970, he was popularly credited with enabling many millions of people to read in more than 100 countries. And he had been awarded honorary degrees by Columbia, Princeton, and a number of other universities in the United States and Western Europe. Laubach wrote 43 books. Laubach was absorbed into the missionary endeavor at the time of its highest confidence. Like so many in his cohort, he was educated and committed to the social gospel. When Laubach went to the Philippines in 1915, he had received a PhD in sociology from Columbia. His dissertation was a study of the social and economic causes of the large population of homeless men and women seen on the streets of New York, and it was written in the classic social gospel mode. There's no doubt that the experience in the field had an effect on Laubach. In the 1920s, he wrote several popular books about the Filipino people and about the wrong-headed character of traditional missionary activities. He introduced his 500-page volume of 1925, The People of the Philippines, with confidence that the Filipinos were capable of sharing global leadership with other peoples. Laubach looked to the Philippines, to the Filipinos and other Asian peoples to take over Christianity. He said, Christianity is moving gradually from the west to the east, and eventually it will be led mostly by Asians. Laubach especially liked to say Jesus of Nazareth himself was an Asian, which is technically true depending on how you classify what was then called the Near East, but it was a very provocative thing, a way of making his point so much against, I mean, at that time, you know, a very popular book in the United States was Madison Grant's Passing of the Great Race, in which Jesus Christ was depicted as Nordic on account of various connections in the Mediterranean. So this was a quite iconoclastic thing for Laubach to say. Laubach remained based in the Philippines until the Japanese occupied the Philippines during World War II, preventing his return from furlough where he was in the United States. Now, by that time, he and his co-workers had managed to spread their phonetic-centered, highly individualized method of literary instruction throughout many regions of the world. The each one, teach one, that was his slogan, each one, teach one method was more labor-intensive than the traditional classroom approach, but Laubach was able to inspire hundreds and eventually many thousands of people to devote themselves voluntarily to this teach one, teach one method, even while they were fully employed in some other vocation. Laubach always regarded the advancement of literacy as doing Christ's work, and thus a direct extension of the missionary calling, even if literacy itself was without particularistic religious meaning. His work was appreciated well beyond, but certainly within the Protestant community of which he was a part for several decades. He was sought after by, as a church speaker, like on Sunday nights all over the United States. Laubach would appear, and he had a globe of the United States, and he had on it, he would mark the areas where people could read and the people that could not. This was a very famous technique he had. I actually saw him do it when I was in high school in a church that I was involved in at that time. So he would stand before the crowd, enormous crowds. All the Protestants in any town would come to hear Frank Laubach. So we'd hold up this globe and point to the areas where there were people that still needed to learn to read. Now, exactly during the 1920s years, when Laubach was being changed by his experience in the Philippines, the Dutch missionary Hendrik Kramer was working in the Dutch Indies, and he had been a very pious youth who decided at the age of 16 to become a missionary. And in adulthood, he became an officer of the Netherlands Bible Society, worked primarily in Java, but actually traveled throughout the Dutch Indies, and became one of the colonial regime's most well-informed students of the many different indigenous peoples in the Dutch Indies. Kramer was a staunch conservative theologically. He was aware of the increasingly liberal views of the American missionaries in the Philippines and in India and in China, and did not like it at all. In 1928, at the meeting of the International Missionary Council in Jerusalem, the International Missionary Council was a very important institution at the time where all of the Protestant missionaries from the North Atlantic West would send their delegates to debate where to go next and what the big issues were. Kramer emerged in this Jerusalem meeting of 1928 as the most articulate critic of the American liberals. These naive Americans, Kramer insisted, do not understand the world. They do not understand how dangerous it is to give up on the uniqueness of the Christian gospel as we from the Christian heartland of the North Atlantic West understand it. The Americans, Kramer argued, were much too willing to respect non-Christian faiths and to envision a kind of peaceful coexistence with them. This is just wrong. Supported by many of the British and the German missionaries, and at this and other meetings of the international missionary community, Kramer accused the Americans of going native, of being too sympathetic with the ideas and practices of the people that Kramer was still willing to call heathens and pagans. In one of his arguments that is very striking today, Kramer denied that the remnants of traditional Balinese culture, dramatically weakened as a result of the colonial experience, he denied that these remnants of culture on Bali were worth saving. The Balinese were now governed according to the Dutch norms of justice and humanity. The traditional religion as still found on Bali, he declared, was largely a pagan cover for the desires and egotism of men in the midst of a world in which they as pagans do not understand, and they are overwhelmed by this world. Now, the logical conclusion was that lacking a religion of any kind in a true sense, and with a culture long since destroyed as a result of colonialism, Bali simply had to accept the missionary project as sent forward by the Dutch missionaries. And we did not want any romantic stuff about, cultures lost in the past and nonsense. We, the Dutch missionaries, know what's right, and the Balinese had better listen to it. Now, consistent with this view, Kramer was critical of the drift of American missions, which was to grant more and more autonomy to the communities of Christian converts, the new churches, instead of continuing, as Kramer preferred, to the Western supervision of these churches. There's a huge issue called indigenization, if you read any of the literature on missionaries during the teens, the 20s, 30s, and 40s, indigenization, and people like Laubach were radical indigenists, and Kramer was very much on the other side. At the next conclave of the missionary leadership in Madras in 1938, Kramer was roundly condemned by the increasingly numerous and well-established communities of Protestant converts throughout Asia, which had been organized and mobilized by these liberal Americans brought in all these indigenous peoples from China and India and Persia and the Ottoman lands. And so Kramer was very much on the defensive at the Madras meeting of 1938. One of the things he's most remembered for now in the histories of missions is the stand that he made at that time against the Americans. Now, eventually, Kramer did change his mind about the importance of colonial supervision. By the end of World War II, he had become an advocate of Indonesian independence. Now, he never deviated from his conviction of the unique superiority of the Christian religion, but he became much more tolerant of other faiths. As he witnessed the growing nationalist movement, he expected the nationalist leaders to all adopt the Christianity given them by the Dutch, whereas he was stunned to find that many of the young Indonesian nationalists who had gone to Dutch missionary schools ended up as Muslims and achieving solidarity with the other Muslim peoples of the islands. And he was very shaken by this. And he became much more accommodating of all varieties of Christianity also. And however syncretistic, he was willing to see them as somehow part of the body of Christ. So there was a real change that Kramer experienced in those years. Nonetheless, when the Indonesian government came in 1948, they banned his works. And I'm not sure what their status is today. Maybe somebody here knows about that. Now, an incident in the 1945 founding of the United Nations brings out dramatically the difference I've been alluding to between the American liberal missionaries and the more conservative missionaries from the European colonial powers. At this meeting, at the San Francisco meeting to found the United Nations, the British pushed very hard for a provision in the UN Charter that would guarantee the liberty to proselytize. This was called religious freedom. The American delegation, led by former missionaries, opposed this on the grounds that it would be insulting to non-Christian religions. And one of the most remarkable results of that San Francisco meeting is that the American missionaries actually triumphed. They faced down the Brits and the Dutch, and they were able to win out. So the UN Charter did not include a right to proselytize. Now, I'm talking about this American missionary lobby, and when I do that, I'm referring to the ecumenical denominations and their leadership, the so-called mainline churches, the Congregationalists, of which Laubach was a distinguished representative, but also the Methodists, the Presbyterians, the Disciples of Christ, the Northern Baptists, the Episcopalians, some of the Lutheran and Anabaptist bodies. But of course, there's a whole different side of American Protestantism. The fundamentalists, who during the 1940s suddenly renamed themselves the evangelicals. They didn't change much, but they did change their name. They were embarrassed about Scopes trial and all that. Now, these more conservative Protestants had views much more like Kramer's than like the ecumenical Protestants of the mainline churches. The evangelicals were very critical of the United Nations itself, complaining that the new organization had failed to acknowledge God and Jesus. These evangelicals had their own missionary operations, which rejected vociferously the liberalization exemplified by Laubach. Nowadays, when we have so much talk about Christian nationalism, I'll mention parenthetically that that's nothing new. In 1949, the evangelicals officially asked for a constitutional amendment putting God and Jesus in the Constitution of the United States. It didn't work. So they tried it again in 1954. Didn't work. And one of the reasons it didn't work is that the liberal Protestants, the ecumenical Protestants, joined with 41 Jewish organizations opposing Christian nationalism as it existed in the early 1950s. It's sort of odd that we have so much literature on Christian nationalism today, but I almost never see this listed earlier. And Christian nationalism is not a new thing among American evangelicals, far from it. Now, during the quarter century following World War II, the rivalry between the ecumenical and the evangelical Protestants was manifest in many domains, especially missions, where the ecumenicals, having decided that the traditional project was too much in the mode of cultural imperialism, they pulled back. They either don't do missions at all or they do social service projects. They continue to argue that without conversion to Christianity, one was eternally damned. So it's therefore imperative that millions who had never heard the gospel go ahead and be told about it as soon as possible. Now, the ecumenical evangelical divide was also apparent in Cold War politics and in American domestic affairs. The National Council of Churches, which is the big organization of the liberals, was by far the largest organization to lobby for the diplomatic recognition of communist China. They did this even in the mid-1950s, long before others, and they were castigated by the evangelicals for this, a very sensitive issue with Billy Graham and his family. The ecumenicals were among the earliest and most vociferous opponents of the Vietnam War, which evangelicals overwhelmingly supported. The ecumenicals attacked Jim Crow. It's interesting that as early as 1942, the ecumenicals would not meet in a city where the hotel associations would not guarantee equal treatment for black delegates. They were really the first organization of any side to do that. That didn't become fashionable actually until the early 1960s, but the liberal Protestants were doing it under missionary pressure as early as 1942. The political coordinates of the ecumenical evangelical divide in 1963 were vividly etched by Billy Graham himself. In that year, Graham was asked to comment on Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech at the Lincoln Memorial. So Graham left no doubt about the situation. He said to the press, "The little white children of Alabama will walk hand in hand with the little black children of Alabama only when Christ comes again." Now, that takes us pretty far from Indonesia, but I want to move back toward that part of the world by telling you about the remarkable career of the most politically important of the American missionaries to any part of Southeast Asia, which is Kenneth Landon, a Presbyterian missionary to Thailand. Now, Landon had left the mission field to become a college professor and scholar by the time he was called to Washington in 1941, because the US government could not find anyone who knew anything about Thailand. The Japanese were overrunning Thailand, and President Roosevelt was going around trying to find somebody who knew something about it, because if the US entered the war with the Japanese, what are we going to do about Thailand? And so the Secretary of State, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, nobody had any idea what to do. So people called around, and they finally found this former missionary who was a professor of philosophy at a little college in Indiana. They called him up and said, "Come to Washington immediately. President Roosevelt wants to talk to you forthwith." So he goes to Washington, and he's met at the airport. Or no, actually, he drove his car to Washington. And so he gets out of his car, shakes hands with Jimmy Roosevelt, president's son, and they say, "Well, you're going to be our intelligence officer for Thailand." So Landon asks, "Well, okay, I need to know what we have on Thailand." So they take him over to the intelligence headquarters. "Here's our file on Thailand." And they give him a manila folder that has in it 2 reprints that he wrote himself, 2 articles that Landon had written. This is an example of where the United States was in 1941. So he goes over to the Library of Congress. He gets to the Library of Congress, and they have a whole room full of Thai books and journals, but nobody can translate them. So they haven't been cataloged. Nobody knows what to do with anything Thai. So soon, Landon is not only the leading intelligence officer for Thailand, but he's the top State Department guy for all of Southeast Asia. He's the first desk officer for Southeast Asia. And it was a terrible experience, as he reports in his copious memoirs, because at that time, all of Southeast Asia was understood to be the property of the Dutch, the French, and the Brits. And so the desk officers in the State Department, whenever they wanted to know something about that part of the world, they consulted their colonial allies. Landon opposed this from the beginning. And he had a number of quite striking experiences. The one that most struck me in reading his account is that he was always complaining about the French in Indochina. And one of his memos that went directly to President Roosevelt came back down the line from the White House, And Roosevelt had written right in the margins, I agree with Kenneth Landon, we must never allow the French back in Indochina. Now, well, it didn't work out that way, of course, because Truman adopted a very different policy than FDR. Now, by the end of the war, Landon is a formidable figure in American diplomacy, and he's sent to Vietnam because nobody knows anything about Vietnam either. And this is an interesting thing because he shows up in Vietnam, he goes up to Ho Chi Minh's front door, knocks on the door, has no credentials or anything. Ho Chi Minh opens the door, and he's delighted to have a friendly American to talk to, so he insists that Landon sit down and have dinner with them every night for the next week. Then Landon writes what is now the legendary opening dispatch in the Pentagon Papers. This is the dispatch in which Landon describes Ho Chi Minh's desire for the United States to take over Vietnam as a protectorate in order to protect Vietnam from the Chinese and the Russians. Of course, Truman didn't respond, but that's diplomatic history. Now, I've been talking about Thailand. I'll finish just with something about Japan. This is, from my point of view, the most exciting research discovery that I made when I was writing the book on missionaries that was mentioned a while ago. I found out that each of the services in the Pacific, the Marines and the Navy and the Army, when they were interrogating POWs, they had former missionaries do that because they knew the language. Now, these former missionaries, then they went in the Army, like the most famous one, a guy named Colonel Moran, was a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps on the first wave at Guadalcanal on August 8th, 1942. These guys did the interrogating of the POWs, but they insisted, and they wrote this copiously, and they argued with the field grade officers, these men are brothers. And so they hold Christian stuff about, Galatians 3:28, all that. They bring this directly to their work as POW interrogators, and they're very successful because it turns out that the Japanese soldiers are ready to deal with torture, but they're not ready to deal with kindness. And so they were very effective at this. But here's the most striking thing about it. It turns out that this happened in the Navy, it happened in the Army, and it happened in the Marine Corps, but none of them knew about each other because of the service rivalries. So it's only after the war that it becomes apparent that the missionaries had this same effect. Now, I say that's my favorite discovery about all this because it shows something which was not communicated at the time, shows the power of this missionary lobby, shows this power. I mean, these guys who really took their Matthew 25:30 really seriously and tried to enact it. Anyway, I'm going on long enough.
Wow. Okay, so we have time for one or two questions, and then there's the general discussion. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that general discussion can have things directed at Professor Hollinger also. Anybody have a question?
I have a question. How many people have ever heard of Frank Laubach? Not one. Jesus. Well, that's very interesting. Well, a good way to approach this is with the CIA coup of Mossadegh in 1953. Now, the historians that write about the American Diplomatic Corps and Foreign Affairs say, and Hugh Milford at Long Beach State has written a great book about exactly this. He says that the missionaries had considerable impact over discussions of foreign affairs right up until 1953. And then Eisenhower and Dulles decide to back the clients of the old imperial powers. Now, the missionaries had been supporting the nationalists, like in the Arab lands. The missionaries were very critical of the Balfour Declaration, which they took to be a mask for British imperialism, which it was. That wasn't the only thing it was, but it was that. So what happens is that the Eisenhower and Dulles and the people around them reject the missionary notion that the interests of the United States are more closely allied with the non-white peoples that are in the decolonizing world than those interests are connected with the European colonial powers. And Dulles and Eisenhower support the French in Indochina and in Algeria. They support all these counter-revolutionary regimes. So I mean, I'm sort of oversimplifying it a little bit, but the basic answer to your question is that Cold War politics, as understood by Dulles, who was actually close to the missionaries, and the head of the National Council of Churches is a pen pal of his, and constantly tells Dulles, don't you understand? You're not going to defeat communism with military. You have to defeat it with foreign aid. And it's poverty and inequality in the world that's the problem. But Dulles bought the other line. So anyway, that's a long answer, but that's the best I can do.
Okay, one quick question, and then we're going to have the general discussion.
You've talked about the ecumenical Protestants. What about the Mormons, the Catholics? Are those completely different stories, or do you see it in the same way? Okay,
for one thing, there aren't very many Mormons. So statistically, it's a very small operation. Secondly, about the Mormons, they only go as missionaries for 2 years, and until recently, only men. Now, the thing about Protestant missionaries is that they went not only for maybe 5 or 10 years, sometimes a whole lifetime. There are many missionary families that stay in the field for 3 and 4 generations. And the intimacy with the Protestants back home is very great. Many congregations carried on personal correspondence with missionaries for decades. So the intimacy is very great. Now, the Mormons, again, don't have anything like that. But I have to tell you that there's a footnote in my missionary book where I complain that Mormon historians have not told us anything about what happens to these Mormon missionaries. I would be glad to include them in my book if I knew anything about this. So asked I, do these Mormon missionaries, when they go to Nigeria, do they come back changed? Who knows? This footnote so annoyed the Mormon church that I got a letter from the head of the Historical Society of the Mormon Church inviting me to come to Salt Lake to lecture on the topic, and they organized a whole symposium with lots of smart, interesting people on this. So the Mormon thing, I like to claim some credit for starting the historiography on it. It's not there yet. Catholics are very different because, first of all, there aren't as many, and they're very European in their orientation, and most of the orders are run by European organizations. I mean, the Jesuits were doing big stuff in China, way back in the 16th and 17th century. Also, the Catholics do not operate as families, okay? So the thing about these Protestants is that the entire families, husbands, wives, and children, are deeply embedded in these cultures. So if you read, reference was made to Pearl Buck and John Hersey and Henry Luce. These people were very much formed by deep immersion in things Chinese, and the same applied in all these other places around the world. Also, the Catholic politicians were much less inclined to make a big deal of anything about their Catholicism, whereas a lot of these liberal Protestants, the people that were lobbying with Dulles and so forth, were very upfront about it.
Thank you, Professor Hollinger. And with that, I'm passing the baton back.
Why, thank you. Thank you. That was really, really summative. I don't know what else to call it. So we did have a question from Scott that might be a good start to the general discussion. Do you want to repeat that, or have you forgotten it already like I have?
Thanks, Henry. Let's see if I can repeat it. I was struck, Henry, during your presentation, you were, well, really, most of the presentations today were drawing parallels between ethnomusicologists and missionaries, and that they often relied on each other and they had friendly relationships with each other. but they had sort of different goals in some cases, comprehension and conversion, respectively. And perhaps they had some ambivalence about each other's goals and the value of them. So I guess just to add a kind of a third player to that party, if we talk about maybe colonial administrators or governments more broadly, a third C, maybe control, or more softly, incorporation or something like that. Yet another goal, and yet another party, and yet another series of kind of ambivalent relationships. So if we're thinking about music as a point of contact between these three parties, I'm trying to make this as broad as possible. But where does music fit in? Not only between ethnomusicologists and missionaries, but between ethnomusicologists, missionaries, and colonial administrators. And this last talk was a great preface to that as well.
So I will just respond that it occurs to me, listening to Emilie's talk in particular, but many of the other ones, that hymn singing strikes me as a way of instilling or imposing control over people, as opposed to the kind of florid, semi-improvisatory singing of timbang or some of these other solo arts, that similar styles of music are used to impose other kinds of groupthink. I was reading Lee Ouyang's book about songs in communist China as a way of instilling a particular kind of groupthink in people, and that people become very emotionally attached to that sort of thing, just the way that the Dutch became attached to hymn singing, and even their Javanese converts became attached to it. So maybe musical style really does, that particular style really does help impose a kind of colonial control. And it seems to me that Christianity also, that's the kind of control that Christian, I mean, I don't know who to put in the top position for that, but those who control Christian religions are interested in having the complicity of all these people without their thinking that it's imposed on them, but rather it's something that they're performing. I mean, they're singing. And I'm willing to hand the microphone to anybody who wants to have another thought or tell me what they think of me.
Not of you. It just strikes me that military music and hymns and national anthems are really all the same thing. They are about that communal control and getting everyone to move together in the same direction.
That's what I was going to say, but it was much more succinct when Kathy said it. Pierre.
To add to that, one could compare with the Catholic tradition in Peru or Chile or Mexico, and see how in the early Baroque Renaissance there is more homorhythmic writing in the colonies, and they facilitate communal singing togetherness rather than elaborate counterpoint.
Then what does that say about Palestrina? Or I guess that's homorhythmic too, ultimately, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Anybody else want to chime in? We don't have to get into the Baroque music if we don't want to.
Musically, the most popular music are, of course, the Sankey hymns. We shouldn't forget those. That is a huge conversion tool.
Will you remind us what they are?
Oh, they are such sentimental Salvation Army. Chris.
Yeah, they were extremely popular. There's some that are still sung, but they were sung around the world. And one of my ancestors put together 500 Chinese hymns. I mean, I think he wrote the Chinese text, and it was a hymnal used throughout China for several decades. I've been trying to get my hands on a copy without any success. I just want to defend hymn singing. I feel like I need to defend hymn singing because I think I would not compare it to singing national anthems at all in terms of the passion with which people sing favorite hymns. Amazing Grace is sung solo, it's sung communally, it's whatever. I would more compare it to group prayer, where a congregation repeats the same words at the same time.
Let me just add something to this. The Moravians have this incredible tradition of music, I think one of the greatest altogether. And they have, when people are dying, they accompany the death with the singing of these hymns. And I think also when they are in trouble or have, they sing these hymns and it brings them through it. I think Chris is completely right. It is similar to prayer, and I don't think it has anything to do with military music.
I think Emilie has a comment.
I think you can certainly argue control through hymns, but I think you can also argue belonging and ownership. And with some of the priests I spoke with in Flores, they said that that increases when the melody is localized, and in particular, when the words are rendered in local languages. They actually use the word labite hati. It gets closer to your heart. So I think in a lot of ways you can say that, yes, it is control of the local population through the church, of the local Catholics, kind of to come together as unity. But you could also say they're becoming a family. You can also say they're becoming closer to their hearts in certain ways, and that the hymns are the vehicle through which that's happening. And then similarly, also kind of connected to the Moravians, I know this is important to them, the role of materiality is central to that, and the role of hymn books. In Flores, they would joke that the Madhya Bhakti hymn book, because there are so many Florinese songs in it, and because it's localized, was actually what people would use instead of the Bible. That Catholics brought the Madhya Bhakti and Protestants brought the Bible. So I think that idea of materiality kind of becoming, again, you could say, the thing through which people are controlled or harnessed, but also the thing that they claim to bring with them as part of who they are is significant here.
I think what you're bringing up is the role of agency. Who has the agency? Who claims the agency to be in control of what they're doing? That everybody agrees hymn singing brings people together, and even national anthem singing can bring people together, depending on who's singing it and what nation it is and how people have been brought up in there. But we feel like we have the agency to either sing it as we belong or sing it in an ironic fashion, whereas some people have this imposed on them and come to own it. But it's a really difficult question, I think, as you said so much more eloquently in your paper. Any other comments here? I keep thinking I want to hear from Dustin on this one, but maybe not. Do you have anything? No pressure.
Not so much with regard to what I presented today, but perhaps some of my previous research in Bali, working with Iwayan Mastra. I know that he is probably more of a theologian than a musician, although he did write some hymn tunes, who's keenly aware of the colonial world that he inhabits. On the one hand, he's a rather staunch evangelical Christian, very much in the camp of Kramer. He wrote a dissertation on the missiology of Kramer and his influence in Bali. But at the same time, also very aware that he does not want to play the part of what he would call a Black Dutch missionary, not someone who's cleaved themselves from the Dutch tradition, but still sees things in a rather conservative evangelical bent.
Thank you for that. Do we have other comments or other topics of discussion to come up with? We could call it a quits now, I guess, if we want to. I don't know. I feel like there's more to be said. Anybody? Jillian? No. Okay. We have one. Sarah. We have a taker.
I'll just say I'm not an ethnomusicologist. I study colonial history, and kind of turning from what you were just talking about, which to me is kind of trying to look and more positive aspects of the missionary world. When I'm trying to remember, most of the presentations, seeing the words of the Dutch missionaries, you really get the mindset of how the colonial mind thinks and how the Indonesian people were like nothing to them in a way. It was kind of insidious and creepy, I thought, the way they saw Javanese people in a way. I don't know if this comes up in your research when you're looking in ethnomusicology. You feel kind of, I mean, when I look at colonial history, I'm looking at administrators, and so you can see what they say, but this seems like it's, by going through religion, you're getting into kind of a deeper, they're getting deeper into the society, and they're still not accepting it. And they still see themselves as superior. And so it just provides a kind of, even for me, a broader picture of what the colonial state was like, which is interesting to me. I don't know if maybe this is what people who work with Dutch sources see all the time, but for me it's kind of a reminder of what colonialism meant on the ground in the 1900s.
I think Professor Hollinger's talk about these Protestant missionaries coming back as anti-racists, anti-colonials, is sort of along the positive spin, maybe semi-positive spin on what you're talking about. Certainly 19th century Dutch administrators were not very nice to I mean, they really just thought of them as chattel, and it took a novel, Max Havelaar, to be written and promulgated widely in Holland that exposed the plight of common Javanese to the Dutch public, that created a sea change where the colonial government had to start being a little nicer. And I wonder if the move toward missionizing Java was one response to that, a way of being more human, ironically. But the mindset is still that sort of Java is there for us to exploit, and we're going to become rich from Java, so we might as well. And everybody in Holland had a share in it, really. The VOC was a corporation where people bought shares and got their own little share of the profits from it. So it's a very complicated and kind of creepy situation, I guess. Anybody else want to comment on Sarah's observations?
Yeah, I was just going to say briefly, yeah, I too, yeah, it was very creepy seeing these comments, and then also very enlightening to see, I've already forgotten the name of the mission, Spading? Say it again? Smading. Who was so observant and attentive and detailed and careful, and through that detail, you do get a sense of respect, I think, or at least that sort of came through to me. But yeah, you mentioned this novel, which I've never heard of. It's very fascinating, and especially in light of those propaganda films that a couple of the earlier presentations were talking about. And they're just so interesting because you can see that as an ethnomusicological document, as a missionary document, and as a kind of colonial document. It's like advertising all these different things at once. Yeah, and that, even the one with the kind of the love story, there's ostensibly sort of a humanizing element to that, humanizing Indonesian people as something more than chattel, as capable of love and things like that, but also maybe played for laughs in certain ways. I don't know, it's hard to read. But I just found it really fascinating how ambivalent a lot of these kinds of documents and motivations and things are, and to reflect on them now is really, yeah, it's been really fascinating, really interesting day.
All right, thank you, Scott. And Kathy has another comment, so I'll try to stall while I get the microphone to her.
Yeah, I mean, there are people like Kulin. I mean, missionaries come in all varieties or things like that. I mean, if you look at Sunda, it was the son of missionaries and planters who created the printing presses and did all of the traditional stories and other things like that. So there's a strong impulse that saves traditions of Majapahit that are dying in those particular points in time. So, you know, it's very mixed in each country. It's a different thing. If I think of places like Korea, all of the anthropologists seem to come, or historians seem to come from missionary families who have deep roots into it. Each country had a very different take on, you know, what the Christianity was, what was happening in Europe at the time, the particular brand of Catholicism and its changes. Missionaries are human beings working in the world that is extremely global and changing. Many of them are very generous, open-hearted, knowledgeable, and wanting to better the world. Today, the NGOs, all of those things, they are missionaries.
And maybe we can close. You look like you have a comment. Yeah, I was hoping you would.
Just picking up on this last comment, I want to observe that one of the most striking assessments of missionaries that I ever read was by W.E. Du Bois in 1945. In the midst of a sweeping condemnation of colonialism and racism, he has a remarkable page in which he makes missionaries as the exception.
Well, I'll close then by saying that I hope we can make ethnomusicologists the exception as well, now that we've sort of glommed them into the same troop as missionaries. Let's do as good as we can, okay? All right. Anna Maria, do you want to say something in closing? That's it? All right, well.
It was great, and I thank you all. It was wonderful, and we want your contributions, and we hope to, yes, I think.
I should say, those of you who presented today, we will hope that you will give us your written essay in a couple of months so that we can complete a manuscript and send it off for evaluation, which we would like it to be published. It will be combined with essays from the first Luce conference last year, and it'll be fantastic, I think. I mean, I was really excited by the papers today, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in black and white. All right, so thank you, everybody. Thanks to all the speakers, thanks to all the panel chairs, and thanks to those of you who are here even though you're neither of those things. All right, thank you very much. Good night, good afternoon, etc.